Oh, I pressed the wrong one. Never mind. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Network Show. We are on episode 68, I believe. Oh, welcome back, Mama Bear.
Welcome, everybody.
And welcome to everybody on the Grimm's Network, BBA's, Bear Banter, Eyes in the Audit, Vigilante Media, all the other channels, Mama Bear.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody around the world.
All right.
Getting set up.
Yeah. Apologies for the delay. We didn't go live yesterday, but there was a good reason.
We needed a rest.
Yeah.
We needed a rest.
All right. So I don't know what we got for today lined up, but I suppose we just do what we always do, right? Just play it by the ear.
Yes. Well, I do have some videos saved.
Nice.
In my playlist. One thing that everybody has been watching and what's happening is what is going on is the shooter, what's been going on.
You mean the alleged second shooter story?
Well, I'm going to play what is going on in court, what went on in court today. They did have court today for the shooters. The two shooters, the father and son, went to court today. They had court today. The father and son was in court today. The father and son both had court today. And it was there is quite a bit to cut out. So I'll cut right to when the judge came in. This is the court proceedings in Georgia for the 14-year-old shooter that shot and killed the 4 people and injured 9 others.
All right, Superior Court of Bourbon County is now in session.
Thank you, and please be seated. And good morning, everyone. My name is Curry Mingledorf. I'm assigned to preside over this morning's proceedings. We're here for a limited purpose this morning. I do want to note for everyone's benefit that there is, as everyone certainly is aware, considerable interest in what has occurred in our community in the last several days. For that reason, the court has seen fit under Rule 22 of the Uniform Superior Court rules to allow media outlets to record some of these proceedings. However, under those rules, the court has set in place certain limitations, and I just want everyone to know that the media has been informed of that, and I'm confident that they will comply with that. But otherwise, there is to be no filming or recording by any members of the public or any other individual other than those authorized specifically by the court in its signed ruling. Are we ready, counsel, to begin and bring the defendant in?
Thanks. Right, Your Honor.
All right.
Defense is ready.
All right. All right, good morning, sir. Are you Mr. Colt Gray?
Sir.
My name's Curry Mingledorf. I'm assigned to preside over this morning's proceedings. Mr. Gray, I do need to inquire as to whether you're able to read and write the English language.
Yes, sir.
All right. I also want to inform you, I want to ask you, do you understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney in these proceedings? And you are, in fact, represented today, is that correct? And Mr. Zane Harmon, you're here on behalf of this defendant, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you understand that you have the right to be continuously represented throughout this proceeding, and if you cannot afford to hire counsel, then this court is obligated under the Constitution to provide counsel for you without cost to you. All right, I am going to inform you of a few other matters, and I'm not going to ask you anything, just inform you. So one is, I want to make sure that you are aware that you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything at all. And it's important to understand that because anything you might say could be used against you at further proceedings associated with your case. I want
This
to
judge is
inform
clueless.
you of the charges
Huh?
that you currently face.
This judge is clueless.
In essence, you are charged with 4 counts of felony murder, as outlined in the state warrants that have been issued against you. I want to make you aware that the maximum penalty for felony murder, so for each count, the maximum penalty is that you could be punishable by death, by imprisonment for life, without parole, or by imprisonment for life, with the possibility of parole. If you have any questions about these charges, then I would urge you to discuss those with your attorney.
Yeah, because he doesn't know what he's doing.
I would invite you, Mr. Harmon, to inform the court as to whether there's a request for bond at this time.
At this time, Your Honor, there is not a request for bond. We will file the appropriate motions if that becomes necessary.
All right. An indictment by the grand jury for most felony offenses or accusations, well, you have the right to receive an indictment for these offenses. And I assume Mr. Brad Smith is here on behalf of the DA's office, or he is our district attorney. And he's accompanied by Ms. Patricia Brooks, who is his chief assistant. A preliminary hearing, you'll have the right also to a preliminary hearing, unless you make a bond, which of course at this point there's no bond being requested, or unless you waive such a hearing. You have the right to a speedy and public trial by a judge or a jury. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses. You have the right to call witnesses on your own behalf and testify in your own defense if you so choose. As you sit here in this courtroom today, under the law, you are
Judge is more
presumed
worried
innocent.
about the camera.
Your refusal to testify at any point in any proceeding will not be used against you in determining whether you are guilty or not
It's
guilty.
unqualified. This guy is unqualified.
Counsel, let me just inquire as to whether there are any other items that the court should address before we conclude this preliminary hearing.
No, Your Honor.
Well, I do have one piece of information to convey to the court. There was a development yesterday afternoon that makes it necessary for our office to have alternate counsel appointed, and arrangements have already been made in that regard. I've already explained that to Mr. Gray, and alternate counsel will be appointed by the end of the day today.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Donna Seagraves. All right, then with that, this hearing is concluded, and you may escort this defendant out. Right, with that, I understand that we have another first appearance hearing, and I think that we're going to have a little bit of a recess before we conduct that, unless everyone's ready to proceed with that. I think that I told the media outlet that I would recess briefly to allow them to kind of reconfigure
See, his
what
mind
they're
is because
doing.
the camera's on him.
And so we'll be in recess for
He's
a
not
short
focusing
time
on his
until
job.
I'm
He's
informed
more worried about the camera.
that everyone's ready. All right. Thank you.
That's why he's stuttering. That's why he's reading like he's little.
Yep.
This guy is totally unqualified, man. Which suggests to me that the outcome of this trial has already been decided. It's usually what happens when they get unqualified judges to preside over them.
So let you know about a preliminary hearing that's been scheduled for you. Why don't you just state your name, please? All right, pull the microphone down, please. There you go. All right, and how old are you, Mr. Gray?
54.
And are you able to read and write and understand the English language without
Yes,
any
sir.
difficulty?
Yes, sir.
How far did you go in school?
11th grade GED.
Okay.
Different judge.
And I note that
No,
you have
same judge.
counsel seated with you at the table. You understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney at all times for this and all future proceedings in your case?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that, of course, if you cannot afford an attorney, that the public defender will be appointed to represent you upon your request.
Yes, sir.
Probably had a shot of whiskey to calm his nerves.
All right. And counsel, would you identify yourself, please, for the record?
Donna Seagraves, we are going to have new counsel assigned to Mr. Gray later today.
All right. Thank you. All right. Okay. Sorry. Just need to make sure that
Protected activity, so I'm being
the system is working. And all right. So the following aren't questions that I'm going to ask. I'm just informing you of some things. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you at further hearings or at a trial on the charges that you're facing. For this hearing, you're not going to be questioned about facts and circumstances surrounding.
He seems a
your
little bit
charges.
calmer now, doesn't he, this judge?
Yeah.
You are
Yeah.
currently charged with, and you'll
Probably
be
took a little
provided with
shot.
copies of the warrants if you don't already
I
have
wanted to
them.
reset, go back there. and
Currently
shot
charged
for
with 2
a
counts
swig of whiskey to
felony
bring him back
murder
down to, you
in
know
the
what I mean?
second degree. You're charged with 4 counts of felony involuntary manslaughter. You're charged with 8 counts of felony cruelty to children in the second degree. Now, for these offenses, for the felony murder counts in the second degree, felony murder in the second degree, the maximum penalty for
Moving
each
back
count
forward.
is up to 30 years imprisonment. For felony involuntary manslaughter, of course, again, there are 4 counts. The maximum penalty for each of those offenses is 10 years imprisonment. For the 8 felony cruelty to children counts, the maximum penalty under the law for each of those 8 counts is 10 years imprisonment, for a maximum total possible penalty for the charges that you currently are facing of 180 years imprisonment. If you have questions about these charges, which I assume that you will, the court urges you to discuss those with your attorney. Let me inquire as to whether there's a motion for bond if Mr. Gray is moving for bond at this time.
No, sir, not at this
What's she
time.
got
We
in
will
her- what's she got in her
allow,
mouth? What's she
alternate
doing with that
counsel
shit in
to
her
make
mouth?
that decision.
All right, thank you. All right, I also need to inform you that you have the right to an indictment by a grand jury, and you also have
Okay, good.
the right to a preliminary hearing unless you make bond or waive such a hearing. You have the right to a speedy and public trial by a judge or jury. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses. You have the right to call witnesses on your own behalf and testify in your own defense if you so choose. I want to make it clear to you, Mr. Gray, that you are presumed innocent. Your refusal to testify at any point cannot be used against you in determining whether you are guilty or not guilty. I mentioned the first appearance hearing a moment ago. That is being set for you for December 4th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. Currently, that's set to take place in the Magistrate Court of Barrow County. It could be subject to change, but I just want you to know that that is the date that we currently have. In fact, counsel, could you approach, please? I have this, let's see, I need to scratch this out. This document that discusses bond and gives the date of the preliminary hearing.
What are you watching?
I could sign that and you can just get a copy of it. And then the warrants are attached to that.
This is the father of the child that did the mass shooting the other day.
To sign it.
Oh,
He's
right.
in court. He's been charged with fucking. Basically, this guy's going down. Man.
2 manslaughter,
Yeah.
4 counts of murder, 8 counts of child endangerment.
He's the father of the killer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to go ahead and give him his copy?
Yes, please.
All right, Jim.
And the page continues.
I see Trump's verdict or sentencing, whatever, has been delayed till after
Copies of the warrants.
the election.
But provided, and they say service copies on them, so I assume that they're for him. Sergeant Briscoe, do you concur with that? Is that what those copies are for? Those are for the detention center? So he's got his own copies, or he'll have them provided? All right, so the detention center wants to hold on to those. All right, let me, and thank you, Ms. Seagraves. I want to certainly acknowledge the presence of our district attorney, Mr. Brad Smith, and he's assisted by his chief assistant, Patricia Brooks. Is there anything else, counsel, that the court needs to address that I have neglected to address?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir, not at this time.
All right. I do want to thank those who are in the gallery, who have an interest and who have appeared. I appreciate the decorum that has been maintained throughout this proceeding, or both of these proceedings today. And with that, this matter is adjourned.
The attorney who's going to represent you, I think his name is James Rogers.
Well,
Okay.
so basically they were charged. Now they wait for the indictment. From what I'm getting, Ingrid Vet was found guilty. There is no life.
Yeah, thanks for starting this for me. Appreciate it. Sorry I may have knackered the what you call it, the name of the stream. The idea was I was going to get back in time originally, or I was going to start at 7 actually. I had to warm up through your show. Oh, I had to go to the hospital.
No big deal, eh?
It's all right.
I agree with AJM. There's no way that Trump will ever serve, even if he's found guilty, will he ever go to jail? That's where they put real criminals, isn't it?
Well, will Hunter Biden go to jail?
Nah. I'll be surprised. Be some sort of deal.
Some say 17 years, some say 1 to 3.
Isn't it down to the jury how long he gets?
The Hunter Biden won't go to jury.
Oh, in that case, it's down to the sitting judge. It depends on how much he's been paid.
President Trump's legal team is trying.
Because Hunter Biden took a plea deal.
Right.
Hunter Biden took a plea deal.
Yeah, but doesn't that depend on whether or not it's accepted by the judge on the day?
No, it's also according to I've got that one in my playlist too. Hunter Biden's is also pertaining to the DOJ and the Fed,
Right.
because they didn't know he was accepting it yesterday. That was the shock. That was a total shock to him. They didn't have any idea he was accepting.
Shall I play it?
Yeah, go for it.
You can tell me if the audio is okay. I'm going to mute up.
President Trump's legal team is trying to
Yeah, it's
delay
fine.
his sentencing for the hush money trial from New York. But in New York, authorities are already preparing for a possible Trump imprisonment, as in he would go to jail in the coming days in the heat of the election. Sentencing is supposed to happen on September 18th, but Trump's legal team is asking for a delay from the Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals when a U.S. district judge already rejected this on Tuesday. So we invited legal analyst Lionel from the Lionel Nation YouTube channel. He's a former prosecutor who can help us break this down. Lionel, it's always a pleasure to have you with us. Trump in prison before the election. How could this happen?
It's not.
No, you're saying no.
He will never see a jail cell ever. But let's go through this and pretend that he's not President Trump.
Okay.
September the 16th, there is going to be a motion in which Judge Merchan, who is the New York State court judge, and the, as you say, hush money. It's not hush money. Nobody can even explain what this is. And I'm not exaggerating. I really can't tell you what exactly he was found guilty of in terms of 34 counts, but that's
You've been on this show many times and said this is the thinnest legal case that he's facing, but the most imminent. We've been over this, so I want to refer our viewers to your analysis of this in the previous months.
Right. Well, it is a case, not to belabor the point, but it is a case where, first of all, hush money is an NDA. If you've ever been in, and most people who have been in media will tell you they've signed a non-disclosure agreement, non-disparagement. We'll pay you, leave, don't say anything bad about us. We won't say anything bad about you. That's an NDA. It happens all the time. There's nothing illegal or improper about asking somebody not to say something. There are reasons why, for example, you might, when you are for office, you might want to take care of some things. For example, let's say you're there's a divorce or child support pending, and you think to yourself, it might be a good idea for me to kind of square that away before I run for office. Okay, I'll pay my ex, or we'll do something to facilitate that. It's done all the time. If I do anything to improve my standing, my appearance, up to and including surgery. So anyway, there's nothing wrong with it. They're alleging that what he did was he mislabeled a payment that was actually not really a legal payment to Stormy Daniels, but was actually a something that benefited his campaign, all to somehow subvert or defraud the voters based upon a federal law, which a state court does not have any jurisdiction to do. Normally, this would have been a misdemeanor. It becomes a felony when you do it to conceal another crime. That other crime was a federal crime, which Alvin Bragg, the DA, has no jurisdiction over. And if that makes any sense to you, congratulations, you're the one. So in any event, he's been found guilty of 34. Now, September the 16th, there was going to be just a motion, which, by the way, Alvin Bragg, the DA, has said, I don't mind if you postpone this. He's kind of signaling, look, Judge, you do whatever you want. We're really in no hurry here, which is kind of odd. Most assuredly, Judge Juan Merchan is himself going to say, forget it, let's proceed. I want to be the judge that found him guilty, that convicted him. And if I sentence him to an hour of prison or jail, if it's less than a year, I realize that's going to be postponed and stayed by virtue of appeals, immediate appeals. So he will never see any jail cell, at least until after the election. But he wants to be, people believe, he wants to be the judge that said, I did it. And to give Kamala Harris the ability to say he is a convicted felon, prison bound. And they, of course, can extrapolate all of that. He is not going to see. That's never going to happen because it can't, by virtue of the fact that he's a president, there's Secret Service, and no first-time offender ever would be looking at any significant time, especially a first-time offender, not a violent offense. So that's a waste of time. But let's make it even more complicated. You've got state court. You've got federal. You've got the Supreme Court. You've got the he just tried to file an appeal to a federal district court to see if he could remove the case to federal. They said, no, you're not going to do that. That's subject to appeal now to the second circuit court of appeals. Then you also have the notion of immunity. The immunity case really is interesting because you have to go through this really gums up the works. You have to go through each particular instance of alleged wrongdoing and ask yourself, did he or did he not do any of this within the confines of the presidency? Did he confer with his staff? Did he confer with the Department of Justice? That could take forever just to go through that here, not to mention his other cases in federal court. So that's going to gum up the works. Then you have appeals maybe within those intermediary steps. Let's say, for example, on the 16th, Judge Merchan, which we believe, will deny his motion to dismiss or whatever it is based upon whatever the reasons. Now, does President Trump have the right to appeal that? Yes. State court, federal court, court of appeals? I don't know. People are saying, the New York, it's very odd. The New York Court of Appeals is the New York Supreme Court for state court. The trial court is called the Supreme Court, just to make this as complicated as you possibly can. If anybody has any feeling of being comfortable with the New York Court of Appeals, look what they did recently in the Harvey Weinstein case, which I think was just horrid. So to wrap it all up and to perorate, he's not going to go to any kind of jail. He very well could be on the 18th sentenced to jail, which would immediately be stayed pending an appeal. That's almost guaranteed.
No. Okay, but there's several things here that we have been over many times. One is that you said that he was, and this is what is in the court filings, is that they claim that he used money to conceal a crime, but they never told him what the crime would be throughout the trial. So his lawyers can argue a very serious Sixth Amendment violation because you have the right to know what you are being tried for. So he continues to run this up the flagpole that we should want every American to have access to. And they continue to sort of say, no, we can do this to you. That's just our right to do this to you. So you started a thought and I interrupted you, that if this were anyone else but Trump, it may go this way. Well, we saw Hillary Clinton use campaign money for the Steele dossier and funnel it through legal. So, okay, let's play this out. If this were Hillary Clinton, what would be happening?
She wouldn't be here, first of all. It would be deferred.
She's
It'll be
not here, first of all. She
Right,
should be
right.
if Trump is.
Well, yes, she should. If somebody were to have charged her with that, or if somebody were to have found that to be problematic, it's just like with Hunter Biden, just like with him.
Right.
Why is this? I can't imagine why he's not under the prison. There are multiple layers of justice. I'm sorry to tell you. I'll go back a step further. I will never understand how during the course of all of that investigation, when the FISA court would actually base warrants on articles written and stories concocted by the memoirs and the like. I mean, that's another story. That's another story.
Right.
Again, if it's Trump, it's completely different. Let's assume this were you. I would go into, first of all, it would never be charged. It would never be charged. They would say, if Alvin Bragg would say, do you have any idea of how many cases I've got in New York? I do not have unlimited resources. I do not have unlimited assistant district attorneys. I really have some very, very serious stuff right now. This is bookkeeping at best. Look, let's do a couple of things here. Let's do a deferred prosecution. You tell Natalie, you promise to be good, and we'll just drop this, or I'll plead to a misdemeanor. In fact, I would have suggested that Trump would have reasonably said, okay, I'll plead to a misdemeanor. I mean, it's kind of a pro forma thing, but no. They wanted,
or during the Chris Christie years, perhaps a large fine, and you go on your way.
Right, exactly. This is one of the things which is the most problematic, and let's be really corny here. Equal justice under the law. Equal justice, equal treatment, equal. What we are seeing here is unbelievable. I mean, think about this one. Now, of the cases so far, most of them have pretty much been sidelined. The Mar-a-Lago case, Jack Smith, who is relentless, who files a superseding indictment to clarify the immunity cases in something where they're actually trying to suggest that President Trump was somehow responsible for January 6th or something. That one, I don't think we'll ever see the day because nobody really understands it. It's just too tenuous. A case that would have really been something would have been, believe it or not, the documents case, because that's pretty cut and dry. That's really cut and dry. Do you have that? Did you not have that? That's gone bye-bye as well. And let me throw this in as well, because this is also another one which we forget about. The Georgia racketeering case. That's exceedingly serious. That thing's also gone bye-bye for a variety of reasons as well. What this man has been through, whether you like President Trump or not, it's just ungodly. If this was a poor, uneducated black defendant, people would be marching. They would say, you can't do this. You cannot exact this amount of juridical punishment against someone. What is it that you want? Now, believe it or not, I know you might laugh at this. A lot of people who are prosecutors say, I don't want to make it look too obvious. Even during the case of John Gotti and others, they have to sort of be able to pass the sniff test. They have to, and especially Judge Mershon, who I would think would probably say, if I want to go on to be maybe a federal judge or maybe a state court of appeal judge, I've got to maintain my judicial integrity. And I'm not suggesting that what he's doing has violated that. But this absolute overzealous attack. And let me also tell you, Natalie, and I'm not exaggerating the point, if you ask anybody to really sit down and explain not what Mershon says or what Alvin Bragg says, but explain to a layman what Trump actually did and what crime he was hiding and how a state prosecutor can use a federal crime, it would be like you in the state of New York charging somebody for violating a Georgia law. They would say you can't do that. Same thing goes for federal. So as you can see, not to, I think I've just complicated this even more. He's not going to step foot in any prison ever. Let me also throw in something. There are some contempt charges out there that, believe it or not, may carry more weight than anything else. It was suggested to me by someone in the know that something that might not be too far-fetched, him being sentenced, believe it or not, to contempt, and that can take the form of actually showing up, believe it or not, showing up to a courthouse, checking in for 8 hours, 2 days, and leaving. Something that seems almost like staying after school, but in view of his particular security considerations, that might be something that's in the office. Don't be surprised. But the Democrats must say that he's a convicted felon and that he was at least sentenced to prison, even though he may not physically actually ever see a prison itself.
Okay. Okay. So something that you had said
Your
the
expression
last time
says
we
it all.
spoke. Well, yes, because hear me out on this. Something you had said when we spoke about this before was you can't unring that bell. So they can put this stink on him and it cannot come off for certain voter populations, which would lead to irreparable harm to the election. What I'm struggling with is who could be punished for that so that it doesn't happen again. Certainly, if Trump were to take office, he can't circle back around and make sure that those people are punished because that would be wrong too. So it seems to me that there are certain people in power who will get away with selective prosecution.
Oh,
and I'm mad about it.
Well, let me see if let me do it this way. If I represented them, I would say they've done nothing that is illegal. It might be improper, it might be politically ill-advised, but every charge they filed satisfied motions to dismiss, appellate review. Many courts looked at it and they said, there's nothing wrong with this. Even though nobody might have been ever charged with this, at this level, prosecutions are always discretionary, depending upon who you are, and there always are political considerations as well. Your point is well taken. The average citizen says if President Trump was treated worse than anyone else, if anybody is treated worse than anyone else, what repercussions do they have? What form of review do they have? How does one unring the bell? How does somebody disabuse themselves of this unfairness? And I will tell you, stand in line. There are people throughout history where you are going to ask yourself, why in the name of God? We could spend forever doing this. But here is the thing. Now, from a political point of view, as you and I know, Trump lives in a different inertial world. He's in a different universe.
State of
his
being,
up is
right?
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, his gravity doesn't work. Every time he gets arrested, remember when they said, they can't take a mugshot of him. He's a former president. Well, the mugshot became his. He loved it. It was his red badge of courage. Everything.
Yeah.
Every time he was arrested or convicted of something, his poll numbers went up. His fundraising went up. Doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. Any of this. So his counter to that is because he lives in this unique world, what would be normally just deleterious to you and me, to him somehow, I hate to be Nietzsche-esque, but makes him stronger, makes him more popular.
Okay. I mean, I understand that is the phenomenon, but it doesn't make me feel better about the abuse of the law.
Oh, it shouldn't.
Okay. So that's where we're going to have to leave it and it just leaves me with a bile in my, I don't know. All right. Well, I understand what you're saying and I don't like it, but I like your analysis anyway. And you're the only person I want to talk to about it.
Let me leave you one thing just to show you. And it goes back to the whole notion of equal justice under the law. The idea that we're supposed to be treated. Imagine going back to Hunter Biden. Imagine if that had been Donald Trump Jr.
Mm-hmm.
everything that Hunter did, everything he did, cocaine in the White House, whether that was his or not, Donald Trump Jr. would have been in Leavenworth. It would have been the worst thing. When you see people treated differently because of who they are, because of their race, because of where they live, because of their money, that's the part that is in essence what this is. Treat Donald Trump the way you would treat anybody else.
In the last hour, the breaking news is that Hunter Biden is actually going to plea now, and he's going to change his not guilty plea to a plea because he no longer has the protection of whoever the heck is in power right now.
And but he also, remember, he theoretically, if it's hard for me to say this, if Kamala Harris were to be elected, she could always pardon him later on. We always knew it was going to be a plea. There was no defense. He had no defense. They were going to run this out as far as possible. And thank God for that one particular judge who noticed what they were doing, because they were doing this omnibus plea that would have taken care of everything. She said, no, wait. Bless her heart, as we say in the South. This is so incredibly unfair. Every bit of it. And that is something that I find to be, as you say, so awful. Look, if Trump did something wrong, fine. That's okay. You know, treat him, but be fair. Be able to at least explain it. But yet, there are people, as you know, Natalie, who hate him either because of TDS or whatever the affliction. They hate him so much that even if you were to execute him, they would want him to be exhumed, brought back to life, and executed again. There is no amount of punishment or a pain exacted upon him that some people are satisfied with. They are just, I've never seen it. For every bit of love, for this inordinate amount of love, there is also this concomitant inordinate hatred that maybe counterbalances it. I hope we never see this again.
Yeah, it's upsetting. Okay. Well, thank you for your analysis. I want to tell our viewers to follow Lionel Nation on YouTube for more of this, because at least it makes sense of whether the law is being used or not used. So thank you. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, Lionel.
Thank you.
Hi, Mrs. Reaper.
Evening, Mellows.
Hello,
Evening, Mum Bear.
Hello, Mrs. Reaper. Sorry I wasn't in the main room when you first came in. I was grabbing something to eat.
No, that's fine. No worries. No worries. How are we? Did you get good rest yesterday?
Yes.
Good. You deserved it. You worked so hard and put so many hours in. You need the rest. Hi, Graham.
I was just about to start playing the violins then.
Oh. Typical Graham.
Right.
I went to bed early.
You want me to change?
No. You wouldn't be my Grim if you did.
Yeah. Sympathy. Now that's a concept that I don't get.
No.
Empathy, different kettle of fish. I don't know whether Nightmares is still in the still listening, but he's a very big Trump supporter, I believe. And I don't think that Trump could do anything wrong in his eyes. I mean, personally speaking, it's nothing to do with me. I mean, I'm over in the UK, so, but I can't see him ever being put in, behind bars. It'd be interesting if it happened. The nearest that any president ever got to being behind bars would have been Nixon at Watergate.
Yeah.
Well, he pardoned himself. So he was all right. This is slightly different because he's not the president. He's an ex-president. And with luck, he'll never be a president again, but that's beside the point. I suppose. I mean, Trump isn't a political person, he's a business person first. Yes, Nightmares, I know you hate corruption, regardless of which side of the fence it's on. Good to see you, by the way, long time no see. Hope everything's all right with the family and yourself. But I didn't come on here for any sort of political biasness from my part. I mean, I think Hunter Biden's just as bad. Goes to the White House, get a line of coke, free of charge, allegedly. Are you still fighting, Sister York? Do you reckon that you'll win? Oh, you won! My God, well done. There's a turn up for the books. Usually they're stacked against you, yucks. New video just put out, by the way. New song. Well, it's an old song, Weedle. If anybody wants to go over and have a look at it.
What's the link in the chat, huh?
Oh, you know, good son you were. I've got to find it now. Hang on. I have bad internet connection every now and again, so that's the reason why I said.
We're having a thunderstorm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, the birds were going crazy. All the birds, there was thousands of them going mad, and then all of a sudden the heavens opened and the thunder started. It's still throwing it down. There we go, another thunder.
There's no thunder here.
Come in. Right, I'm just going to go on mute.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah.
Mute up.
Okay.
I'm just going to go on mute, but forget to hit the button.
Ordered the decision of the defendant's motion to set aside a jury verdict and dismiss the indictment was handed down off calendar until November 12th. Ordered that the sentence in this matter is necessary and adjourned until November 26th, 2024 at 10 a.m. And it is ordered the defendant's motion to preclude the people from filing any pre-version sentence motions is denied. He will not be sentenced until November 26th.
Who's that? Trump.
Hey, Grim.
Yeah.
The reason I didn't mute straight away is I wasn't at my screen. I was doing something.
Oh, right. Fair enough. It's fine.
The nurse came in and surprised me.
Ooh.
I'm sorry.
It's
I'm the
okay.
boss. I told you. It is okay.
Really?
'Cause I'm the boss.
Yes.
Justin.
I know you're the boss.
Justin.
Yeah, you're the boss.
So Trump will not be sentenced until after elections. It just broke.
Well, I wasn't expecting him to be sentenced in any way, shape, or form till after the election, because it would be against the presidential election rules to put a president behind bars, or even potentially. Well, I mean, he has been convicted. He just hasn't been sentenced.
Right.
But I don't know what he's been convicted of. at the end of the day, because there were 37 charges or indictments that, or was it 34, that he was found guilty of. But I don't know what they were in the first place.
He was only convicted of 34.
So it's 34. You know, as I say, I still don't know what 34 charges were, you know, that he's been found guilty of. But to be honest, I was more interested in the TikTok guy, the famous TikTok guy that I never heard of. He was sentenced today for murder, and I didn't catch what he got, whether it was life without parole or whether it was life with potential parole. When I get a chance, I'll probably end up catching up on that.
They had another shooting. Harford County, fight between two students. One was med-lighted in critical condition.
And that'll just play into the hands of the anti-gun lobby.
Yeah.
There's just too much of it everywhere. We've got guns, people shooting each other in this country, not just in America where they've got gun laws where they can have them. Here we can't have them, and there's still shootings.
If you make something illegal, it makes people want it more. And that's the problem.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do agree with that. The more it's not allowed, the more you want it.
You know, it's like over here, you know, they want to ban smoking in all public areas. I can see there being a lot of people who are going to turn around and say, well, wait, hang on a second. You're saying this is going to save money on the NHS. Don't you mean it's going to save you from putting money into the NHS? And how much money is actually going to be saved? They haven't actually come up with that figure yet.
Yeah.
So, you know, and there's less people now taking up smoking than there have been in the last 30, 40 years because of the restrictions that have already been put into place.
Yeah, we heard the Anger vet was found guilty.
Everybody's vaping nowadays, Grim. Even kids are not smoking, they're vaping, and they're vaping just like they would if they'd have started smoking at young ages.
Yeah, but they're not necessarily smoking with tobacco in or nicotine in.
No, they're smoking the weed instead.
So the Angry Vet was found guilty today. Does that mean that, what's he being found guilty of?
Wiretapping.
Right.
I'll be back shortly, guys.
Okay. So is that like a slap on the wrist, or
no?
Is he going? Is it? Oh, I didn't know. That's why I asked.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to.
Yeah, the government can get away with it, but an individual can't.
Yeah.
Put the link out, Nightmares, for your short. 5 years on each account. Oh, geez. Is that to run consecutively or concurrently? Up
So
to 5 years.
So yesterday, I felt like I was sitting ringside watching a clown car to show up. No new angle will be played today. Fresh deck will be dealt. Let the cards fall as they may. Trip aces didn't even stand a chance.
What was that, Mama Bear? Sorry.
That's what he wrote on his boat community page.
Oh. Cheers, Angry Bear. I'll grab that and have a look at it later.
That's all he wrote. He was charged with 8 felonies for recording in Virginia. Sentence hearing for October 15th.
Right.
He was found not guilty on a misdemeanor conduct charge.
Oh dear. Hello, Scooby. How you doing? Chicken lips. How do you disable brakes on a car? Don't use them. Don't press the pedal.
Find his community page.
Cut the brake line. I wouldn't suggest that, personally speaking. You never know who's driving it. Not to mention the fact that it can cause a problem.
I wouldn't suggest touching anybody's brake lines on cars.
No, because you never know what it's going to hit, or, you know.
Because it's criminal.
Not a good idea.
Because it's criminal. And we will not be any part of it. So take that comment elsewhere.
Hey, chicken lips, be careful, because Mama Bear's in training for being a tyrant, you know.
So I would take that comment elsewhere, because we will not have it here. So I will remove your comment.
Yes, you can, Mama Bear.
And I will remove your comment, AJ.
What are they saying, Marvin?
Oh, it's a
So-
question. It was a question regarding.
No, you could take that comment elsewhere, and if you put another comment like that in there, you will no longer be here. Because we do not take that stuff lightly, because we will not take part of being involved in some criminal activity, because we are not that way. Correct. AJ. Yes, somebody dies and gets hurt, you're looking at murder or manslaughter charges.
Hello, Jack.
Yeah, I do control it.
No, you didn't miss anything. Just someone winding people up. Give me a second because.
Oh, I didn't do that one.
No, I don't think you did you?
No, I didn't delete that comment.
Bit like you didn't delete that one either.
No, I didn't delete that one.
Or that one. Or that one.
What's going on, guys? Is someone getting deleted or something?
No, just comments. Just comments.
What are they saying? Some shit?
Well, you
Yeah.
asked how to cut brake lines and not to injure yourself, and kind of putting himself out there. Cut the brake lines. How do you disable brake lines? You want to know how to cut the brake lines, and will the instant impact ensure instant impact? Not going to get involved in something like that.
Is that, it sounds like someone with a badge number.
And then he said, I wanted to control, but I wanted to control.
No, it wasn't you either. It was a real tyrant.
And Mama Bear just wants control, bossy. So I'm waiting for him to make another smart ass freaking comment, and he's gonna go bye-bye.
Is he new around here?
Yeah, never heard of Chicken Lips before. Yeah, and I think I know who it is as well as you do, because he uses Chicken Lips because of Christine. Because he's obsessed with Chicken Lips. He's obsessed with Christine's chickens because Christine won't name a chicken after him. Yeah, it's Mr. Alexander.
No way.
Oh, yeah, way.
Fucking
mean-
that's ridiculous.
I was gonna
You mean with a pretend badge? Let's face it.
Yeah, it's Mr. Alexander.
Oh, I heard he likes the tunes that we've been making about him.
Yeah, and he figured out that song that was wrote about him was mocking him on that channel, because I looked it up.
You see, the thing is, Mama Bear, is that people think that you want to be bossy. You don't want to be bossy, you are. There's a difference.
I'm not,
But you're bossy in a nice way.
I don't, I care, and I'm.
Where is it?
It's gone.
Deleted it.
Hmm.
Delete the song, man.
Delete what? I haven't deleted anything. Not that. I've deleted the comments. It was me that deleted it. The comments.
Oh,
Not
the song's
deleted.
there.
Oh, I don't know where I put it.
Oh, the song's about him. Lonely Mr. McQueen's at the bottom.
Mr. Alexander McCreer all alone. No one calls him on the phone. In his room he hides away, counting tears day by day. He's got dreams but no one cares. Lonely nights, bitter stares, watching shadows on the wall, wishing someone would just call. Oh, Mr. McCreer, you're feeling blue. The world it seems turn on you, but let your heart break free tonight. Find the stars and hold them tight. Mello's new show on TV screen. Mr. McCreer says it's too keen, but deep inside he's feeling lost. Hopes and dreams that come at a cost. Every day feels just the same, trapped in this endless game, wishing he could break away, find a brighter brand new day. Oh, Mr. McCreer, you're feeling blue. The world it seems turn on you, but let your heart break free tonight. Find the stars and hold them tight. He's got dreams but no one cares. Lonely nights, bitter stares, watching shadows on the wall, wishing someone would just call. Oh, Mr. McCreer, you're feeling blue. The world it seems turn on you, but let your heart break free tonight. Find the stars and hold them tight. Mr. Alexander McCreer all alone. No one calls him on the phone. In his room he hides away, counting tears day by day. He's got dreams but no one cares. Lonely nights, bitter stares, watching shadows on the wall, wishing someone would just call. Oh, Mr. McCreer, you're feeling blue. The world it seems turn on you, but let your heart break free tonight. Find the stars and hold them tight. Mello's new show on TV screen. Mr. McCreer says it's too keen, but deep inside he's feeling lost. Hopes and dreams that come at a cost. Every day feels just the same, trapped in this endless game, wishing he could break away, find a brighter brand new day. Oh, Mr. McCreer, you're feeling blue. The world it seems turn on you, but let your heart break free tonight. Find the stars and hold them tight. He's got dreams but no one cares. Lonely nights, bitter stares, watching shadows on the wall, wishing someone would just call. Oh, Mr. McCreer, you're feeling blue. The world it seems turn on you, but let your heart break free tonight. Find the stars and hold them tight.
Oh, must be he ran off.
Hey, you got a runner.
Oh, I had a good dinner. Now I'm stuffed. Oh, California Governor Newsom vetoed the bill that would pay $150K down payments so illegals could purchase homes in California. He vetoed the bill.
That's a drop in the ocean.
He vetoed the bill. Well, he finally did something smart during his governorship.
All right, guys, I'm back.
You're back. So is Dragon.
Yeah.
Hello, Dragon.
Hey, Dragon.
Another bill's been vetoed to stop the illegal immigrants from getting a room in the Hotel California.
No, it was for them buying a house.
Well, it's the equivalent of a room, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it was to buy a house.
I could just imagine that being tried over here as well. There'd be an uproar. Really would be. If something like that came through here. So I'm just
what?
thinking, not a lot. I'm just thinking of what to do next. I'll think of something. I'll find something. There's got to be some music in here that I've not listened to for a while.
You've not played your new one. I haven't heard it yet.
Well, no, I know I haven't. But it's on the over on the what do you call it?
I'll listen to it later then.
Come to me in a minute. I know what I mean. I'm thinking. I'll have to find it.
Okay.
That's definitely.
Well, I've done over 11,000 steps today, Reaper.
Oh, excellent.
11.1k. And the nurse says, you never get tired. And I said, nope. And I'm not going to sleep till you've given me all my meds because you just wake me up.
What did he say? You're not having all your meds in one go.
No, and I said, well, I'm not going to sleep until I've had them all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen.
Such a feeling's coming over me. There is not a cloud in the sky. I got the sun in my eyes, and I won't be surprised. I want the world to be is not coming true.
Grim, is your network
Especially
playing?
for me, it's because you are here. You're the near. I am on the top of the world, looking down on creation, and the only explanation I can find is the love that I found ever since you've been around. Your love's put me at the top
Audio
of
keeps
the
coming.
world.
Yeah,
Something
Grim,
in the wind has
your internet is cutting it off every second, so you're not getting the
one wish
benefit.
on my when this day is through. I Hope that I will find.
Yeah, it keeps cutting out, bro.
That tomorrow will be just the same for you and me. All I need will be mine if you are here. Only is the love that I found ever since you've been around. Your love's put me at the top of the world. I am on the top of the world, looking down on creation. Only explanation I can find.
I think his internet's gone mellow.
We're struggling now.
Yeah,
It was really struggling.
you're better off with audio, with music. It doesn't like sharing it through StreamYards. You're better off uploading it to StreamYards itself. It's the only way that I found. Every time I
No,
try
it's
to
not
share,
that. It's not that. It's not that. It's to do with the internet
well, I can
connection.
share. I can share a
4G.
redacted video, and it's fine. But as soon as I share BNC records, it just goes like that. It keeps cutting out. All songs, it doesn't like sharing, but the videos, it's fine. I can share. I think they 1080. I think I can share up to. But this, for some reason, as soon as you start playing music, it just keeps cutting out like that.
No, I'm struggling with the internet here. I've had to put it on 4G.
If you upload it to StreamYards, then it plays from StreamYards instead of you.
Yeah, no, the problem wasn't that. Like I said, the problem wasn't StreamYards. It was to do with the internet connection I've got.
I know, but what I'm saying is to get around that. If you upload it to StreamYards, then it won't have that issue. You'll be able to play it without it keep cutting out.
Well, you used to see what a break last night, Mellows and Mama Bear. I went on Northwoods Live and met quite a few nice people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was on most of the night. I had a really, really good time with them. They looked after me really well. They were lovely.
Yeah, they're usually over here as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. I knew Northwoods and Inferno and that from over here, but there was a few that I hadn't met before, and I just had a really nice evening with them. Kept checking in to see if you guys had gone live, and you hadn't, and I thought you're sleeping. But yeah, it was a pleasant evening.
To be honest, I almost never went live tonight.
Still that tired, Mellows?
Yeah. Exhausted.
Or just got a lot on?
Yeah. My plate is
Bit of
full.
both.
Yeah, I've got a full plate and a half.
Yeah. Life has a way of getting at you sometimes. It just throws the world at you and gives you nothing back. Takes from you. Did you guys hear that rain? It's hammering.
No.
Wow.
I can't hear anything, but then again, I'm a bit tone deaf. Sorry, deaf.
Is it raining where you are, Rupert?
Not that I can tell at the moment.
It's absolutely bouncing.
Smiling faces sometimes pretend to be your friends. Smiling faces show no traces of the evil that lurks within. Smiling faces sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies and I got proof. The truth is in the eyes, 'cause the eyes don't lie, amen. Remember, a smile is just a frown turned upside down, my friend. So hear me when I'm saying, smiling faces sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies and I got proof. Beware of the handshake that hides the snake. I'm telling you, beware of the pat on the back. It just might hold you back. Jealousy, misery, envy. I tell you, you can't see behind. Smiling faces sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies and I got proof. Your enemy won't do you no harm, 'cause you know where he's coming from. Don't let the handshake and the smile fool you. Take my advice, I'm only trying to school you. Smiling faces sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies and I got proof. Smiling faces sometimes. Smiling faces sometimes pretend to be.
Nice to meet you, where you been? I could show you incredible things. Magic, madness, heaven, sin. Saw you there and I thought, oh my god, look at that face. You look like my next mistake. Love's a game, wanna play? Hey. New money, suit and tie. I can read you like a magazine. Ain't it funny? Rumors fly and I know you heard about me. So hey, let's be friends. I'm dying to see how this one ends. Grab your passport in my hand. I can make the bad guys good for a weekend. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. 'Cause you know I love the players and you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, or with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. But I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. Cherry lips, crystal skies, I could show you incredible things. Stolen kisses, pretty lies. You're the king, baby, I'm your queen. Find out what you want, be that girl for a month. Wait, the worst is yet to come. Oh no, screaming, crying, perfect storms. I can make all the tables turn. Rose garden filled with thorns, keep you second guessing like, oh my god, who is she? I get drunk on jealousy, but you'll come back each time you leave. 'Cause darling, I'm a nightmare dressed like a daydream. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. 'Cause you know I love the players and you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, or with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. But I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. Boys only want love if it's torture. Don't say I didn't. Say I did, I warn ya. Boys only want love if it's torture. Don't say I didn't. Say I did, I warn ya. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. Cause you know I love the players and you love the game. We're young and reckless, we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, or with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. But I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name.
This road is gonna take us back now. You look so fine, I don't know how to act now. They say my child don't stroll off easy, cause when it's time you gon' hear what she said. Is it any wonder? Is it any wonder? If you ever leave me alone, I'll be crying wishing you come home. When I look in your eyes, I see you staring at me, girl. And when it's time, I see you holding on me, girl. Cause you got a hold on me, yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna make you see, yeah. Oh, yeah. Is it any wonder? Is it any wonder? Is it any wonder? Is it any wonder? When the sun goes down at night, gonna let you know that everything's alright. Is it any wonder? 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 Oh, baby. Is it any wonder? Is it any wonder? Oh, baby. Waiting on my true love, waiting on my true love, waiting on my true love, waiting on my true love. And I get so tired of people wondering what I'm doing, but I'm waiting for you. And girl, I waste my time, spend it on my wishes, just wishing that you're waiting too. Waiting on my true love. Yes, you know I'm waiting. Waiting on my true love. Oh, you know I'm waiting. waiting on my true love. You know I'm waiting on my true love. Can't sugarcoat it, I'm devoted to the notion of me and you. And I'm hoping that you open up your heart, cause you feel it too. Oh, my mother, you wrap me in the feelings that I feel. And my father, all he told me, for those feelings, they for real. So I'm waiting for you, girl, come and find me, so I can leave this lonely world behind me. Oh, you know I'm waiting. Oh yeah, waiting on my true love. Yes, you know I'm waiting on my true love. Oh, I get so tired of this. You know I'm waiting. Oh yeah, no, I get so tired, sitting here at night, wishing and wondering and dreaming when you'll be by my side. You know I get so tired, sitting here alone, wondering why you ain't never come along. Oh baby, waiting on my true love. Yes, you know I'm waiting on my true love. Oh, I get so tired of waiting on my true love. Girl, you know, yeah, waiting on my true love. Oh, oh, won't you hurry up and come on? Oh yeah, baby. Baby, baby, ooh, I'm waiting on my true love. Hey, waiting on my true love. Yes, you know I'm waiting on my true love. Oh, oh, girl, you know I'm waiting. Oh yeah, hey, yeah, 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 yeah.
Some lovely sounds there.
Yeah, I like that one. That's a really good song.
I like that one. Really good.
Very, very good.
Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same if I saw you in heaven? I must be strong and carry on, 'cause I know I don't belong here in heaven. Would you hold my hand if I saw you in heaven? Would you help me stand if I saw you in heaven? I'll find my way through night and day, 'cause I know I just can't stay here in heaven. Time can bring you down, time can bend your knees, time can break your heart, have you begging please, begging please. Beyond the door, there's peace I'm sure, and I know there'll be no more tears in heaven. Would you know my name if I saw you Time can break your heart. Time can bend your knees. Time can break your heart. Have you begging, please, begging, please. Beyond the door, there's peace, I'm sure. And I know there'll be no more tears and begging, please. Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same if I saw you in heaven? I must be strong and carry on, 'cause I know I don't belong here in heaven.
Very nice.
That was a nice song too.
Well, I'm going to call it quits for the time being. I shall catch you all later.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Hopefully I won't get woken up in the early hours of the morning, but you never know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Sorry, mate. If you were planning on going live, you can cut it short if you want, you know. Get some sleep. Or some downtime.
I just
You
needed
know?
something to distract me.
All right, okie dokie.
That short.
Well, I'll be up. I'll probably be around later in a couple of hours or so. I would have thought. You know what I'm like.
Oh.
All right. So if you're still live,
Oh,
all right.
All right.
In the meantime, guys, thanks for joining, and I'll see you again soon. Bye.
Grim, I'll read you in a minute.
Alright.
Right, guys. I'll catch you later. I will definitely be on in a couple of hours. I'll just wait for the nurses to finish doing what they're doing, and I'll catch you on here later.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that short is up 2.7 now.
Oh, really nice.
I just put up another one. That one's already up to 50. Wow. I didn't think that short was going to go that quick, that high. Unbelievable. 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 Unbelievable.
I be so sick of you niggas, y'all contradicting. I be so broke myself, can you come and fuck me? I feel so ordinary, sad when you around me. Keep me like corduroy, wear me out. Arguments, you wear me out. Tripping about your whereabouts. I can't keep no conflict with you, boy, can we just rub it out? I don't want no static with you, you know you my plug. And I can't shake this habit, no. I've been up, baby. Heavy reminiscing, heavy on the missing you. Wish it was different than what it was. I've been up, baby. Lost in a lie of us, lost, ain't no finding us. I've been up, baby. And if you wonder if I hate you, I do. feel just like this. And if you wonder if I hate you, fuck you. Shitty of you to make me feel just like this. What I would do to make you feel just like this. Used to be too solid till you scramble me. Used to be alright or you mishandle me. Used to be non-violent till you ambush me. Now I'm out here wildin' with you. Now I'm out here silent treatment, that mean no permission. Missionary getting boring, can you switch positions? Hard to save your soul, you don't ever listen, no. I've been up, baby. Heavy reminiscing, heavy on the messy you. Wish it was different than what it was. I've been up, baby. Lost in a lie of us, lost, ain't no finding us. I've been up, baby. And if you wonder if I hate you, I do. Shitty of you to make me feel just like this. What I would do to make you feel just like this. And if you wonder if I hate you, fuck you. Shitty of you to make me feel just like this. What I would do to make you feel just like this.
Did you see this in the news the other day about Putin? Joking that he will support Kamala Harris in the elections.
От бизнеса, поэтому если у него было бы какой-то у нас, значит, фаворитом, если можно так сказать, был действующий президент господин Байден, вот он, его сняли с гонки, но он рекомендовал всем своим, значит, сторонникам поддержать госпожу Харрис. Вот и мы тоже так сделаем, будем ее поддерживать. Это, во-первых, а во-вторых, она...
Раз завещали, значит, надо, да?
Вот. А во-вторых, она так выразительно и заразительно смеется, что это говорит о том, что у нее все хорошо. Если с Дуровым так поступают, то надо и
All about her laugh. That's the only reason why he would support her. All because of her laugh. Does that sound stupid? I think it was more of a joke. Also in the news, we were talking about it earlier.
Right to John Yoo for his reaction. Jonathan.
Harris, first of all, I am so happy that you have John Yoo, one of my favorite people in the world, on the couch there today, because this seems complex. The first indication we got this morning that this might be an unusual day was the fact that Hunter Biden, for the first time during any of these hearings that he has been present at this downtown LA courthouse, arrived publicly. Instead of being driven into the underground garage as he has every other time that I have been here, he arrived out front today and walked into the court. He was with his wife, Melissa, flanked by Abby Lowell, one of his lead attorneys. So then we thought, what's going on here? This is extremely unusual. And then just about 10 minutes ago, we got word that he has decided, Hunter Biden, to change his plea on those 9 tax evasion charges, 3 of which, as you rightly point out, are felonies, to guilty. Now, as we understand it, and this is where the expertise of John Yoo will be so valuable, this is what is called an Alford plea, where the person accused of the crimes admits guilt, but yet at the same time asserts their innocence. To a layperson like me, and I'm sure most of our viewers, that sounds completely contradictory, but John will explain exactly how that works. One other thing we understand, Harris, is that it has to go up the chain at the DOJ, possibly all the way up to Attorney General Merrick Garland for approval. But all of the details apparently are now being worked out. Court is in recess here until 11 a.m. local time. That's 2 p.m. Eastern. And one very important fact I think we should point out here is that the lead prosecutor in this, when they were told that the guilty plea was being entered, they said, quote, "This is the first we are hearing of this." So apparently there was no effort to make a deal beforehand. Hunter Biden's team just decided unilaterally that they would change the plea to guilty. So I'm going to hand it back to you and the invaluable John Yoo to break that all down, Harris.
Your introduction of John was so much better than mine. Jonathan Hunt, thank you so much. So, John, first of all, I just want to get, your initial reaction to all of this. I don't think it's a shocker. I don't believe that those attorneys wouldn't have even thought that it was possible. There were some things that were different today, like he showed up.
I'm actually surprised because it looked like they were going to go to trial.
Really?
Yeah, it looked like Hunter was going to go to trial, try his luck before a jury, because he wasn't willing to plead guilty. Usually the Justice Department will offer you a pretty sweet deal if you plead, but if you go to trial, they'll throw the book at you and go for maximum sentences. But this is in a political context now where lawfare has become one of the important issues. This is a case where at the same time, on this very day, the special counsel is going after Trump, all guns blazing, despite being smacked back as hard as you could be by the Supreme Court. And then on the other hand, you're going to see Hunter Biden maybe get a very sweet plea deal from the very same Justice Department. And so I think this is all an effort to remove lawfare as a political issue by the Biden-Harris administration.
Let me talk about the potential for plea deals and sweetheart deals, because he's already seen that fall apart, at least in one case with his gun trial. What could it look like now? Those 17 years potentially would become what?
I think you could see 1 to 3 years. I would be very surprised if the Justice Department let him get away with no time served at all. We're talking about someone who didn't pay $1 million in taxes. Plus, remember, and you mentioned Hunter, the sweet plea deal he almost got for the gun charge, tried to get Hunter off of all charges for everything he ever did in his life. So remember, there's another $20 million that whistleblowers from the IRS say came in from foreign sources into Hunter. He still could be investigated for being a foreign agent. There's lots of things he could still be investigated for.
Yeah, and that door was open, too, on the foreign agency.
Yeah, that is all still possible under whoever wins the next election. But that's why I think he might be, in a way, as Jonathan said, and thanks again, Jonathan, for the wonderful thing. Really this is my first time on the show, and he put all this pressure on me.
Right. You know what, though? And when I question about how surprised you'd be with, nothing surprises me about this man. And Kaylee, we were talking about it off campus. Or off camera, rather. This guy has an ability to what?
Yeah, to stun.
Remember when
he didn't show up for his Capitol Hill appearance? We didn't think he was, and then he randomly showed up, and it was this big media extravaganza. And
with the documentary crew and the whole thing, yeah.
That's why I'm really stunned by today. And Professor, maybe you have thoughts on this. He just randomly decides to change his plea. And we just heard Jonathan Hunt say this was a unilateral decision. It seems like a bold one. when you have failure to pay taxes in 16, 17, 18, failure to file in 17, 18, I imagine your lawyers would have sat before you and said, you are going to get charged and you're going to get the book thrown at you. You need to do something here. Why today make that change unilaterally? I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is Hunter. This just shows you how mercurial and unpredictable Hunter is. He's not listening to his lawyers. He's not listening to his lawyers. His lawyers would have said, get a plea deal early, never go to trial, and then, offer up something in exchange for a short amount of jail time. That's the best he could possibly do now.
Yeah, but this is spectacle, and he's got a documentary to film, reportedly.
100%. I'm just sitting here nodding, listening to all of your wise input, and it's great to be with you in person, John, as well. Hunter loves drama.
Yeah.
He's been doing this to his family his whole life.
Oh, wow.
He thrives on this. And I don't know if he woke up this morning or if he planned this a few weeks ago, but he may have listened to the same legal podcast I listened to the other day, which basically said he's going to be convicted. And, he had a terrible case here. My guess, having covered this, is that he, has been pushing back. I'm not settling. I'm not looking for a deal. I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty. And then he realized that he is likely to get a very long sentence. And so when it's a choice between a very long sentence and a shorter sentence, but you're talking jail time, I think he probably decided he would go with the shorter sentence in this environment. He also has the potential to be commuted by his father
Or
in
pardoned.
this case, who said clearly that he wouldn't do that. He's now in a different boat. He's not running for president anymore. We know how much he loves his son. We know from reporting that there was a tremendous amount of stress on the current president over this issue, that he worries about his son. I mean, the poor man has been worrying about his son for how many years now with all of these issues that he has dealt with over the course of his life. So I think that there's drama, there's a hope of a shorter sentence, potentially a commuted sentence, and maybe some leniency in these other cases if he comes forward and says, look, I just want to pay, I've paid what I owe, and now I want to do my time.
So, let's talk a little bit, if we can, Emily, about commutation versus pardon. And if any of this could happen quickly, you do get a talking point that's taken away before that debate. I mean, it wouldn't be convicted felon who's, going to jail on these charges. We don't know about the gun case yet, but.
Right. Look, I don't foresee a pardon. I think it would be important for President Biden to maintain, at least publicly, that he believes in taking responsibility for one's actions. A commutation would be far more likely. I want to point out for everyone, I've spent dozens and dozens, likely hundreds of hours in minimum security detention facilities with inmates, and the longest sentences among that group are ones who went to trial for tax evasion, because everyone hates paying taxes, but people hate more the guys that didn't pay them, because we all have to pay ours, right? So the ones who have those sort of tolerable sentences are those that took the plea. And to me, the duration it has taken Hunter to accept that plea speaks to his hubris. I'm sure he thought somehow daddy would get him out, or that somehow he would escape responsibility as he has his entire life. But up until the 11th hour, when, as you know, that's when these defendants really start sweating, when they understand what is facing them indeed down the pike, that he said, fine. I'm surprised by the Alford plea that is usually reserved for truly, more physical criminal crimes.
Yeah.
It usually is used in death penalty avoidance cases. I've seen it also with inmates who are obviously innocent, who now the DA says, well, look, we'll retry it. And they say, just get me out. So essentially they take an Alford plea. They say, fine, I'm taking the guilty plea because it allows me to accept freedom, to get freedom right now. I've never seen some type of, privileged cush tax evasion defendant get to have an Alford plea, but it doesn't matter. On the record and everywhere else, and for sentencing purposes, an Alford plea is the same as an actual plea of guilt. It, I think, enables him to just save face at his cocktail parties. And final point, thanks to President Trump and the First Step Act, that means that after a certain amount, you are eligible for a much greater reduced sentence in the form of the volume of days than you were in the past, number one. And number two, you have to have a minimum sentence that triggers, prior to the First Step Act, your eligibility for those sentence reductions. So I foresee that he at least gets 24 months and 1 day, because that will trigger his eligibility to be able to be released sooner and to be able to participate in those prison programs. So there's a lot of math and logistics now involved, but welcome, Hunter Biden, to the Bureau of Prisons, the BOP. You will now have assigned an inmate number. Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kate
Well, it kind of says that he will be joining the prison system at some point, unless Daddy pardons him. What do you think? Do you think Daddy will pardon him?
That's a guarantee. That's why he's waited until now. That's why he's waited until now. What do you think?
You think Daddy will pardon him, huh?
Guaranteed.
You think Daddy gonna pardon him, huh?
Well, he's got nothing else to do with his life. Might as well.
Yeah. Well, it'll hurt his legacy. Big Daddy pardons him.
His legacy's fucked anyway.
But he's also got the
Donald Trump's destroyed his legacy. Even Kamala Harris destroyed his legacy.
Yeah, they both did it. They both
Yeah.
did it.
And what legacy anyway?
Yeah. So trying to figure out what's going on. What's going on in New York City? With all the searches going on.
What are they searching for?
Well, they've gone into the New York Police Commissioners. Let me pull it up. They have rated right now New York City Commissioner's House, top aide. Deputy Mayor's house, and the school chancellor's house.
Searching for someone.
They're searching for something. What? Don't know yet. They haven't come out and said.
Will they, Erica?
And they've already done Adam's house, taking his cell phones and stuff.
You got any videos to watch?
Yep. Yep. I got them on the list. Hold on. Let me pull them up.
All right, let's do this.
How could we know that there wouldn't be tomorrow? No birds will sing, but the bells will ring for you. So far to go, but you've already reached the light. Your new beginning, chapters are written out for you. Down here they're hurting from a broken heart, trying to figure out how this is real. Cause they're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds. Goodbyes, good times, L-O-V-E was all for you. If you didn't say goodbyes, don't worry, love will power through. Cause they're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds. How do we grow if you're not moving with us? Constantly dark, time will move in our favor. They'll never know, but they just keep on asking when. We're down here hurting from our broken heart, trying to figure out how this is real. Cause you're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds. Goodbyes, good times, L-O-V-E was all for you. If you didn't say goodbyes, don't worry, love will power through. I'm sorry that I never replied. How was I to know this would be our last goodbye? We can't look at the world with tears in our eyes. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Just think of the good times you've left behind. L-O-V-E was all for you. No, no. If you didn't say your goodbyes, don't worry, love will power through. No, no, no. Cause you're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds.
You ready?
I'm out here with the new guy. I'm out in New York. You got a light? Department of Affairs Police. Veteran Affairs, I'm sorry. They're not in here. Ain't nobody in here. Yo, I'm gonna walk up ahead. Mark McIntyre, thank you. Yo, I almost said his name too. We have the veterans. We have the VA. Foucault Press, what up? Thank you, thank you. I might connect to Wi-Fi while I'm here. My phone's been doing that no SIM card Shit. Maybe test 2. We might get that. I've been here before, as y'all know. Anybody that's been a long subscriber to my channel knows I've been here before. I posted a couple shorts about that incident recently. I don't know. I get the weirdest questions when I'm live. I wonder what that building is. Excuse me. You know what that building is right there?
Oh, CLC.
What's that?
It's the community living center. It's like an elderly home, basically.
Oh,
But the patients, they live there.
Oh, okay. Thank you, man.
I got you, bro.
All right. You too. That cop probably radioed into the other cops. Let them know we was here. Damn, bro, you got hostile real fast. Jenny, Keon, what's up?
Is he live?
No. Not that I know of. A lock.
No, I just don't know, bro. No guns and knives allowed.
Easy 5.
Hi, good folks. Please come to the scanners. Let me know what you guys think.
I'm good. How are you?
How can I help you today, sir?
Just gonna visit the hospital.
Is he in the hospital?
Yeah.
All right, just be aware that certain patient areas cannot be visited. All right, you can maintain yourself to the lobby.
I'm talking about the hallways.
The hallways, yeah, you could go
Okay.
ahead.
Where's
Sir,
your
I need
legal
to see your
department?
No,
badge.
he's not live.
Your bag rang for the scanner.
Where's your legal department?
The legal department should be on the 9th floor. I'll just double check on that. Sir, we have to see.
We have to check your bag.
We're gonna check for anything metal, weapons, sharp objects, anything that can cause anybody harm. Oh, absolutely contraband, marijuana, marijuana, any paraphernalia, and stuff like that cannot get into the building. Because it's not accepted to the building, so that's considered contraband. So remember that this is, once you're on federal ground, that is a federal violation. The state of New York allows marijuana to be smoked on the federal grounds you cannot. Let me find the legal department for you, sir, right?
It says on the 9th floor, right?
I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna double check if it's the 9th. If not, the 9th is gonna be most likely the 4th. But just double check. Let me get you right.
Where's your HR?
HR's gonna be, we don't have them, it's mobile, but it's also on the 9th floor.
Okay. You sure did. You sure did. I can't believe you're a sergeant and your subordinates is having to educate you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why are you trying to intimidate him? You already went there when you look how you approached him, trying to intimidate him. Can I ask you a question? Just a reminder. It's not even a question, it's more of a reminder. You know you swore to protect our rights, right? You took an oath. Remember you swore to protect the First Amendment? Yeah, of course. I'm just surprised that you didn't know. I'm just surprised that you didn't know.
Now.
Well, you don't have rights right now.
Do you know that you cannot film any patients?
Why not? Why not?
You're not allowed to film any patients.
Why not? Because you said so, or he's giving directives. So I'm just asking him. No, not going. We wouldn't do that.
I know you did. What do you mean?
I'm surprised that why is he embarrassing himself like that?
Your guys, where you guys going?
Well, let me rephrase it. You're showing your ignorance to the law that you.
I'm showing.
Yeah, you're saying that we can't record patients.
No, you cannot. Where you guys going?
Why not? How do we know who's a patient? How do we know who's a patient?
Anybody's in the bed, anybody's in the room.
Oh, those rooms are restricted areas. You're not gonna go into nobody's room, bro.
Every night, I just make sure you guys
Room? No, you can't go into patients' rooms. That's like recording in the bathroom or something. You can't. That's restricted, of course.
I know. You guys know what. So yes, sir.
I just don't understand the intimidation tactics on something that you sort of attacked. Is coming up to this like this, raising your voice, that's intimidation tactics. You can say whatever you want. I just don't. What I'm saying is, I don't understand the intimidation tactics. It's pointless.
Sir, that's gonna be
Thank
public
you.
affairs.
Yeah,
That's on. They didn't give me a specific room. It's 9C.
I just wanted to do. I wanted to do a FOIA request, and I just wanted to.
Okay, so then anything with the FOIA, you're gonna have.
I usually go to legal because that's who handles it.
But anything with a FOIA request, you can try to get it through 9837. Everything admin like that is gonna be on the ninth floor.
Okay, yeah, I'll check it
So
out.
what you're gonna do is 9C 4273. That's
So
public affairs.
what
if you wanna get
floors
a hold
are?
of anything.
I'm sorry, Katrina. What floors? Because certain hospitals is like we'll be able to know areas that have bedrooms and.
So okay, so the 8th floor, so you're gonna have units 8, B, and C.
Okay,
Those are gonna be medical units.
but those
You
are
also
restricted,
have-
right?
Yeah, yeah.
The
those
public
are
can't just go there.
restricted. Yeah,
Okay,
you cannot-
yeah, all right.
You cannot film. There's also veterans there. You're gonna have unit 7C restricted. You're gonna have 4C restricted because those are guys.
But
going
it
chemo.
lets us
They're
know,
gonna-
right?
Well, no, it won't let you know because it's open to the veterans.
What I'm
So
saying is
I'll
like
give
the
you
hallways.
The hallways is different. That's a different.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about their rooms where they're laying in bed. No, I would never do that.
I think it's called oncology. Yeah. that's
Okay.
once you walk into them. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I mean, the hallways are publicly accessible, and if I just so happen to see a patient, would that be that wouldn't be illegal? Going into their rooms is different. Just walking the hallways, whatever I can see.
As long as you walk and you don't.
Yeah.
Into a patient.
No, yeah, I'm not here for that. But we appreciate you guys being knowledgeable. I mean,
Show you exactly where, because the 8th floor has a 8B, I believe, has a door that closes off the ICU. Right
So-
now, that's the ICU, that's the HR.
yeah, we're
Yeah,
not.
that's different.
No, we're not here to record nobody's rooms. I'm not even here for patients. I'm just here for the government employees. That's it. Mhm. And I'm sure everything restricted will have signs letting us know that it's restricted, right? Aside from the patient's rooms. No, I don't want to go into no wards. Yeah. Uh-huh. No, I don't want to. No, listen, I'm not here. Listen, they're already, people in ICU, they're already going through enough. I'm not here for that. You know? Okay, thank you.
And then 6 is kind of a lockdown floor, so it's not really.
I'm definitely staying away from the COVID.
Yeah, I got
thing. All right, God bless you. Thank you. That sergeant was crazy. Yo, so you just gonna explore? Why you? That was crazy. There was 2 sergeants there. Oh, maybe one was a lieutenant. Hey, how you ladies doing? Can I get the phone number for this office?
This one is 718-584.
I was hoping you could write it down. Maybe you want to write it down on that. Department of the Army. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Is this the main number and then I just hit
That's
the
the
extension?
main number. Those are our extensions. We're
All right.
just the admin office.
Thank you so much. All right.
So
Paul Cohen's on our dick again. There he goes. The trolls have emerged. Huh?
From an iconic brand you know you can trust.
It was done in the same day. You did not have to wait.
Absolutely perfect. It's exactly what I was dreaming of. If you haven't already experienced what Jacuzzi Bath Remodel can do for you, your family, and your home, don't wait any longer.
Okay. Patient's room? No, so we're not going into nobody's room. I usually just stop at the front desk. That's it.
Yeah, that's fine. Just once like those wings split off, and those are all patients.
I wouldn't go down there.
Thank you.
So what he's saying is down these ways are patients' rooms, which of course we're not here for that. I usually just stop at the front desk. Hi, how are you? Damn. Yeah, can you educate this lady? That we could record?
Who are you?
Yeah.
Manager here at SCI.
SCI, spinal cord injury?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're just went in there recording, asked for the extension, that was it.
You can't do that. I mean, who are you though? You're a patient.
I'm your-
Here? People I work with.
Mhm.
Who is that?
The people, the public.
You're the public.
Yeah.
Well, you can't come in.
So they're allowed to. It's a first protected. It's a First Amendment protected right. They understand they can't go down. Patients like the hallways with the patients in the rooms. They understand they can't record medical information, but they're absolutely allowed to do this.
It's called the First Amendment, sir. Freedom of the press.
Yeah, please just don't go through the patient area here then.
Well, I haven't. I've just been in this area. No,
That's fine.
that's not my intention,
We already
sir.
have to talk no patient like rooms or anything with patient information. but
Dustin swore to protect this, right? He's here to protect us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're allowed to, sir.
Yeah. Do you have a business
Carry on
card?
then.
Do you have a
I
business
don't
card?
know.
What was your name?
Darren McDermott,
Okay, and you're the
program manager here.
okay, spinal cord injury. So
Yes, sir.
that's on. So if the veterans, that's only if they suffered it during active or training or even outside of
It depends on the
their.
eligibility. You know, it varies
So it doesn't have to necessarily be an injury sustained.
during active duty. No.
Ain't even going to let him know he's ignorant. You was just like,
yeah, I was gonna let him rock for a
he's
minute.
like, give me. I'm about to tell him, yo. I'm about to say, yo, can y'all see me, hear me? Sound check, sound check. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. All right, we good. Hey, how are you? Good, good. Yeah, I'm just visiting. I'm just visiting the hospital.
You're visiting the hospital, you want to check in? What do you want to do? You want to get registered?
No. I'm just taking a tour.
All right. So what, any department you looking for in particularly?
No, I have the directions where I'm going.
What number you going?
On my way there, I'm just taking a look at everything else. Yeah. All right. Yeah, because I was in the elevator, that's why. I was worried. I was worried if I was in your book bag. I'm not gonna hold you. I was like, nigga, we on federal ground. I was like, bro, we on federal ground, bro. He was hoping you had something in there. He's like, yeah, let there be some weed in here. All right. Good, good. I was hoping I can get. Do you have a business card for this office? No. Okay. Do you know the extension?
Our extension is
Thank you so much. You guys give food to the veterans?
Yeah, if you take that flyer on the top left corner, they'll just have to call to make an appointment for pickup.
And they come here to pick it up?
So they'll further assist you.
Okay.
We just have the flyer.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
What are you guys filming?
What's your name?
I'm Luke Graziani, Public Affairs Officer.
Hey, nice to meet you.
How you doing?
I'm grateful. How are you? What's that on your? Is that a cat?
Yeah, just a cat.
Okay.
So I got a call that said somebody's filming. Is that you guys?
Yeah.
What's up?
Chilling. Taking the tour of the hospital.
Yeah, as you right.
What's up with you?
I'm just working.
Okay, good,
That's
good.
it, really?
Yeah, we're gonna visit your office before we leave.
Okay.
Probably to fill out a FOIA, Freedom of Information.
I don't do that.
Oh, okay. Well, they directed us to your office. I was trying to go to legal. I know legal will do it.
Yeah.
But I don't know why they directed me to your office.
Because as soon as they see cameras and stuff, they think public affairs.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You know, they always want you to get permission, but technically, I mean, it would be nice to go through that, you know, if I want to like bring big cameras and make a movie, you know, I would need to go to you.
Yes,
But like just
yes and no.
handheld
No.
cameras.
Anywhere where you're allowed to be, like public access,
Hmm.
it's totally fine.
Right.
Yeah.
We're happy that most of the people here are educated. It's the other ones we got to break through to.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, when you start going to like
Oh, we
patient
won't.
rooms and
No,
things
we
like
won't. No.
you know,
That's just
everybody
ridiculous.
would
That's
be
just
built for that.
ridiculous. No, that's ridiculous. On federal grounds, going into patients' rooms, that'd be crazy.
That's a felony, I think.
It might be. They're gonna find something.
You're talking about HIPAA violations.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They're gonna find something because there's an expectation of privacy in those rooms.
Right.
In the hallway, HIPAA doesn't really apply, but
No, it does not.
in the patient's rooms, you better believe this. Yeah, look at
There's
that.
a camera right there.
In the patient's rooms, you better believe HIPAA applies.
What's the difference between your camera and that camera?
You can't FOIA request my camera.
That's true. You can get off of that, right?
Yeah, that's the difference right there. You can't see, like, look, you see how my camera, just because the bathroom door is open, I point my camera the other way.
You guys have cars. I'm sorry.
No, I'm good guy activism. I'm good guy activism.
Yeah, man.
Nice to meet you. Nursing department.
Hi.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm grateful. How are you?
How can I help you, sir?
I'm just visiting.
What's going on, guys?
Not much.
Oh, nothing much. Just looking around. Luke? What's going on?
Just two American citizens visiting. What's your name, sir?
So as long as they're not videotaping any patient care or anything that deals with like privacy concerns, anywhere there is like public access, they can go. This is not public access.
The door's wide
This isn't
open.
Public access. This is an office.
That's wide open.
So leave and I'll close the door.
That's
My
pretty.
My name is Edmondson. I'm the hospital administrator on duty, basically nursing supervisor. Please go back in the hallway. This is not a public area. Please go back in the hallway. This is not a public area.
Is this where you service the public?
No.
Where's
is
the sign?
staffing. This is nursing staff.
Where's the sign that says the public can't come into this wide open door?
Luke,
Where's this? I don't see a sign that says authorized personnel only.
what are we doing? What are we doing? You and I want to have a conversation. For you guys?
You should put a sign that says,
Yes.
okay.
For the staff.
Why don't you ask me if I need help rather than be rude on camera?
Because you're in the wrong area.
So that gives you the right to be rude to me?
I guess so.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Get out.
How long you been working here?
Edmund, 32 years.
I think you've been here too long.
Or not long
Is this
enough.
how you treat veterans?
No, this is how I treat people that are not listening to.
To your
instructions.
presumed authority?
Yes.
You're overstepping your boundaries.
I'm not.
You are.
Disagree. This is.
You're only like digging a hole. The only way that you're gonna get
You got 600 people.
Security makes them leave.
which will not happen because this is a publicly accessible area of a public building.
This is not a public accessible. This is an office. This is a
Ma'am.
staff-only office.
What is this? How's the public supposed to know that?
No, I will. I will. You know why? I will.
You should just go back to work.
Okay.
Have a good day. God bless you.
No, it's okay.
Oh, his ego came up. Look, his ego.
And yours too.
Ma'am, can I get the extension for this office, please?
This is office.
Do you have a business card for him?
I don't.
Can I get his extension, please?
I'm
Or his
not
email?
able to do that.
All right. You can't give me an extension to this office? That's public information.
He's been here a long time, and I have not, so I don't know.
I can't give the extension to this public office? That's public information.
I don't know it.
Okay.
I'm gonna be in my office. You need me.
All right. Thank you so much. Wow. Did you see that? That was crazy.
6679 is the extension.
Thank you. Excuse me. That's your right too, sir. You have the same right, sir. You have the same right as us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gotta be signed.
No, not in public, sir. You fought for that right. You remember? And thank you for your service. Candy. That's my shit. I love free candy. Is this the office? This your office? This the one you was talking about?
This is not my office.
Okay. Is this the
Director's suite.
director of the hospital?
The director of the hospital.
Oh, do you have his business card?
I don't.
Okay. All right. What's his name?
Dr. Khanna. He's
Okay.
the medical center director.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Pictures are right here.
Oh. We got the VA police arriving. Oh, nice. These are the people that we need to talk to pass the memo.
This is the leadership team.
Nice. So if we wanted to try to ultimately affect change, we would have to speak to them, right? They're on the board?
I don't know about any kind of board.
Okay.
These are just they call it the quad.
Oh, no. They got a nickname and everything. Hey, how you doing, officer? They called you again? So this gentleman, maybe, I don't know, maybe you could help us. Did he close the door? Look, he created privacy. Good for him. Well, now that we left, he created privacy. And that door has a key lock on it, a pad. So obviously that's a restricted area now that it's closed. But the door is wide open. We can definitely come in and ask for information. You know, I don't know why he was confused about that.
So that's why I typically keep my door open.
Mhm.
Sometimes the hallway door too.
That's like me walking back here. Like, I mean, I can't walk back there. You know, just start going into offices, but I could stop right here at the
There's
desk.
obviously like a creation of a
Yeah,
boundary.
even though you don't have a sign and say like, stop right here, or which would be,
For all intents and
that's
purposes,
it,
it's
perfect.
supposed to be
That's
like that.
perfect. Yeah, that way the public can know. Hey, listen, all right, we can't go there. I wouldn't. There's certain boundaries I push. I just wouldn't push. That's reason. It's reasonable to think that going back here is not allowed. So, you know, thank you, man. I almost asked you for a press. Did you want to update? I'm like, sir, how are we supposed to know that this is staff only? If-
That's fine. Now listen, guys.
now I know it's staff only because it has a keypad and the door is locked. But if the door is wide open,
So,
I can come and ask questions.
I'm gonna hang back, let you guys do your thing. I'm gonna walk with you. Just
I hope they feel more comfortable with you there.
you know what I mean? Let you guys do your
As you know, I'm nothing but reasonable. I'm respectful. You know,
Sometimes you just don't know.
it's okay, and that's where you come in. That's where I'm surprised.
So I'm gonna hang back and let you do your
All
thing.
right,
Just know
all right.
close by.
Hey, man, I appreciate it.
That area has just stairs, just in case, right? That area it's not popular.
The stairs?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's gonna be an exit, there's gonna be stairwells. there's nothing-
So instead of taking the elevator, we could take the stairs, right?
Well, not that one. You can take the main one, which would be the 9B, the stairwell A or B are right here. It's gonna be in the middle.
Okay. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Hey. I stand against harassment. Look at this nice office room. Isn't this lovely? We're gonna hide that. That looks like a court camera, right? Like a court TV. I haven't even read the chats, bro. I need a life. Why don't you help me find one? One candy? It's free. Oh wait, there's. Wait, which part of it is?
Gelatin.
Oh, the gelatin. Oh, okay. You're teaching me something. You say you're legal?
Yeah.
Did you grab some free Starburst?
No.
They're free. Oh, okay.
The legal department is.
And how would somebody file a complaint? Like if I want to file a complaint on a gentleman, how would I do that?
So usually there's a patient rep, but that's for the patients.
Okay, just not for the public though?
You can go back to that office and you can ask somebody there. As far as for the public, I'm not sure if I can go back there.
All right.
That's all I got for you on that one.
No worries. No worries. So you say legal department's down here?
I think so. Don't hold me on it.
Oh, I'll check it out. I'll see. I'll find it. It's a breath of fresh air to run into law enforcement officers that are educated, you know? It's such a contrast with dealing with NYPD and a bunch of other tyrants. Hey, King Charles, let him know. This door's wide open.
Hello.
Hi, ma'am.
How are you?
Look at that. See the importance of signs? I was just hoping I could get the extension.
The extension
Mhm.
to this department?
Mhm.
This building?
Yes. See the importance of signs? Can't pass that point. Mm-hmm. Quick fix.
Here you go.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
So you're gonna be with us, like right next to us the whole time?
Yeah, I'm not gonna get in your way, though.
All right.
Not that all.
Hmm?
There's gonna be patient information.
Oh yeah, that's her job. That would be her job to keep it private, not mine. Hi, how are you? I was just hoping I'd get the I just want to take a look at.
Who's that? What are you doing?
Oh, look at that.
Just looking at the wall. No?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You came here for what?
I met you before, like over a year ago. You were very nice to me.
Oh,
Yeah, I complimented you on your office.
oh, thank you.
You're welcome. I just wanted to come say hi, check on you.
In 2 weeks. Okay, no problem.
Hi.
Hello.
Do you have Prince somewhere?
Sorry. What?
Prince?
No. Prince might be on the wall. Is he over there?
I don't know. No. Who's that?
Someone gave that to me.
I almost said that was Aunt Jemima, but I don't think so.
No.
We all thought it. Stop it.
No.
Initial, when you first look at it, it's the
Yeah,
outfit.
yeah.
They look just alike. It's good to see you again. Take care.
You too.
All
Okay.
right. The officer stood outside the door and was like, "They're good." Like, smoke barrier. What's up, everybody? No, thank you. Hi. We're okay. Thank you. Yes, we're recording.
Reason why?
We're doing a documentary.
I don't know if you can record in the hospital.
We could.
Permission from,
The Constitution?
no, I don't know if you're allowed to record.
We got permission.
employees. From who?
You guys are private employees or public employees?
This is a federal facility.
So you're federal employees.
Yeah.
We definitely can watch you in the course of your duties.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
You need-
What's your name, sir?
I don't want to be on
Your name is
camera
public
or
information.
in your documentary. What's your name?
Good guy activism.
Huh?
Good guy activism.
Okay,
What's your
that's
name?
my name too.
All right.
'Cause I don't
I'll find you. Public information. You did consent to mission, yeah.
No, okay.
You believe him, but you don't believe us?
Yeah, I believe him
Why?
because he works here.
And he swore to protect our rights, right?
Yeah, he works here. I've never seen you guys before. So
That's
I
all
don't-
right.
I don't know you.
It's all right.
Why would I trust somebody? I
What's your
don't know?
title?
My title?
Uh-huh.
Supervisor
Of what?
of MSA.
Okay, I'll find your name. It's public information.
So what is this documentary about?
About how our federal employees treat the public.
Oh, like
Mhm.
for the veterans or
Both.
and how's that?
I mean, rude. They don't want to identify themselves to members of the public.
Well, I mean, fair's fair. If I came to where you're at and I put a camera in your face, how would you?
If I work for the government,
No, it doesn't matter where you work. Just anywhere.
you're right.
That would be okay.
If
with
if
you?
I was in McDonald's, I might ask you to leave because McDonald's might not want people recording.
Well, they could.
But in a public building,
I just found that
we
weird.
can.
You know,
You
people
think the
don't
First
usually-
Amendment is weird?
No, I find people putting a camera in somebody's face is weird.
I mean, I walked past you.
You know?
I walked
No, I
past
was
you.
just trying to find out.
You came to my face.
No,
I tried to. I literally walked past you.
I was just trying to find out who you were. That's it, because you asked me my name.
I'm the
And I
public.
asked you your name, and you told me
Good guy activism.
good guy activism.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys have a great
They
day.
didn't train you that the American citizens can watch you in the course of your
You
duties.
guys have a
It's
great
checks
day.
and
We're
balances.
gonna get back, okay?
Yes. All right. Have a great day.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Education is very important. You think it's cringe? It's just a government employee checking. I'm so happy these signs are here. You say your HR was disbanded? Is that what they said, or am I bugging? Your HR? Okay. We gotta stay off the 8th. You said the 8th floor?
Yeah, 8th floor has the ICU.
Don't want to go there. Is there an 8A?
No.
It's just B and C, right?
The 8A would be like what you guys saw without the elevator here.
Mhm.
Like those few doors right over here.
Would we be able to visit 8A without going onto the wings? Or it's just,
But
I'll just play it safe. I'll just
in all
avoid.
honesty, there's
I'm just gonna avoid it. You know.
not anything that's accessible.
Yeah. Where you say the stairs were?
So that
What? It says H Human Resources is 9A. 9A36. Maybe we get a complaint from them. I think it's right here in front of us. Hi. Good, good. Hello? Hi. I don't see you. I only hear you. Hi. I don't really want to yell. I don't know if she wants to get up and service us. Hi, ma'am. So I was wondering, how would a member of the public file a complaint on a federal employee here?
You will have to go down to is it EO. I think it's EO in the director's office.
Okay. EO. Is that on this floor? EE. Okay. And do they have like a complaint form?
I don't know. You have to ask.
Is there email? Okay. I'll ask them. Thank you so much.
Further down the hall in the C area.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. I just wanted to disseminate that information to the people that might be watching this that, might want to file a complaint on somebody. For real, Kate? Really? Oh, I submitted a FOIA with this lady before, last time I was here. FOIA office. It should be for you. Well, it's because it's federal, it might be for you. It's not just New York State.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Okay.
Hi, ma'am. I wanted to check up on a FOIA that I submitted over a year ago and haven't heard anything back from.
FOIA over a year ago.
Yeah, I submitted a FOIA. Is there any way that you can check? I believe I requested name, title, and salaries of all employees.
I never got anything a year ago.
I came in. I think I came in person. I filled one out with you.
Got it. It wasn't given
Did
to
I?
me. I'm the only one who does FOIA requests.
I think I met
wasn't
with
sure.
you over a year ago.
No.
I'd had to check the video.
Absolutely not. Yeah, check the video because I never got a FOIA request from you. I do remember you, but you never gave me a FOIA.
I didn't
What
fit-
you came to me is you asked questions.
So I never filled
You
out one
never
that day?
submitted
Okay.
anything
All
to
right.
me.
All right. So I might
No.
fill one out before I leave today.
Okay, you can
Thanks
do
for
that.
remembering. But
Absolutely.
sometimes I feel like I filled it out.
Yeah, I remember you came by and you did ask me a bunch of questions, but you never filled out anything.
Okay.
So what did you actually want?
I just want to name, title, and salaries of all employees.
Okay.
Can I give that to you
You
verbally?
can actually go to the director's office and ask them about that. They may be able to give you something.
They'll fulfill my FOIA
I can't
today.
promise you that they will. But
So
you
can
can
I
certainly ask
can I give you my FOIA verbally?
Yeah. Do you have you actually have to
email
go
address.
online to
No.
fulfill the FOIA request. I'm the FOIA officer.
I think FOIAs could be done in person.
Okay. Do you have
Right.
that information? Have you written everything out?
No, that's what I'm asking you.
Asking me for what?
If I can write out my
There's no
FOIA here
forms.
today.
You just give me something in writing. You don't have a form.
No, ma'am. That's why I'm asking if you can help me.
Did you
So-
want a piece of paper?
Yeah.
Sure,
Or
I
can you write it out for me,
No,
please?
you have to write it out yourself.
Why?
Because that's what we do. That's how we do it here. I'm the FOIA officer, and that's my process.
If somebody needed extra help, you wouldn't be able to provide
We can
that?
help you. But we can have a seat over there.
If somebody was illiterate, would you write it out for them?
Yeah.
So why
here you
not? Why not write it out for me?
go. Yeah, but are you illiterate?
I'm asking you for help.
Yeah, I'm giving you help. I'm showing you what to do.
I would like you to write it out for me, please,
Yeah. Okay.
if that's okay. I just want name, title,
No,
and
I'm not gonna
salary.
write it out for you.
No.
No. Come here. I'll help you.
Okay.
I'm not gonna write it out.
This is like a deja vu.
So this is the
They never wanna.
computer. And fill it out.
Okay. I'll fill it out before I leave. I feel like I did that last time.
Yeah, because I know you didn't
I
come
said I
before.
was.
I know you.
I think I
came by
meant to. I
yourself.
think I meant to do it last time before I left, and I
Yeah.
just
You
ended
said
up
you were coming
leaving.
back, but you never came
Yeah, I
back.
never came back. I don't know. I mean,
So you don't want the paper and pen right now?
no, I'm gonna take it. I'll be back.
Let me give you my card.
Oh, thank you. I just get nervous writing. Sometimes I misplace letters. I'm not diagnosed illiterate,
Oh, okay.
but like that's why I just was hoping you can help me
That's
with
different.
that.
Okay,
Yes.
now I understand.
Right.
So
That's
you're
what I was
saying like
hoping.
sometimes you write backwards or
Yes.
something? All right.
I just want the name, title,
So, but I mean, as
salaries.
far as like filling it out and signing and stuff like that, are you able to sign anything?
Well,
Do you have any ID on you?
No, I don't. I'm gonna submit it anonymously today.
Yeah, but you have to give me something. You have to.
I'll
I
give
have
you
to
an
be
email
able to work
address.
with you.
I'll give you my email address.
Okay.
Yeah, my lawyer helps me.
Oh, see, I didn't know that you had like a disability. All right. Well, here, take my card.
Thank you. Ursula, that's kind of like an older name. You don't really see a lot of Ursulas no more.
Okay, so what's your name?
It's a lovely name.
Thank you. What's your name?
I'm not gonna put a name. I'm just gonna give you my email address where I want the information to be sent. Because
All right.
today's
Give
date.
me that.
activismguy@gmail.com. And I'm just requesting the name, title, and salaries.
Can you spell?
I can spell my
Okay,
email.
that's
I know
fine.
my email.
Okay,
You know,
you spell it out for me.
ACTIVISM
Oh wait. ACTIVISM.
activism guy GUY
Okay.
at gmail.com. At gmail.com.
Okay.
I'm requesting the name, title, salary.
Hold on.
Look at that lovely wall.
Name, title, salary,
Email address.
email address.
Of all
Hold on. Of all.
federal employees that work here. Does it separate them by
Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. Request the name, title, salary, email address of all federal employees of what?
this
Of what?
location?
Of this of the of
This
what? 'Cause
location.
we have the Bronx.
The
We have
Bronx.
the hold on. We have the Bronx. We have
Manhattan.
no, we don't. We have the Bronx. We have the nursing home. We have 3 CBOCs. One is located in Yonkers, one is located in Queens, and one is located in White Plains. We also have the research building. So this is like a whole. It's
What is that building
thousands
on
of
a
people.
what is
Are
that
you
building?
sure you want thousands of people's
And this-
information? Yeah.
Well,
Because when you say employees, that's all of us. So you got to be a little bit more specific.
I want
Hold on. Name, address, salary.
if it separates them by departments, it'll be easier
It
for me.
doesn't.
No, but it gives me their titles though.
Well, that's
So
what you're asking for. You ask for name, titles,
Uh-huh.
salary, email
Uh-huh.
addresses of all federal employees.
At this
Where you
location.
talking about Manhattan? You mentioned Manhattan as well.
this location, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So when you say this location,
Okay,
you're talking about
130.
all of us. So you're talking about Bronx. You're talking about the
130
CBOC
West 130 West Kingsbridge Road.
Okay, but see, this is what I'm saying. It's a satellite. So even though they're not here specifically in the building, they're still under this umbrella. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm talking about. You talk about thousands of people that work
Okay.
here. So if you want to be more specific, if you're looking for like certain departments, or you're looking for like, you want to know all the employees in the nursing home
No.
is right next door to here. Or you want to know all the employees in the research building.
In
there's
this building
hundreds of people
that
in
work in this building.
Okay, so
Yeah,
only for
I can tell who they are by their titles.
Right, but what I'm saying is, when you talk about only in this building, these people are satellited out, so they're
That's
still
fine.
affiliated with the building.
It's fine.
So there's people that's in the CBOC building that's in Queens. There's a CBOC building in White Plains.
That's fine.
Also CBOC. So that's what I'm saying. You're talking about thousands of people. I think we have about 7,000 people in this building.
Can you put
I mean,
that
that's
work
all
on
affiliated
site?
with the Bronx
That
VA.
work on site here? Can
Yeah,
you?
but they're paid from on site. So even though we send them out,
Okay.
you
So
know
can
what I
you
mean?
put? Can you?
So you gotta be specific.
Can you
That's what I'm saying.
specify HR department people that work on the 9th floor?
So you want all the people that work on the night? This is the administrative floor.
Yeah, 9th floor.
So now you say you want specifically every last person that works on the administrative.
On the 9th floor.
Okay, hold on now.
Yes.
Let me see. Now, requesting name, title, salary, email address of all current employees on
The 9th floor at 130.
Now wait a minute now. So okay, so you talk about the 9th floor. So let's just say administrators. Do you want to say administrators? Because you say the 9th floor, you have different departments on the 9th floor.
Yeah, administrators.
You got the core center. They're down the hall. I can show you where they are.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we have the core center. That's a different department. You know, and of course you got the director's office also. You also have patient advocate on
Yeah.
this floor.
I want to see. I want everybody's name that I just because I went to
Well,
almost
that's
every
what I'm
office.
saying,
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to, because
On the ninth
when I
floor.
put it through, I'm not the one who actually does it, but I have to present it to HR, and they're gonna be like, "Well, what you mean by this? Or what you
Yeah,
mean?"
ninth.
And if
Well,
you don't want to give me a number,
you gotta
so
be
I can-
specific. You gotta be specific in
Right,
FOIAs,
so that's what I'm saying,
anyways.
but if you don't want to give me a phone number, so that when they ask me questions, I would
Well, you
be
can
able to
correlate. You can.
call you and say, be like, "Hey, he's saying this."
You
You
can
know.
communicate through email address.
Okay.
That's why my email's there.
Okay, so in other words, once I put this in, and then when they ask
If
me a question, I
they'll-
have to be able to say, "Hey, the HR is asking for this."
If you guys need me to be more
Do you
specific,
have like a phone number or something that I can just be able to do it quicker?
no, ma'am.
All right.
If
So
you
in other
guys,
words,
I mean, you
just wait
guys
for
will
the
you guys will email me like, hey, be more specific on this. They'll tell me like, you know, we received it for you. We just need a little bit.
Well,
We need to be more specific on
no,
this
this-
line, and
Yeah,
then
but
that's
see,
when
the
I
thing is
email
that
them
when
back.
they say receive for you, I am receiving the for you.
No, I'm saying when I receive a response email. If they need me to be more specific, that's when I'll.
Okay.
You know.
All right. So just know that when I send a response, I email to you.
You're the
hey,
one
you know,
that will send me the
yeah,
response?
everything will
Okay.
be going through
All
me.
right.
So when I send it back, you have a minimum amount of time to respond back
Okay.
before I close it out as a no response.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, man.
All right. So requesting further employees from the administrative ninth floor. So requesting names, title, salaries, email addresses of all federal employees of the ninth floor of the James J. Peters VA. Okay, so anything
I
else?
see that, Samurai.
Hmm?
The budget,
The
2024.
budget? So wait a minute, hold on, because now I gotta squeeze that in. So you want the budget as well?
Yes.
All right, so I probably have to write this over. Okay, budget. Okay, so you want the activism guy at gmail.com is requesting a name, title, salary, email addresses of all federal, the name, title, salary, and budget, and email addresses of all federal employees of the ninth floor of the JPVA hospital.
Yes, and the
Anything else?
2024 budget for the first fiscal year. Because sometimes you gotta be specific.
Okay. All right, I'll send it to HR and see what they send, what they're willing to give me.
So I'm gonna receive a response letter from you between 5 to 7 days.
I'm gonna email you something. And
Just
no,
let me
I
know
have
that-
10 to 20 business days. I think it is.
Just to let me know that you received it.
Yeah, but like I said, if there was like a phone number that I can reach out to you a little bit quicker to get it done, that would be helpful.
Okay, man. I'm sorry, I don't have one. All right, I'll look forward.
I always try to reach out to you
Okay,
on this.
I'll look
but,
forward to your email.
Okay, so I will email you at activismguy@gmail.com.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Take care, Ms. Jones. She timed her ass out. Wait, where was the director's office? This way, right? Did we go there?
9C11.
Did we go to the director's office? No, right? She wants that phone number. She's like old school pretty. She said, I remember you. I'm sure you do. It's our friend Luke, the pretzel eater. That's his office right there. Oh, we went here.
Dave Matthews' office.
Hey, Dave Matthews Band. Is that really your name?
Yeah.
Oh shit. He said Dave Matthews' office. Like it's like a play on words. All right, yeah, we went here. I need to ask somebody something. Excuse me? Hi. I was hoping I can get like an email address for a member of the public to file a complaint on an employee here. Is there like an email address we file out complaints? Yeah, no worries. Thank you. All right. Chucky, what's up, Hobby? Bird dog. He said Dave Matthews' office. I'm like, I thought it was Dave Matthews Band. I do have really nice handwriting. She wants to prank on me through live streams, right? Ace Ball, I wouldn't be surprised if you are as zesty as GGA. Zesty is crazy. How's a phone call quicker than an email? What's her phone number, right? Yo, they dead be competing for attention. Is there a 13th? There usually isn't 13th floor. No Diddy. How big are you? I'm measuring my throat. Hey, yo. Tell all 7K to subscribe. She has the right to be a fast talker. Tell all 7K to subscribe. Nah, yeah, I got football. I got a game this Saturday in Long Island. Yes, Lou. You got the right idea. Hey, yo, for real. No, I just seen him walk by and he said Dave Matthews' office, and then I thought of Dave Matthews Band, and I was like, I thought you had a band. It's like, is that your real name? He was like, yeah. I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. Who is he? Is he the EO? No. I just wanted to get that public information and disseminate it to the public just in case, because I got 600 people watching right now. So if anybody wants to redress their government, that's how they would do it, you know. Freeport, send me an email. Huh? Oh, okay. Let me see. You're resourceful. His name is David too. There's a lot of Davids in the world.
We have, this is David Matthews. You also have Workplace Violence Prevention, Integrity Compliance Program.
With this, I would assume that this is where people, that the public, not the veterans, the public itself.
Equal employment opportunity would be the job.
Oh, okay.
But you guys can hold on to this if you're looking forward
Would
to
you be able to give me a copy?
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much. I'm going to disseminate the public. I didn't say that. I said I'm going to disseminate the information to the public. These people are crazy. No worries. Did he move his office, or is there another door inside there? I was like, look, his office is over here. Thank you so much. Oh, and you got a color copier? You guys are fancy. Look at that. Thank you. Oh, wait, you giving me the hard copy? Oh, okay. Hey, I was like, I thought you had two offices for a second.
No, I just have one.
You just have two doors.
Yeah.
All right. No, this is just information, public information.
You guys on your way out?
Of this floor, yeah.
Okay.
All right, take care. Black excellence. Black excellence. You guys know Mario DiBiase? He made that. He's a photographer. Look at that. Taking pictures in public. Look at that. Look at that. Taking pictures in public. We wouldn't have no fucking pictures. We would have no pictures ever. Right? We wouldn't know shit. We wouldn't know what the world looked like from our area if people didn't take video or pictures or movies or look, she playing peekaboo. She playing peekaboo. They do no, she just poked her head out. They want to know if we're still here. They're like, are they still there? Are those guys still there? I don't want to be on camera. Ever. Bro, this shit happens all the time. Oh yeah, I forgot these stairs are mad nice. Every floor has different. Niggas got nice ass music. I'm staying off the 8th floor, bro.
I ain't seen my circle. It looked like regular life to me.
Yeah.
I was a truck driver at the time.
Wow. Oh shit. We're on the 7th floor. And God bless everybody that lost somebody to COVID. Fucking, I can't say too much because then they'll label my video. I think they have a library here too. Yeah, it's closed. See? Let's go to the 6th floor. Seven C, I think there's patients over there. You can tell by those carts outside the room. You know, take blood pressure and stuff. Stay away from that. Some people call it auditing. The quad. You should lose a lot of weight auditing. Oh, by the way, I'm with I Am God New York. Make sure y'all thanks for sharing his link, J-Fam. Damn, those doors are light.
Yes.
Hey, man, thanks. A better view.
What's going on?
Business office, clinical engineering. How are you?
What are you guys doing?
Just checking it out.
Christopher Casal.
Checking what out?
He's a janitor. The hospital. What you up to?
Just you up to?
Just chilling.
Okay.
What's this? Avengers.
Soon I will.
That's Christopher. He's a janitor.
You guys authorized to film on the facility?
No,
Okay. We shouldn't be.
we don't care. We're rebels.
All right.
Yeah. Take care. You should Google the First Amendment, Chris. This is a non-smoking facility. Look at this nice new office that they're building. Nigga. No, ma'am. I don't need help. I'm okay. Thank you. What's your name? Okay.
My name is Anne-Marie Thompson. I'm a social worker. What we do close at 4:30.
Oh, okay. The door was open.
I know. That's why I'm asking.
We're kind of forcing you to stay open until we leave now.
Okay, well, I'm done for the day.
All right. Have a great day. Take care. Here's some resources. This guy, Boris the Barber. It should be Boris the Butcher, you would think. Just some information for you guys. Hey, what's up?
How you guys doing? Everything good? Alrighty.
They're closing.
They're closing now?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. I was gonna tell you, you guys, were you gonna talk to public affairs?
Yeah. Yeah, we spoke to them.
This
They were
floor,
decent.
usually, I forgot to mention this floor. This is the, we have the psych floor. This is the psychiatric unit.
Oh, that's why
So
they was
why
like
you have
closed
the
off.
double-
Yeah.
double-
Yeah.
Bunch of, you have those heavy doors there.
Yeah.
So,
Can't. That's so people won't get in and people won't get out.
Yeah, you have social work here and all that. So
Yeah, that's
fifth
fine.
floor is gonna be, we have a library.
I knew they had. Didn't I just say that they had a library here?
We have a library, everything's closed. We have a library. That office is gonna be there doing something in there, so just in case. So
Okay.
We have some contractors there.
Yeah. That's Christopher Casal. We met Chris. We told Chris that we weren't authorized.
So who's Chris?
The guy that works there, the guy that called you.
No, I don't know. I just called that. We got called from the 6th floor. That's what I'm responding.
Really?
Yeah. So the 6th floor, we have.
What floor are we on?
We have a clinic.
Oh, we're on the 6th floor.
Yeah, 6th floor. I'm sorry, 6th floor. We have the site.
Right,
Code of
right.
Ash, which is services for veterans that are homeless and stuff like that. And then you also have a social worker as well.
Right, the lady she introduced herself.
They're pretty
What
good.
what
They're pretty helpful.
what are you wearing?
What cologne I'm wearing?
Gucci?
No. This is Versace Earls.
Yeah, I knew it was it's either Versace or
This is the 5th floor.
I always confuse Versace with Gucci though, the smell. Yeah.
So this is gonna be our 5th floor, guys.
Nice. I might have to cop one of those mini bottles.
This is the 5th floor street ahead. It's gonna be the library.
Yeah, I went there last time I was here. The lady printed out the. Hopefully, she could do it for me again. No, I submitted my FOIA with the lady. The actual the actual FOIA officer, the lady. Yeah, Miss Jones, Ursula. Yeah, yeah. But what I was saying is, this lady printed out the federal law that grants us permission. I think she had glasses. She was like an older Caucasian lady.
So right here, this is one of our clinics. We don't want to go there. There's usually veterans here.
Right.
That is one of our. It's a methadone, pain management, and substance abuse.
Okay.
Here in that clinic.
All
Down
right.
here you have.
I might want to go to just to gather information for people that.
Well, the thing is that we can't because what happened is there's gonna be an area.
Would you be able to give me the phone number?
What happened is absolutely right here.
All right.
To give you the hours of operation right here.
Okay, so only
After these doors, what happened is you also have veterans.
only patients could go past here.
Not only patients, I think it's just the way it's just the design. This is 5B. What you could do is this is when you call the 718 number, 9000 718. I think it's 594 584 9000. You can ask for the 5B area.
Okay.
This is going to be for veterans that have
So this is for this is only for
veterans. I think there's a program for people outside. I don't know because it's a methadone program. I wouldn't be very close on it.
well, you know, a lot, especially Vietnam veterans, you know, they came back.
Yeah, so that
messed
was
up.
because it's methadone. That's why I was like, I wouldn't know.
Yeah,
but we know that's a methadone.
controlled substances in there. You wouldn't want to. So is the library open?
Library, you can track. I doubt it. Usually, if the doors are closed, usually you have it. Yeah, the doors are closed. Try to get here before 5 o'clock.
Right.
Because everything here is shut down. We have education center down this hallway, a computer room, and I think part of the network. I think like public affairs or something is also down here, like a network something.
There's no patient rooms this way.
No, this is no patient. This is mostly employees.
We was helping your colleague get his steps in, but he didn't want to get his steps in no more. Yeah, but that's a secured area. Some of these offices have public.
No. The
public office, like public, where the public can sit and conduct business.
We used to have them.
You know, like the director's office. You see how you walk in, there's seats where you can, you know.
But remember, he also has a different services. He wears a different hat.
Yeah. Well, everything looks closed on this side.
Yeah, everything is
very nice to see.
closed, but everything is secure. You see, we have.
Yeah.
So it's like it's one of those floors.
This really can't do
Like if
nothing
you're
there.
on this floor, most likely you're probably going to need a phone.
Or have an appointment, right? Yeah. Makes sense. We're not trying to, you know, I'm not trying to go anywhere. I'm not allowed to go. I don't want to get arrested. I don't want to get arrested on federal property.
You guys know your rights more than most people.
Yeah, well, we want to pass the education on, you know, especially to our public workers, you know, especially people that they were veterans and, you know, the veterans fought for our rights. So.
Social work and like the medicine, like heavy.
Yeah, man, that joint is no joke. I know a lot of veterans came back from Vietnam.
Yeah, but Vietnam was one of those wars that you also had a draft. You know, I mean, it's one of those where there was actually volunteers. You know, it wasn't like Afghanistan, Iraq, and all those other wars.
So imagine going to a war that you didn't even want to go to.
And that's what a lot of the guys that went were voluntold. You know, they got a letter of your mail, and that's it.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know.
The success rate wasn't so. That's why the success rate wasn't so great. You know what I mean?
You see,
a lot of guys got forced.
well, then again, we was in their backyard, man. They was underground, hiding in bushes, all types of, you know. Yeah. The VA kind of.
Hematology floor. What they do here is they do the blood transfusion for some of the veterans. Say renal failure and stuff like that. So they go through I think a bit of it's not chemo, dialysis. I think it's just called dialysis.
Okay. So you're a new babysitter?
Well, no. I'm gonna just walk you guys. You guys left that east, the most important office, which is that ninth floor area. That's where you get all the, you know, everybody that's iffy, that's not brushed up on the First Amendment.
Yeah.
That they don't, you know, they're not tracking. So this area right here is gonna be.
We're getting a tour.
The way it's divided 4C right here on this side, on the right hand side, That one, that area cannot be recorded. They provide services here. I don't know specifically which ones.
Which one is
what you call
closed?
this?
You said 4C can't. What is
4C?
4C?
You don't want to because that area is protected. We have veterans getting dialysis.
They're doing it.
services.
Yeah, we don't want. We don't want to do that.
So this is it right here. This side, 4C. This one right here, we have kind of nothing. We have state departments. As you can tell, the 4B area. This is for anything, any services that the veterans want to receive, any aid, or any services, any advice. Usually go to this floor to the 4B area. There's going to be chemist, which is volunteer. You just turn there on the right.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
You guys need any help, wherever there's phones on the side. You got 5376 right here on any of these phones. It's going to be the what you call this? The police department.
Okay.
I don't know if that office is closed. Usually, let me see if there's any patients there. That one is most specifically to patients. Just double check.
Well, this is an area where people come and sit right here.
I think it's right. You can see there's a desk. How you doing, folks? Oh, how are you? 36 status. No, well, we have the auditors here. Was trying to get some information.
Auditors. I'm not an auditor.
36 status. That's any information with the services that provided by this office, I guess. Okay.
Hey.
It's a research education conference. We don't do clinical here.
No, I'm just visiting the offices and, gathering public information, checking up on you guys. Standard checks and balances stuff.
Which office are you from?
I work for myself. I'm the public. Yeah.
So
Hi.
you're representing.
If you're filming, you can't do that, please.
Why?
We need our permission to, don't they need our permission?
No,
to film?
they're in a place where we serve, and it's a least solicitation privacy. There's no veterans right now. We work for the public, just for federal employees. So what happens is these guys, what they're doing is they're filming, they're asking me some questions, and we don't. You see that I've been also recorded myself. It's just part of their rights as to involve their personal.
We have the right to watch our government in the course of your duties. As long as it's from public, I'm not going to go into anybody's private office, but in this area where you service the public, I can come and watch you and ask for public information. Yeah. It's okay. It doesn't.
It's a very big eye opener, guys.
Not a lot of Americans know that it's our civic duty to watch the government, make sure things are going properly. It's just checks and balances. That's it. So just come, watch you guys, see how you work, see how you treating the veterans, see how you treating the public, see how you dress, if you dress properly. That's it. Make
What
sure.
are your names?
I'm David.
David?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I am.
Yeah.
But there's no doubt.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Is this complimentary? Is this free for the public? Okay. What about that Dunkin' Donuts? I'm just kidding. God bless you. Have a good day, okay? No, I'm okay. I'm lactose. I'm trying to watch my figure, but my mirror is
Thank
foggy.
you so much for your time and professionalism.
Take care. She seemed open-minded to the education. Well, she's an older lady, so they do that shit. There was no cameras in her, and
And that's a lot of the pushback is going to be in certain demographics.
right, definitely certain demographics. Yeah, but you're never too old to learn. Yeah,
It's something that we've had.
as long as you're open-minded. You see how the education was given politely and respectfully. So she was open-minded. She was able to absorb the education. Some people that do what I do, they don't really give the education politely. Then it comes. I think it gives us a bad name. You know what I mean? Take care.
Third floor, if I'm not mistaken, the third floor is also going to be.
I want to check.
Third floor is going to be just there's going to be a social worker and psych as well.
All right, we're almost out of your head. All right. I want to see this veteran affairs. Well, she was open minded to education. You see, man. She took it well, yeah. But I can imagine that she wouldn't, because she's an older woman, so it's like she's like, Cameras, what is that doohickey? What's that? What's that for? What are you doing? Why you got that thing in your hand? This captures your soul. Like what? That's how they act. Some of these people act like a camera captures their soul. What is this? I don't know. Let's go this way. This looks a little bit more inviting. Right? Oh, this is where the veterans come. Remember we seen earlier? It's almost 5, so a lot of these people leave around this time. Administrative office. What goes on in here? She's just busy working. Busy. That's how it's supposed to be. I mean, she could have said if we need help, but she just keep working. She probably want to go home. She probably want to study. Chi-chan. They're playing peekaboo too. No, Miss Chan. Yes, Miss Chan. Government accountability and transparency. Take care, Miss Chan.
Can I help you?
Hi.
We're videoing my office because,
Our office?
excuse me,
This is our office.
it's not my office,
It's our office.
is it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you guys can step outside.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. She said we can, so she gave us permission. Which gives us the option. What's your name, ma'am?
Hi, this is Amber Stevenson. I'm at 4B39. I have 2 young men filming in my office. They're allowed? Okay. Thank you. All right. And I'm up here by myself, and the 2 gentlemen are just videoing and acting a little bit aggressive. So I need to feel safe.
Ma'am, you were aggressive to us.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
You can't be the aggressor and then claim that we're the aggressor, ma'am. You didn't identify yourself. You didn't say hi.
I didn't identify myself. I said, this is my office. My name is right there on the door. So I am identified. This is the New York State Department of Veteran Services. I am
This is a state office?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So is there something I can help you with?
No, ma'am. We just want to gather some of the public information that you have here.
Not a problem.
And
That's all you
just,
had to say.
just.
That's not what you said.
Sometimes I don't like to talk. I just like to conduct my business,
But it does make me uncomfortable.
Well, that wasn't my intention. Are you one of the only state offices in this building? Right, because once you said state, I was like, this is a federal.
Yeah,
Look at that.
You're in a federal building, but we're a state office that assists with for VA benefits.
Right, look at that.
That's our purpose. That's why
Look at that beautiful view that she has outside her window, bro. Is it okay if I take a look at that window?
Sure.
Thank you. Look at this beautiful view she has of Old Glory. Oh, when you get closer, you can't see it. You only can see it from far away.
Yeah, but that's because the shade.
Right, the shades. But you get to look at that beautiful American flag every day.
Not anymore, not since they moved it.
Wait,
It used to be that way.
oh, well, we can see it from right here. That's beautiful. We got Old Glory waving right outside her window. That symbolizes, freedom. Freedom to record. Freedom to speech. Freedom to religion. Freedom to carry. Isn't that fucking crazy that she looks at the American flag every day and is not aware of over there? They just educate them over the phone. Like, imagine they said attack them. I have people recording. Attack them. Just attack them.
Like, why don't they just Google it themselves? We tell them, they don't believe us, but the police
Tell them, and they be like, "Fuck these fucking people." They hate us afterwards. Some of them hate us afterwards. Some of them love us afterwards.
Like, bro, before you call the cops, just Google it.
We should send them online because they send us online all the time. You know, if you're wondering what I'm doing, you could go online and look up the First Amendment. Everything's online. She got mad aggressive with us, and then look, we got a follower. Oh shit, he's gonna get us. The last officer that I got here, bro, he's like, I'm gonna get your ID. I'm gonna get your ID. You committing a crime. I said, bro, get the fuck out of here. I don't see him here today. I'm dehydrated. My back is hurting a little bit. I gotta hydrate before Saturday. Can't have back pain during this game. Yo, we at the VA hospital in Kingsbridge. He said the psych ward is on the 3rd floor, which I'm sure.
Wait, I thought it was on the 6th.
I think he has 2. We're just fine. I appreciate you guys not babysitting us, you know. That means a lot. If we were assholes, hell yeah. Maybe babysit us, but that looks like a ward. That looks like where clients are. Where patients are, not clients. Right? Or am I bugging? I had to mute it because I don't want to get copyright strike for that music. We're not doing that. Oh, my book. Oh, my fucking back is tight. Outpatient psychiatry.
Juan, yo te pongo, ¿cuándo vamos ahí? A buscarlo. Si tú no tienes carro, no hablas con la esposa.
Those suites, when they say suites, that's the rooms, right? Oh, we're gonna go there. Okay. Yo, we got bodyguards, baby. You gonna protect us if somebody tries to attack us, right? He gonna jump in. You know what you do. Hi, how are you? Every time I walk into one of these places, I shit you not, bro, Eric Adams is on the television. Got some clear ass skin. Yo, swear to God, bro. Every time I come in, I see Eric Adams, bro. Well, that's because this is a federal facility. I'm surprised they don't have do you guys have the president in the lobby? You do, right? In all federal facilities, you got Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
walk out, I'm the secretary and the president.
Yeah.
Right wall.
Ma'am, do you have the extension for this? Mhm. Thank you. Take care. But you were so pretty. Had some clear ass skin, dude. Oh. Yeah, so in all federal property, you gotta have the president. It's like fucking North Korea. You gotta have the picture of the dictator. Yeah, you know that if there's even a speck of dust on his picture, that'll kill you and your family. For real. For real. Just try not to get him. We got bodyguards. We got a bodyguard. We got a body. Us. Yeah. Depends on who you ask. You know? Some people think, right, you go to different places, you know? Some people think we're harassers. Some people think we don't need him. He's just here. No, we don't need him. He's here for our protection. No, he's here to protect our rights.
Oh, your rights?
Yeah.
Not to get your ass whooped.
No, First Amendment, freedom of the press to record in public.
You guys are press?
Everybody has the freedom of press.
Yeah, YouTube, blah, blah, blah.
Well, it's like paparazzi. You know, if you see, I'm pretty sure if you see Halle Berry, you're gonna want to take a picture.
No, I'm gonna see Halle Berry. I'm gonna want to fuck. That's just me.
You're not gonna record it?
No, I'm not gonna record me fucking Halle Berry. No.
I would. I'm gonna start an OnlyFans.
No,
Take care, man.
you too.
Halle Berry making you a triple platinum.
Halle Berry's fun, dude. You ever seen that Monsters Ball? Yeah, you gotta pause it on that part. You gotta rewind it. You could tell he's a veteran. No offense. Oh. They sent you up here to shadow us?
No, this is good. So might as well just stand by and
Well, you guys informed them over the phone. I was happy about that. I was like, you know, in some places, some states, some cities, when they call, hey, I got people standing on the sidewalk recording us, and they're like, are they a threat? No, they're just standing here recording. But man, we're not gonna send an officer out there. That's their right to. Same thing that y'all just did. Like the lady called, and he's like, he could do that, and then her whole tone changed. So that's why I was surprised that you came up here. You know. Juan in the chat said I'm a deadbeat daddy. He said you guys read this. They have to send multiple people.
You want to?
It doesn't matter to me. We only got 2 floors left. Or 1. God bless you, man. Thanks for your service. All right. Leave the candy alone. I can't, bro. It's free. It's free candy. I gotta drink. I gotta get one of those things. Those Gator Light things. It's like Pedialyte, but Gatorade's version.
Oh, yeah.
Gator Light. Yeah, I need that, bro, because my fucking back is killing me. It's not OD. It's not OD type, but I could tell like I'm dehydrated. Thank you, Mickey. Appreciate it. That happens to you too?
No, I was saying those drinks are mad weird because they're not sweet. It's like you thirsty still, but you know what I mean? Like you hydrated at the same time. You still thirsty.
You're not
Weird
supposed.
thing.
You're not supposed to be thirsty after. It's supposed to like
Something
quench your
sweet like
thirst.
that always leaves me thirsty.
Wait, Gatorade
Anything
or the
super
Gator?
sweet like that.
You ever had Pedialyte?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's just still.
Damn, sorry, bro. We're trying to lose you. Oh, this is nice. New York Botanical Garden. That's the OR. You don't want to go in there. Hope you never go in there, you know? Unless it's like a penis enlargement surgery or something. Breast reduction. What is that? Oh, scrubs. They gotta pay for them? Oh, these are like clothes.
Yeah.
Wow. The workers get that free?
I'm not sure.
Oh. This looks more of a like hospital setting on that side. So it's an actual, I mean, they do have operating rooms. Is there like emergency room in this hospital?
There is an emergency room.
No?
There is.
Oh, okay, because I'm like, how you have a hospital with no emergency room? Nuclear medicine. Laboratories. I think I Am God went the other way. We split up. Can't follow us both. Just stay there until they call and then you come.
Sir, you okay? You okay? Sir, you need help? No?
No, thank you.
Oh. So you're taking a video?
Yeah.
You need help or no? Good?
How do you say your name? Take care.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. That dude is loud. He might be deaf in one ear. Ugh. Let's go check out the Hall of Heroes. Histology. Do you think there's war on all planets? Triple dog there, what? It's a nice hallway, right? What's this? Shower. Oh, that's fake. That's real? So what's it for? Oh, if somebody, oh, okay. So what do you want to do that? He said, no, that's real. Word. Oh, for things like this, right? That's the morgue? That's the place everybody's dying to get into? Yeah. 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 Oh, what's that? The unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. They used to make us say this in school. Now they took it out of the schools. Yeah. Well, I don't know if they probably still do it. Look, 9/11, this is one of the most famous pictures. 9/11, you see it all the time. Can anybody tell me what building this is? What building is this? Nobody could tell me. What's this, the White House? No. Jason Rodriguez, what the fuck? We haven't been nowhere near no hospital room, so cut it out, bro. This is the Lincoln Memorial? I don't think that's Lincoln, bro. It looks like George Washington or Thomas Jefferson. I don't know, Yahoo. That looks like it could be the front of the White House. But I don't know. It doesn't say it on the picture. I'm gonna end this live here because, hey, anybody know what this is? Jefferson Memorial. Looks like Jefferson, right? J-Lo's mansion. What is this called? Mount Rushmore. You went to that side already? This shit, you could get lost in this place. Authorized personnel only. Biological hazard. Wouldn't want to go in there. Where's the elevator? Oh, now I know where I'm at. They came down this way. Technically, it's a hospital, yes. Oh, cool, cool. Like that. It's the lab. Oh. Laboratory. Jefferson Memorial, right?
Get a lot of steps in, Mike.
You come twice now.
Still established as beautiful stone.
I know. No, you come twice.
Fucking dude is mad tall. Mount Rushmore auditors, GGA, Eli Flex, and who's DJ? Oh. I'm gonna take the elevator. My fucking back is killing me. Oh. That sergeant was a trip. As soon as he came in, I was like, everybody's being nice, and you just, I don't know what the fuck. We ran into a few egos here today, right? You joining us? Took the elevator. When they say no smoking, that means the whole grounds or just inside the building? The whole, okay. All right. What crime would that be? What crime would that be? Would you guys enforce it?
It's something that's rarely enforced. If it was going to be enforced,
Is it jail time or just like
no,
a
it's just
fine?
It's a small fine.
Is it a crime or is this like a? Well, if it's a federal law, it should be a crime. That sergeant might enforce it because you know they have discretion, but he might enforce it. He's gonna enforce it for every cigarette you got in your pack. $25, $25, $25. Not the good sergeant, the other one that was a little bit loose. I know that's, I don't know. I'm just joshing, you know. How many cigarettes you got in there? 25. I'm write you a citation. Imagine. You got 20 cigarettes times 25. Oh, that's the first place we went, right? This gentleman was decent. Let's go down this way. Feel better. You got a lot of editing to do, huh? Are you good at editing?
I'm all right.
You'll get better the more you do it. Oh, Catavia.
I use the bare minimum though. I don't even.
Yeah, you don't want to take. I do the same thing. Hi.
What are you going? You picking it up something?
No.
Oh, gentlemen, they're closing right now.
Oh, okay. We caught you just in time. We came just in time.
Oh, are you a patient or?
No,
No?
we're the boss.
Oh, you're the boss?
Yes.
Oh.
We're the public. The public is the boss. Oh, you're the boss? Yeah. Why don't you boss me around then? Boss me around. Tell me what to do. Hello. Oh, my back. Look at this stuff. These are nice. Oh, my favorite, white chocolate. White chocolate. They don't sell any of these candies in other countries. No, I don't want this.
I'll get to it. The pepperoni one. I gotta hold on that. I know that's spicy. Pepperoni? That's spicy. Yeah, for me. Oh, for you. Yeah. And I'm probably getting coffee. Where's it at? Where's the double shot? Here. I'll get a coffee.
I'm sorry.
I'll follow this all up with some water. How you doing?
I'm grateful. How are you?
Definitely. I think this is going to be it, right?
You see, you talked me into getting coffee. And they got the small bottle. Sometimes they only got the bigger bottle, and I'm like, I don't want to drink that much. Yeah, the small bottle is perfect for me. You guys have a great day.
I don't think so.
Do you have to be a veteran to buy the Army stuff? Okay. Because if you want to buy like certain stores, if you want to buy like NYPD shirts or stuff like that, you have to be an NYPD officer, you know. But these are this is like a gift shop, so it's a little different. You take Apple Pay? Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. All at once, you know. Give you an eye. There's people that go long term here, right?
Yes.
That might be here for long cases.
Yes.
That's why they have the gift shop. Yeah. So it is an actual hospital. People stay long term. People stay short term. They have a gift shop, pharmacy. The only thing is, it's a hospital. It's also a government building because they have so many different services and like a library, stuff like that. So, you know, it's a public government entity. Hospital too. I mean, its main function is a hospital. It's a hospital. Bottom line, it's a fucking hospital. Made that sergeant go sit his ass down somewhere. Dave Matthews. Thank you, man. God bless you. Take care, all right? Told you. Oh, you don't have the vice president? How come you guys don't put the vice president up? Is that only for VA places? Okay. Thank you, man. You said he's who? The state secretary?
That's the Secretary of VA.
Oh, Secretary of VA. And that's George Bush. That's Joe Biden. That's the new clone Joe Biden. If you see him a few years ago, he looks totally different, bro. He don't look like the old man he is today. They killed him and replaced him, supposedly. These are just conspiracy theories, you know what I mean? I'm sorry. Oh, shit. So that was the Bronx VA hospital. Yeah. 20% is not bad. That shit ate like 80% of my battery because I'm live. We've been live 117 minutes. I'm not plugging my phone into somebody's cord coming out their book bag because the last time I did that, what's that guy's name? What's that guy's name? That Muhammad. I thought his name was Muhammad. I don't want to get it wrong, but he got arrested.
Yo, he was really mad at you for that shit.
He hates Eli. He hates all of this now. He's probably gonna start a troll channel. I don't know if they have a chapel in here. They should. Long live Muhammad. Somebody said long live Muhammad. So he had his computer in his book bag. And I plugged my phone into charge. And then the next day my PayPal was hacked. Niggas took all my money out of there. It was only $100, but nigga. I was like, yo, bro, you a scammer. He took my money. Okay. This isn't gonna remotely send my information to a computer somewhere, right? You're not Muhammad, right? That kid,
No relation.
no relations, huh?
They just called me out of that shit, but I don't do anything. These things of Somali, fucking Arabic, all types of different shit.
I do want to smoke a cigarette because I bought coffee. Yeah. Somebody said, I am God equals Muhammad. He's not Muhammad.
It might be. It might be.
He's McLovin.
Yeah, nighttime. Change up the Dave Matthews.
Dave Matthews, what's up, man? It's Dave Matthews, y'all. Ask the officer if he's gonna enforce it.
He probably will if I ask. If I ask, I was like, hell yeah.
He said it's rarely enforced. But niggas ain't First Amendment people. We've been mistreated at hospitals. What the fuck are you talking about? I've never seen somebody mistreated at a hospital.
All the time.
Yeah, it definitely does happen all the time. Don't say that, J fam. Remove that shit. We're not gonna spread that rumor. Somebody in the chat's name is D Matthews 33. You want candy, bird? Eat the candy. She said, fuck that. Those are the noodle birds. Hello. You want candy? Not you. You said nobody ever gets mistreated. That's your words. You guys think I'm a nobody, so you're right. Nobody does get mistreated. Anyways, not you. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? These birds are hungry, but they don't like candy. I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing for them. Ain't got nothing for you, bruh.
He muted his audio.
I think he has not realised.
Can you hear me now?
The rest of the video, he just sits and talks to his people, so I think we'll start here. Good video by DGA showing the hospital, the VA clinic. Yes, if you insurance, you're good. If you don't, you're fucked. But the VA is mostly people that have VA insurance. Hello, Mrs. Roper. Rupert.
Hello.
School
Hello,
teacher.
guys.
How you feeling?
All right.
You still with us, Mellows?
I'm still here.
How are you doing, Mellows? Feeling any better for coming on?
Yeah. Just
You don't
distraction.
sound it.
It's just a distraction, you know.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm feeling all right, Mama Bear. I'll be glad to get home to Grim. I'm missing him.
Yesterday, I don't know how many people knew. Play a few songs.
Sounds like a plan, Mama Bear.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you talking and where you walking, or you and your homies might be lined in chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta loke. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light.
We've been spending most their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in the gangster's paradise.
That's the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the state, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Got my 10 in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I'm a loped out gangster, set tripping banger, and my homies is down, so don't arouse my anger, fool. Death ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living life do or die, what can I say? I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things is going, I don't know.
Tell me, why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? We've been spending most their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in the gangster's paradise.
Power and the money, money and the power. Minute after minute, hour after hour. Everybody's running, but half of them ain't looking. It's going on in the kitchen, but I don't know what's cooking. They say I gotta learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand it, how can they reach me? I guess they can't, I guess they won't, I guess they front. That's why I know my life is out of luck.
Spending most their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Tell me, why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Tell me, why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me?
Yesterday, the United States DOJ and the Office of Attorneys General had a news conference.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Matt Olson. I'm the Assistant Attorney General for National Security at the Department of Justice. I am joined today by the United States Attorney for the District of Maryland, Eric Barron, and Special Agent in Charge, William Dobano of the FBI Baltimore Field Office. Today, we are announcing a superseding indictment against 5 officers of the Russian military intelligence agency known as the GRU, as well as 1 civilian Russian cyber criminal for their campaign to conduct cyber intrusions. This superseding indictment adds to charges made public in June against the Russian civilian Amin Segal. These defendants are responsible for carrying out the series of destructive computer attacks that are commonly referred to as the Whispergate campaign. This campaign targeted computers in Ukraine shortly before Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. More generally, the indictment alleges conspiracies related to cyber intrusions targeting victims in the United States, in Ukraine, and elsewhere. The Whispergate campaign included the targeting of civilian infrastructure and Ukrainian computer systems wholly unrelated to the military or national defense. That included government agencies responsible for emergency services in Ukraine, the judiciary, food safety, and education. Seeking to sap the morale of the Ukrainian public, the defendants also stole and leaked the personal data of thousands of Ukrainian civilians, including by posting patient health information and other sensitive private data for sale online, and then taunting those victims. They attempted to cover their tracks by pretending to be criminals engaged in ransomware attacks, leaving behind ransom notes demanding Bitcoin payments to return data from victim systems, data the perpetrators knew had already been destroyed and could not be recovered. And Stigall's involvement illustrates the Russian government's continued willingness to provide a haven for cyber criminals in exchange for such criminals being, quote, on call to provide support and deniability for its military and intelligence services. These conspirators did not limit their activities to Ukraine. They targeted computers around the world and used computer infrastructures of an unwitting US-based company to conduct the Whispergate attacks. They went on to target computer systems in other nations, supporting Ukraine in its fight for survival. Ultimately, their targets included computer systems in 26 NATO partners, including the United States. Before I turn this over to the U.S. Attorney to discuss the case in a bit more detail, I will note that we are announcing today's charges alongside the concurrent actions of several of our partners. The United States Department of State is offering a reward of up to $10 million for information on the defendants. Over a dozen of our domestic and foreign partners have issued a joint cybersecurity advisory regarding this group's activities. And Estonia has announced criminal charges against several individuals involved in the same hacking activity, including 2 of the same defendants charged here today. The Department of Justice stands united with our partners and our allies in supporting the Ukrainian people in the wake of Russia's invasion of their country. The National Security Division, which I lead, will continue to use all of our tools, including our private and international partnerships, in order to identify individuals, take down the infrastructure, and expose the techniques that prop up the Russian government and that it uses to carry out its malicious and destabilizing activities. When it comes to countering Russia's cyber-enabled malicious activities, National Security Division prosecutors are operating as a force multiplier, along with prosecutors and agents throughout the country. Since Russia's invasion, we have conducted multiple court-authorized takedowns of the GRUs and other Russian botnets and malware networks. For example, this includes the April 2022 Cyclops Blink operation to remove GRU malware from infected devices, successfully dismantling the GRU botnet and remediating thousands of infected devices which Russia could have deployed against Ukraine and its allies. In May of 2023, the department executed the court-authorized removal of the FSB's Snake malware from hundreds of computer systems in at least 50 countries, undermining the FSB's global espionage program. And just a few months ago, NSD's National Security Cyber Section spearheaded the court-authorized takedown of a network of hundreds of compromised routers that the GRU had set up as a successor to Cyclops Blink. Even as our cyber adversaries evolve and adjust their tactics, we are taking action to counter them every step of the way. We are also bringing this proactive posture to disrupting cyber-enabled foreign malign influence operations. Just yesterday, the Attorney General announced the department's doppelganger takedown. That operation seized 32 internet domains, used by the Russian government and its proxies to impersonate legitimate U.S. and foreign media organizations and to perpetrate a covert campaign to interfere in the 2024 presidential election. This followed an action a few months ago to take down an AI-enhanced bot farm that Russian intelligence was also using to disseminate information and sow discord in the U.S. and elsewhere. So today I want to thank the U.S. Attorney Barron, and the prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland, and the FBI's Baltimore Field Office, the Milwaukee Field Office, and the Boston Field Office. Their dedication and partnership in disrupting this malicious activity illustrates the department's commitment to addressing national security and cybersecurity threats with action. And with that, let me turn it over to the U.S. Attorney.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Assistant Attorney General Olson. My name is Eric Barron. I serve as the United States Attorney for the District of Maryland. Today, we are demonstrating our commitment to protecting national security by any legal means necessary, with the unsealing of an indictment against 5 Russian military officers and 1 Russian national for their global malicious cyber operations around the world. On August 7th, the grand jury sitting in Baltimore, Maryland, issued a superseding indictment charging these 6 individuals with conspiracy to commit computer intrusion and wire fraud conspiracy. This indictment follows a June 25th indictment that charged Amen Stegall, a Russian national, with conspiracy to commit computer intrusion related to the Whispergate attacks on the Ukraine and elsewhere in 2022. The indictment alleges that these officers are a subset of Unit 29155 of the Russian Main Intelligence Directorate, a military intelligence agency responsible for attempted deadly dirty tricks around the world, including committing cyber operations beginning in at least 2020. The indictment alleges that these individuals used US-based companies as their infrastructure, but adding insult to injury, these individuals not only used tools to scan for vulnerability 63 times on a Maryland US-based government agency, but they also scanned our allies throughout the world, including Ukrainian servers and servers in various other countries. Then they used the Whispergate malware, deploying destructive computer intrusions against Ukraine and other allies. These compromised systems have no military-related role, including agriculture, education, science, emergency services, and they stole sensitive data, as you've heard, including health records. So we are acting because if you violate our laws, we will seek accountability. The public needs to know about the threat posed by cyber criminals, and these criminals need to know that their actions will not be ignored. We're accepting any and all information that protects the lives and furthers our national security interests. Rewards for Justice is a State Department program that now maintains a $10 million award related to each of these individuals. I want to thank the National Security Division and the FBI's Baltimore Field Office for its consistent and outstanding partnership. And I want to thank the FBI's Milwaukee and Boston Field Offices for their support, along with many of our international law enforcement partners. I also want to thank our team here at the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland, including our Criminal Division Chief Alicia Washington and Assistant United States Attorneys Aaron Zielinski and Bobby Goldaris. Next, you'll hear from FBI Special Agent in Charge, Bill D'Albagno. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, U.S. Attorney Barron, for hosting us today. We thank you and Assistant Attorney General Olson for the collaboration, expertise, and hard work that brought us here. I'm Bill D'Albagno. I'm the Special Agent in Charge of the FBI's Baltimore Field Office. Today is about partnerships, commitment, and accountability. We are here, yes, to announce this indictment, but we're also equally here to highlight the international coordination and robust partnerships with our allies around the world. This type of cyber warfare will not be tolerated. The scope of Russia's crimes cannot be ignored. Ukraine, the United States, and 26 NATO countries were all targeted by this group of Russian military. We are aligned in our unified response, and we will collectively defend against Russia's aggressive and illegal actions. The FBI and our partners call this investigation Operation Toy Soldier. Through strokes on a keyboard, these criminals crossed over borders into countries, hunting to find weaknesses and seeking to harm. The Whispergate malware attack in January of 2022 could be considered the first shot of the war. The cyber criminals sent a message with their malware, telling Ukrainians to, quote, "Be afraid and expect the worst." A month later, Russia physically invaded the country. These 6 criminals aim to cripple Ukraine's government and critical infrastructure by targeting their finances, agriculture, emergency services, healthcare, and schools. These same criminals are accused of repeatedly targeting U.S. computer networks, including a government agency here in Maryland, scanning it more than 60 times for vulnerabilities. They committed fraud in the U.S. by illegally accessing bank accounts and using U.S. company to carry out their criminal acts. The FBI, along with our law enforcement partners and allies, will relentlessly hunt down and counter these threats. We have worked closely to thwart additional targeting by this group. The 6 Russians in this indictment are not advanced cyber masterminds, but are adept at exploiting vulnerabilities that countries and companies can guard against with simple steps. In conjunction with this indictment, the FBI and more than a dozen government partners and countries are issuing a joint cybersecurity advisory. It details exactly how these malicious cyber criminals carried out this attack and what can be done to prevent it. This indictment is the result of years of collaborating with our partners in dozens of different countries and law enforcement in Europe. We thank each of them for their diligence and dedication that led to today. As you've heard, there's a combined $60 million reward for information on these criminals' locations and their cyber crimes. To the Russian criminals, the world is watching. You do not carry out misdeeds in the dark. We are united in identifying, prosecuting, and protecting against future crimes. Thank you. I'll now open it up for questions. And if you have questions that are directed to any one of us, please let us know.
If you could just state your name and your outlet before you ask the question, that'd be great.
Just about with Fox 45. I have 3 questions. The first one, you just said $60 million. Is it $10 million reward for each of them?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that they are in the country or out of the country? Do you know where they would be?
They're not believed to be in the country. There are steps that are going to be taken, though, in order to bring this indictment to fruition. And we will partner with Interpol in order to serve red notices and ensure that if they are in a location that can be affected, that we'll take those on.
Do you have an idea which country they are in?
These are Russian military, and I'll leave it, at that. But to say that wherever they are, the important thing is that we are working with all our partners, our NATO partners, to protect against this type of action, but also to have the impact that we want to have with this indictment.
And then my very last question, can you say which U.S. companies or agencies have their computer systems implicated in this?
No, we wouldn't cover any victims in this announcement. it's important that we, maintain their privacy in that.
You said that, sorry, Phil Yakubowski from WBAL Radio. You said that the U.S. government agency located everyone. They tried to get through 63 times. Were they able to get any information, or was it stopped? Was that part of how you sort of figured out who these folks were?
Not necessarily getting into the investigative side, but scanning for vulnerabilities to try to identify ways to get into those companies or agencies is a manner in which overseas adversaries attempt to compromise the U.S. And what we do is we partner very closely with all our partner agencies and with all our partner countries in order to protect against those type of vulnerabilities. And in the Joint Cybersecurity Advisory, those steps are laid out as to how to best handle those type of vulnerabilities, but also the potential for those type of scannings as well.
And you said that Ukrainians had their personal information taken or stolen. Do you have any reason to believe that Americans might be affected by this? The average citizen.
I don't have reason to believe that. As you mentioned, this malware attack, Whispergate attack, on the Ukrainians, while was meant to pose as a ransomware that was meant to make them believe that they could recover their data, was in fact just destroying the computers. It was taking the data and erasing it, making those computers inoperable. They did extract that information from the Ukrainians, and that presents vulnerabilities. And that's why this is important for all of us to include, from Maryland's to Americans across the U.S., to our NATO allies, to understand that these vulnerabilities need to be protected, and that the potential of your personal information is the job of the FBI and our partners to help protect that.
Jeff Hager with WMAR-TV. If these weren't really cyber masterminds, even if you scooped up all 6 and paid the reward, what's to keep Russia from just pushing another 6 people into their place and filling that void? What keeps Russia from doing this?
Well, part of the indictment is also to impose risk and consequences to the actions that are being taken. And really, if there's a message that could also be delivered, it's to those that would potentially backfill those individuals. This isn't a place where they should seek to use their skills. It's not a place that we want them to be employed, and they should consider elsewhere, because this indictment, while it goes to Interpol, as I mentioned, if nothing else, landlocks these individuals into Russia, where they may be, or has them looking over their shoulders at any given time. So perhaps those that are considering this as a future employment or ways to have their cyber skill set, perhaps it discourages them from doing that. Yes.
That's right. If I may, to answer your question, and a little bit, totally agree with the special agent in charge and as to why we bring this case and why we bring cases like this. First and foremost, it is to hold these individuals accountable. As Bill said, they are marked people now. We know who they are. There's a reward on their head, and we're going to pursue them relentlessly. So that's reason one. Reason two is to expose the techniques they've used, because when we put these techniques and tools that they've used into our indictment and we say we're going to back this up with evidence in a courtroom, that shows not only the Russians, but it shows our private sector partners on how to protect themselves. And then finally, the message is clear to the GRU and to the Russians. We are on to you. We penetrated your systems. The FBI, the Department of Justice will be relentless in pursuing you. And so you better pay attention to the fact that we have gotten to you and we are in your system. So that sends a very strong deterrent message, and we've seen that message take hold in other cases like this. So that's why we bring these cases.
I have a question. Kate Amara from WBAL TV from the Can't Hurt to Ask file. I know you said you weren't going to talk specifically about victims, but the sheer number of federal agencies in our state begs the question: should people be worried that their, Social Security information, health information? We have Walter Reed, we have NIH, we have the FDA, and yes, we have the NSA. Should people be worried that their private information was part of this? And my second question: the private company that unknowingly had their servers used, did they report it to the feds, or did you tell that company that they were being used? And what's the lesson there for every other company out there?
I'm going to turn it over to the U.S. Attorney on the specifics of the case. I will just say before I do so that, every federal agency, every private sector entity, is at some risk in this current environment where, cybersecurity just has to be a paramount concern. And that's why we work so hard to be good partners to the private sector in understanding the threats they face, sharing threat information with them. And again, when we have a case like this, bringing the case to bring the perpetrators to justice.
Sure, just to follow up, and we can't get into investigative techniques. I can stay within the four corners of the indictment and tell you that there were dozens of scans for vulnerabilities through this Maryland-based U.S. government agency and others throughout the world. It's something that our partners, our private sector partners, the public in general should know. Whether or not personally identifiable information was exposed, that's not a part of this indictment, but certainly as a general matter, the message here is prevention and intervention. And the message by this announcement is that there are many cyber criminals out there, some sponsored by states, some state and country sponsored cyber criminals who are out to expose and get at either a government or companies' information or our own individual information. And so that we should all be very vigilant in taking the necessary steps, recommended steps, best practices, so to speak, to protect our information.
And quickly, are you able to say which came first? Did the private company alert you, or did you alert them that they were being scanned? Right.
Again, that's kind of outside the indictment and part of our investigation. But again, part of this announcement is that is one way that we as law enforcement are able to connect the dots, so to speak, in an investigation. When we have those public-private sector partnerships, we need businesses out there, companies out there to report when things happen. We need them to be vigilant about their cybersecurity infrastructure and collaborate with us and with one another. And that way we can gather evidence and bring in indictments such as this.
Thanks, everybody. If you didn't get to ask a question, you can just directly to me.
Thanks, everyone.
Wow.
Thank you. Margo.
There's not much you can say to that other than wow.
Yeah. Wow. And what companies in the US, UK, is it? How many other countries did they actually get?
Well, yeah. You just don't know, do you?
Nope. Yeah, tell you the truth. Yeah, I'm going to tell you the truth. And we know the Social Security got hacked. We do know that. They
Yeah.
know that. Social Security got hacked. They come out with that a couple weeks ago. Remember that, Mellows?
Yeah.
Scary.
Social Security got hacked a little while ago.
Yeah.
Feeling any better, Mellows?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, you can tell in his voice. His voice says it all. It's the tone. Mellows, I'm sending loves and hugs.
Okay.
What a feeling. Have you ever woken up to this feels of overpowering love? New airs and fresh open lungs to breathe in the air of spring and inhale all of her toxic perfumery of the wild, beautiful flowers and not be irritated by it. To hear the birds sing and see the bee buzz like busy taxis on their way to everywhere. The sun stole a peek from behind clouds, a warmth on the face teasing a gentle smile. Inside you come such feelings of deep love, that life in all its madness can still be so adorable. So there is this lovely feelings deep inside. It captured my inner being and recuperated my negative feelings. Now I'm feeling fine, like a camera on a roll. I'm captivating the beauty and lens, the lens of my eyes. See the colors all around me like a natural high. I feel love today.
What a feeling of feelings. This lovely love feeling. Have you ever woken up to the feels of overpowering love? New airs and fresh open lungs to breathe in the air of spring. Inhale all of her toxic perfumery of the wild, beautiful flowers and not be irritated by it. To hear the birds sing and see the bee buzz like busy taxis on their way to everywhere. The sun stole a peek from behind clouds, a warmth on the face teasing a gentle smile. Inside you come such feelings of deep love, that life and all its madness can still be so adorable. So there is this lovely feelings deep inside. It captured my inner being and recuperated my negative feelings. Now I'm feeling fine, like a camera on a roll. I'm captivating the beauty and lens, the lens of my eyes. See the colors all around me, like a natural high. I feel love today. What a feeling of feelings. This lovely love feelings. What a feeling of feelings.
That was a beautiful song.
Yes, I like that song.
I like that song.
You're clinging to the edge of the rafter, but I'm a raptor. I've always been direct. You told me you could handle it. Now you're gripping to the edge of my patience. Catching feelings gonna mess you right up. You should've known better. I'll reflect you. You should've known better. It was never gonna be us two. You should've known better. What the hell did you want from me? Oh, you should've known. You should've known better. You wanna hold me down, come around my neck. I'm not interested. I don't wanna be tamed, I don't wanna be caged. Hang up the lines, cutting out now. What? I'm losing you. Lights down as I drive through your town. Thought we were cut from the same cloth. Catching feelings gonna mess you right up. You should've known better. I'll reflect you. You should've known better. It was never gonna be us two. You should've known better. What the hell did you want from me? Oh, you should've known. You should've known better. You should've known better. Why don't you know? Why don't you, why don't you know? You should've known better. I'll reflect you. You should've known better. It was never gonna be us two. You should've known better. What the hell did you want from me? You should've known better. You should've known better.
Oh, where is it?
What are we watching?
California had a good hearing today.
Oh. Is that what we can hear?
Yeah, really good one. Over the
All right, let's get another video.
hold on. Let me bring it up. It was a good one today.
Declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone here today to this hearing on California's perspectives of the Biden-Harris border crisis.
GOP.
The chair will now recognize the gentlelady from,
The House
I'm sorry,
GOP.
the gentleman for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I got some background noise. What is it? Is that me or you?
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Somewhere in my notes, it's going to say that this is not an audience participation type of a hearing, but the appropriate hurrah or hoorah, depending upon your branch, is always accepted. I'll now recognize myself for a short opening statement. The House Judiciary Committee has, for the last 2 years, gone around the country trying to gain a perspective on the growing crisis. In each location, whether it's Texas, Arizona, all the way up in Ohio, Maine, or here on the border of California, we have sought to find individuals who will understand and who are impacted by it. Today, we are pleased to have Mayor John Minto, the city manager, Maureen Best, and the entire City of Santee staff at the hearing. Santee is a border community, as is El Cajon, Chula Vista, and Alpine, and many other cities in and around my district. They know firsthand the impact. We also have representatives of law enforcement, not from the border, but the border doesn't end just at the line between Mexico and the United States. We're pleased to have Undersecretary Sharp, who is from what wouldn't be considered a border district, except in Riverside, we actually have a secondary border crossing that every day deals with people who get past the first border, and that number continues to grow. This hearing has the purpose to highlight the unique challenges we face in San Diego and, as I said, Riverside communities as a result of the unprecedented border crisis which began in 2021 and today has displaced what would otherwise be openings in housing and jobs of more than 14 million Americans. Illegal immigration is something that is used lightly. We're not using it lightly. The fact is that there are, among the millions who have come here illegally, there are people legitimately seeking asylum. There are people who legitimately, more than 1 million a year, who have gone through the process to come to America legally. It is our goal to restore the rule of law and to, in fact, recognize that we can have immigration in our country, we can have prosperity for all, but we can only do so if we can control our borders. Today, we will also become acutely aware further of the impact of crime, whether it's the growth of illicit drugs, including fentanyl, or the border crime now that goes back and forth, including the trade in human trafficking. This hearing will tell the truth directly from people who will testify as to their experience of what the difference between the last administration and the policies of the last 3.5 years and how they have influenced them. On day one of the administration halted border security. As a matter of fact, I was a witness 4 years ago to the administration stopping the construction of the last phases of the new border here. And as a result, the border fence was not completed, and even today is not completed, but was not continued as the materials rusted and the world became aware you could just walk into America. We will try to keep decorum here. We will try to make this not partisan, but there's no question at all. There's a right direction and a wrong direction, and it's clear we'll hear from the testimony today that we've been going in the wrong directions. Too many stories for too long have not been told. It's the reason we brought people here today. And I want to note that none of our witnesses are, in fact, political appointees. None of our witnesses here today are per se partisans. We have nonpartisan mayors. We have our district attorney. We have people who, in fact, represent people without a partisan persuasion, and in fact, whose only interest is the welfare of their community and the safety of that community. And with that, I got to the right page. With that, I'm going to extend my warm welcome to everyone in the audience. and thank you for being here. The fact is, being witnesses to our witnesses is just as important, both here and around the world. And with that, I'd like to introduce our panel, distinguished panel of witnesses. The Honorable Michael Hestrin has served as the District Attorney of Riverside County since 2015. Prior to that, he was a line prosecutor in the District Attorney's Office for over 20 years. The Riverside County District Attorney's Office, under his leadership, prosecutes fentanyl dealers aggressively and even charges them with murder if evidence supports such a charge. He has a bachelor's degree from the University of Arizona and a law degree and master's degree in Latin American studies from Stanford. Mayor John Minto is the longtime resident of San Diego area and is the mayor of our host city. As a matter of fact, I'm sitting at his seat. Mayor Minto had 29 years as a San Diego police officer prior to his work. He worked at San Diego Gas and Electric. The mayor was first elected to Santee City Council back in 2002 and has served as mayor for the last 8 years. He serves on the San Diego Association of Governments and the League of California Cities Board of Directors. Mayor John Franklin is the mayor of a city, again, a little further from the border, of City of Vista, of which I was a longtime resident. He was first elected to the Vista City Council in 2014 and has served as mayor since 2022. He is the owner of a family business, worked in the United States House of Representatives for 2 members of Congress. Mayor Franklin holds a bachelor's degree from American University. And I might comment that Mayor Franklin has also been one of the leading innovators in how to deal with homelessness in and around his city. And I think all of us are aware of his work. Undersecretary Don Sharp has served in the Riverside County Sheriff's Office since 1996, after several years in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, which, if I'm correct, that's the largest sheriff's department in the country, and now you have the second largest. He has been a patrol officer, a field training officer, a member of multiple narcotics teams, a sergeant, chief deputy, and has served as undersecretary or under sheriff since 2019. He holds a bachelor's degree in organizational leadership and is a graduate of the Sherman Block Supervisorial Leadership Institute, and we welcome him. Mr. Corey Godero is a founding member of the nonprofit GOAT, GOAT for short, an initiative which aims to combat human trafficking along the Mexican border through comprehensive intelligence gathering and strategic collaboration with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies. Mr. Godero began his career in the United States Army as a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter crew chief and door gunner. I might note, the most dangerous position to stand in. He then served as a respiratory therapist before beginning his work with the nonprofit. Lastly, Miss Nicole Carter, I'm going to mess this up, I knew I would. Cardinale is a mother, a wife, a Navy veteran, and a resident here of DeLuza, California. She currently works in the medical field and is vice president of the Hamul Little League Board of Directors. Her son plays baseball. And I might note, she's very valiantly come forward to talk to us today about direct history herself of growing up along the border and of what her child has faced just recently at the border. We welcome all our witnesses for appearing today. We would, under the rules of the committee, begin by asking all of you to rise, raise your right hand to take the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that your testimony you give today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Please be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. For all of you who may not have testified before, we do limit opening statements to 5 minutes. We then try to limit as much as we can our questions to being questions. However, anything that you have done in the way of a prepared written statement or any additional collateral information you want us to have will be included in the record. So you can summarize or even go off script. The important thing is we want to hear from you, and your entire testimony will be in the record. We will now begin with our district attorney. I'm not sure we've got your mic on. If you've got a green, you're good.
There we go. Thank you. Chairman Ison, distinguished committee members, thank you for coming to San Diego to address important public safety and border security. My name is Mike Hestrin, and I'm the elected district attorney of Riverside County, serving in that role since 2015. Riverside County, located to the east of Los Angeles and north of San Diego County, is not on the U.S.-Mexico border, but is significantly impacted by border issues, particularly drug trafficking and illegal immigration. Due to its proximity to border-adjacent counties, Riverside County is heavily affected by the movement of drugs such as fentanyl. Several major freeways in Riverside County are known as drug trafficking corridors, providing direct routes from the border to Southern California and beyond. Interstate 15 in particular serves as a critical north-south corridor for traffickers moving illicit drugs from the border area through our communities and then further on into the United States. To combat this threat, law enforcement agencies like the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, California Highway Patrol actively monitor these corridors and conduct interdiction operations. For example, on August 20th, U.S. Border Patrol agents from the Newton-Azraq Border Patrol Station confiscated 81 pounds of cocaine during a traffic stop on Interstate 15 in Temecula. The Newton-Azraq Border Patrol Station, located in Murrieta, also in Riverside County, and overseen by the San Diego Sector Patrol, reported seizing 2,437 pounds of cocaine this fiscal year, an increase of 300 pounds from the previous year. Agents also confiscated 3,627 pounds of methamphetamine, 31 pounds of heroin, and 475 pounds of fentanyl. On a national level, the data from the Department of Homeland Security shows that fentanyl seizures have risen dramatically. In fiscal year 2021, U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized over 11,000 pounds of fentanyl, nearly double the amount seized in 2020. And this we're seeing all across Riverside County. Our seizures are going up significantly. Fentanyl smuggling across the U.S.-Mexico border has profoundly impacted Riverside County, with significant increases, as I just said, in drug seizures. The state's southern border has become a critical entry point for fentanyl entering the U.S., largely driven by the Sinaloa and Jalisco New Generation cartels, which dominate the Mexican states adjacent to California. Although we know the quantity of fentanyl seized, we don't know how much gets passed and how much gets in. But we can only assume that those numbers are incredibly large. The devastating impact of fentanyl on Riverside County is clear. In 2016, the county had only 2 fentanyl-related deaths. Since 2020, these deaths have increased 1,291% just in Riverside County. In collaboration with law enforcement agencies, the district attorney's office investigates every fentanyl death as a potential homicide. Beginning in 2021, we were the first district attorney's office to file murder charges under the unique circumstances of charging second-degree murder for fentanyl-related death. One such case, People versus Romero, resulted in a conviction of second-degree murder with a sentence of 15 years to life in prison. Despite our efforts, fentanyl remains a pervasive public safety threat in Riverside County. Our office leads the state in these prosecutions, and we're proud to do so. We have more than 30 fentanyl-related homicide charges that we have filed since 2021. However, it is not enough to combat fentanyl locally. after it has already entered our communities and causes the death and destruction of the people that live in Riverside County. Fentanyl production begins in Mexico, where it's manufactured by Sinaloa and Jalisco cartels in covert, unsanitary labs. The cartels are expanding their marketing of fentanyl to children via social media apps. They produce counterfeit pills, and they're lacing all other drugs in Riverside County with fentanyl. In 2021, 4 out of 10 illicit pills, found on our streets contain fentanyl. That number has now risen to 7 out of 10. The Mexican drug cartels recently attempted a public relations campaign by calling for a ban on fentanyl in Mexico, including hanging banners in Sonora and Baja California. However, this is merely a distraction tactic. Ongoing seizures and fentanyl-related deaths show that production and trafficking of fentanyl into our country and into our county has not ceased. It's not diminished. The failure to control the illegal border crossings and address the influx of fentanyl into the U.S. is taking a devastating toll on the people of Riverside County. We urgently need comprehensive and tough federal action and robust initiatives to address this issue effectively. We need stronger border policies, enhanced law enforcement, and other measures that are essential to curbing fentanyl trafficking, which is fueling a crisis across the country and certainly in Riverside County. This fight cannot be waged by local officials alone. We need resources and enforcement at the border to stop this lethal threat before it reaches our communities, before it takes its toll on our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Minto.
Good morning, Chairman.
Yep, same thing. And this is your courtroom.
I wanted to see if you were paying attention, sir. Good morning, Chairman and committee members. Welcome to the City of Santee. We appreciate this opportunity for the committee to hear our region's concerns. The Biden-Harris administration approach to border security and immigration has significantly impacted California, with San Diego County at the forefront of these challenges. Between September 2023 and May 2024, San Diego County received between 125,000 and 154,000 street releases of migrants. Many were placed on a trolley and sent and released into East County. These numbers are based on daily reports to the county's Economic Development and Government Affairs Office. These unofficial figures underscore the unprecedented and grave scale of the region's border crisis. The influx of migrants has strained local resources, including overcrowding at local hospitals, prompting San Diego County officials to respond with a coordinated effort involving federal, state, and regional support. In response to the San Diego County Board of Supervisors allocated $6 million in Federal American Rescue Act funding to establish a migrant center processing in San Diego. This center, which operated from October 2023 to February 2024, served as a temporary and stopgap solution to help manage the influx of migrants and mitigate the impact on local communities. During its operation, the center processed over 80,000 individuals, of whom 99% continued their journey to reunite with sponsors throughout the United States. The services provided at the center were critical in facilitating onward travel. They included translation assistance, transportation services, and access to communication tools and Wi-Fi to connect with U.S. sponsors. The temporary center was instrumental in providing much needed support to individuals released by Customs and Border Protection. It helped reduce the number of street releases directly into local communities, alleviating some of the immediate pressure on public safety and community resources. However, the center's closure in February 2024 left San Diego County in dire need of more sustainable, long-term solutions to manage the migrants, underscoring the critical importance of strategic planning and foresight. To address these ongoing crises, our region secured a $19.6 million grant from FEMA to support its response to migrant influx. This funding is in addition to a $19 million already granted to Catholic charities, reflecting the critical need for resources to handle the situation effectively. The funds are being used to establish a migrant transit day center operated by Jewish Family Services. The center will offer essential services to migrants released from the Department of Homeland Security custody. The services will provide and include temporary shelter, legal assistance, travel coordination, and other forms of support to facilitate safe and organized transitions for migrants as they continue their journey in the United States. The situation underscores the urgent need for a comprehensive, long-term strategy with improved coordination between federal, state, and local governments and nonprofit organizations. I hope this emphasis on urgency demonstrates the situation. So in conclusion, San Diego County's response to the border crisis highlights the critical role that local governments play in addressing the challenges associated with increased immigration. County supervisors, mayors, and city councils continue to work together in efforts to provide essential services and support migrants, demonstrating a strong commitment to humanitarian assistance and public safety. I want to reassure you that the region is dedicated to moving forward. Our success relies upon continued collaboration and adequate funding. San Diego County remains resilient in the face of these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We now go to Mayor Franklin, and I just want to note, thank you so much for being with us yesterday to see the fentanyl and drug locker. You and the minority leader were very helpful to be in attendance. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. That was indeed informative and educational to see an entire warehouse full of seizures as part of the regular drug traffic coming across our border. My name is John Franklin. I'm the mayor of the city of Vista in northern San Diego County. Vista is known as the climatic wonderland. It's a beautiful city with middle class and working class families. We're also a community made up overwhelmingly of immigrants. 50% of the people in my city are of Latino or Hispanic origin. Nearly a third speak Spanish and 13% speak only Spanish. I believe that America is and must always remain a beacon of hope for immigrants from all around the world. We honor our immigrant heritage and we welcome those who come to our country to contribute to our society. We recognize our obligation to mankind to provide safe harbor for those who are persecuted in their home countries and have legitimate asylum claims. I fully support those who come here lawfully. The United States of America affords more opportunities for lawful immigration than the rest of the nations of the world combined. But we also have a right to expect that the persons in our society abide by our laws. The president is required by the Constitution to take care to faithfully execute the laws. Unfortunately, President Biden and Vice President Harris have decided to ignore our border and immigration laws. And I want to tell you today what the Biden-Harris open border has done to my community. The San Diego County Medical Examiner reported recently 1,203 people died last year of drug overdose. That is double the rate from just a few years ago. Fentanyl is being smuggled across our border by the drug cartels every single day, yet the administration refuses to take decisive action. One of these victims was my own friend's son. He died taking what he thought was Adderall. He bought it from a dealer whose product has certainly killed others. We're also dealing with high rates of crime. Statistics on crimes committed by illegal immigrants in California are not available because, unlike in Texas, California state policymakers refuse to allow our local law enforcement to collect these data. But over 441,000 criminal non-citizens were booked into Texas jails in recent years, including more than 542,000 criminal offenses recorded by non-citizen criminals. Those included 1,000 homicide charges, 69,000 assault charges, 9,700 for burglary, 63,000 for drug charges, 1,200 for kidnapping, 27,000 for theft, 42,000 for obstruction of police activities, 3,000 for robbery, 6,800 for sexual assault, 7,800 for sexual offenses, and 6,600 for weapons charges. The San Diego border sector receives approximately 20% 26% of the traffic that the Texas sector does. So we can extrapolate that tens of thousands of crimes are committed in our community, the same as in Texas, that would not have occurred if we had a secure border. In Vista, I organized an anti-retail theft task force to address the epidemic of shoplifting that we're facing in our community. As we arrested shoplifters, we discovered that these are not people in need. These are people who are part of organized criminal organizations. They're stealing compact valuables that they can easily convert to cash. Several of the stores in my community, including some grocery stores and drugstores, have been forced to close in the last couple of years, creating food deserts in working class communities. Another impact of the open border: illegal workers are driving down the wages of American citizens. They take jobs often that pay below market rate and work without the protection of our U.S. labor laws. I want to make a point that illegal labor is unfair to our American workers, and it is also unfair to illegal laborers. I've toured our open and porous border numerous times in recent years, and I've watched with puzzlement when the Biden-Harris administration took office as the prefabricated sections of the border fence remained on the ground and rusted and laid to waste after President Biden and Vice President Harris refused to complete the fence, leaving some 37 holes in the San Diego border sector, through which, as you saw in your tour yesterday, people walk through every day by the thousands. I have seen, as you probably saw yesterday, the discarded ladders. And so when we talk about people buying a taller ladder to climb over that fence, I hear that, but I also hear from U.S. Border Patrol agents directly that the wall is a force multiplier, allowing just several agents to patrol a mile of walled border where hundreds are required to patrol a mile of open border. A nation without borders is no nation at all. We must always be a nation that honors our heritage as a land of immigrants, but also one that expects everyone in our society, including newcomers, to abide by our laws equally. I call today on President Biden and Vice President Harris to enforce and uphold our border, to secure our border, and enforce our laws for the safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff Sharp.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Issa and members of the committee. As Undersheriff of Riverside County, the 4th largest county in the state and 10th largest county by population in the United States, serving more than 2.5 million residents, our agency covers this expansive region with a staff of over 4,100 who are dedicated to serving citizens of the communities with integrity and professionalism. Riverside County neighbors the border counties in California. We are a major artery of highways utilized by cartels and other bad actors to facilitate the trafficking of narcotics and human smuggling to other major cities and criminal hubs across the state and nation. In Riverside County alone, our narcotics investigation unit seized 359 pounds of fentanyl and over 2.3 million fentanyl pills in 2023. This does not cover other multi-agency task forces or other police agencies in the county. This is a staggering statistic of poison seized. What did we miss? We know we missed plenty. The current border crisis sanctioned by this administration has impacted all areas of the country. I spent over 10 years of my career in the assignment of narcotics enforcement. Our communities today are facing an unbelievable flow of fentanyl and fentanyl-laced drugs to suppliers, dealers, and tragically addicted individuals. Our deputies and emergency response personnel respond to dozens of overdoses and overdose fatalities daily. The flood of deadly fentanyl to our streets is overwhelming and only made possible by complete border security failures under the current administration. I frequently must answer questions as to what we in law enforcement are doing to combat this fentanyl epidemic. I have toured the border and spoken to my U.S. Border Patrol partners. They are overwhelmed by the task of dealing with illegal migrants flooding our border. They have had to abandon their normal duties of protecting our borders from criminal smuggling, instead babysitting the flood of unvetted migrants knocking down our doors. I have always known in working narcotics and analyzing cartel actions that the price of drugs go down and the shipments across the border grow larger with weak border protection. When our Border Patrol agents are diverted from their proper duties and the border is wide open, there will always be larger drug and human smuggling loads. The risk of detection and loss of illicit contraband becomes less, and the shrinking risk easily worth the reward of cartels and criminals. When border security is strong and robust, we see smaller loads and more fearful cartels, as they should be when breaking our laws and harming society. The problem must be corrected immediately, including the apprehension of dangerous substances and criminals that have already crossed our open borders. In Riverside County, we are on the forefront of the movement of humans being exploited and victimized in sex and labor trafficking. We often hear on the news of migrants paying thousands of dollars to get passes to the United States. Paying does not mean paid up front. Many are brokered into deals of slavery by means of labor and sex trafficking. The lack of true vetting of the adults bringing a child into our country is horrific. The current administration could be complicit in the delivery of a child into the sex trafficking world. The thought of compassion and humanitarian passage often, not is all what we have delivered as a country. The current administration emboldens the cartels to send misinformation and promises of funding and a better life to potential migrants, and the cartel can now exploit them for their own criminal gain. These policies create victims more often than the humanitarian effort promised. We are fearful of the current open border policies have allowed for many to enter our country with the intent to carry out terrorist acts. Our region is a frequent destination for current and past presidents and government VIPs. Our concerns have grown to the possibility these terrorists may target our region in an effort to disrupt government and U.S. leadership. As a member of the law enforcement community making policy decisions, I am sick of battling the deeply flawed changes being made in California by California politicians and the current presidential administration. Drugs, human trafficking, and the unknown number of terrorists and bad actors entering unchecked is eye-opening and terrifying to our citizens. The current administration has lost their understanding of the job of government and public safety. I can only hope and pray the obvious necessary actions needed to protect and strengthen the border are taken seriously and repaired immediately. That our Border Patrol agents are again allowed to do the work they are experts at, and the misguided politics is removed. Weak borders do mean a weak country, one to evade and abuse. I appreciate the opportunity to share my experience and insights as the leader of Riverside County. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Mr. Godero.
Congressman, thank you for prioritizing this critical issue. I'm going to breeze through this because, as my wife and my mom would attest, I have more to say. What has occurred over the past nearly 4 years at the southwest border has led to a crisis that every member of this country should be made aware. What I've seen in terms of the exploitation of migrants by cartels is horrifying, but awareness of the true crisis at the border must be understood. I have firsthand knowledge of how this crisis is destroying lives because for the last year, I have led an operation and most recently a nonprofit organization in the San Diego County area. San Diego County has become ground zero for the unmitigated incursion into the United States by undocumented migrants being smuggled here by cartels. There's a misconception that the over 10 million undocumented people coming across the border in the last 4 years are just looking for a better life. While that is true in many cases, U.S. government policy at the border is facilitating a multi-billion-dollar smuggling operation by the cartels. The cartels are not simply providing transportation for a cost. They are sexually assaulting women and children, and they're taking the lives of people without any fear of retribution. I grew up in this county. My family's here. My business is here. My friends are here behind me. And I'm terrified each and every single day by what is happening with no regard for our safety. For the last year, my team and I personally collected hundreds of discarded passports and driver's licenses. I have some here today. From individuals all over the world. Most of these IDs I find are crudely destroyed, lit on fire, ripped apart, or folded and buried. There are thousands of these travel documents blowing around the border, and many people behind me have just as much as I do. We deserve security. We deserve honesty from our government. How have cartels been permitted to act with impunity at our California border for so long? Why are immigration laws not being enforced? Why am I finding the identifications of young children and newborns at the border who are being smuggled and trafficked here on a daily basis? Many of these children come here unaccompanied. This is because the cartels have realized that they can profit through the failed federal government's Office of Refugee Resettlement Program that delivers children to unvetted sponsors that are part of a transnational criminal organization. While on the border, my team located an abandoned cell phone. We accessed the cell phone and discovered it was from someone who traveled from Wuhan, China to San Gabriel, California. I found around 40 different chat groups via an app on the phone that provide instructions on how to get smuggled into the US. The most prominent chat groups are Chinese, but my team has infiltrated Russian, Ukrainian, Azerbaijan, and other Middle Eastern chats as well. The chats do not stop. They run 24/7. They contain a treasure trove of intelligence information. This research has led to chats that are associated with a sophisticated network of CCP operatives working in our country. In addition to coordinates to infiltrate the border, I've discovered detailed information on our country's nuclear posture. My team and I have discovered many cases of sexual assault at the border. The cartels are so emboldened that they leave what they call trophies that depicts the sexual exploitation they're responsible for along the route they smuggle migrants. I have seen it firsthand. My research has uncovered that children who speak a different language arrive with parents who speak a different language that they have. My research has also discovered a case where a Guatemalan national with a counterfeit visa sexually assaulted the child of a local Navy SEAL. I have attempted to share content that I found on the border that is a matter of national security. I've been told that due to the political climate, federal agents would be retaliated against for actively investigating this material. Oh, now my stuff's out of order. Again, this is a bipartisan issue. I was told by people a lot smarter than myself to stick to the script, but on my drive here today, I realized that if I stuck to the script, I wouldn't be here. So I'm very confused at things like the DNA program where they would check the DNA of the child and compare it to that of the adult they were with. We're not doing that anymore. The Biden administration did not renew that program. From what I remember, approximately 30% of those children were not related to the people that were coming across us. That's when we were doing the DNA testing. We're no longer doing it. So what's the number now? We have no idea. The people behind me deserve an answer as to why that program was not reinstated. Tim Tebow sat up here and explained that 20,000 kids were missing. Then Tara Rodas came along and explained that 85,000 children were missing, migrant children were missing in this country. I'm here today to explain that we now have approximately 300,000 plus children missing in this country. That is unacceptable. The greatest country in the world. It's unsat. We need this to be a bipartisan issue. And I know you said this is a bipartisan hearing, Congressman. I don't see any Democrats here.
The chair would note that all members of the committee were invited, and those who were able to make it showed up. But I appreciate your testimony. We'll follow up with questions. And I appreciate your deviating from the script to give us your personal perspective. I think that's extremely important. Mrs. Cardinelli, you're recognized.
Thank you for having me here today. I, Nicole Cardinelli, am fourth generation on our ranch in Dulzura, California. Dulzura is a small rural town on Highway 94 founded in the 1800s. I reside in Dulzura with my husband, son, and my parents. As previously stated, I'm a Navy veteran currently working in medical administration, and I spend my free time volunteering with my son's Little League and other sports. On Wednesday, August 28th, 2024, a group of migrants traveling through Dulzura attempted to board the Hamul-Dulzura Union School District's bus transporting young children. One of these young children was my 8-year-old son, Apollo. The children were both confused that a large group of adults were attempting to ride their bus, as well as completely terrified. Upon the investigation from the school, it was discovered that migrants disrupted another bus route the day prior. The school's immediate safety plan included a police and U.S. border agent escort for the bus. While I'm extremely grateful for the swift planning from the school's administration and the law enforcement escorts, this is a very disruptive way for a child to have to start their day. Apollo and other children did not ride the bus for several days after Wednesday's unpleasant incident out of immense fear that migrants would attempt to board his bus again. Many parents like me not only rely on the bus for transportation, but pay a yearly fee for our children to be safely transported to school. That feeling of safety has forever been tarnished for parents as well as the children. A large concern is not all migrants are properly background checked or vetted. How can we be sure that these migrants do not have a criminal record or have ill intent? The children on the bus and the bus driver could have been very seriously injured had these 20 migrants been violent, hostile, or had the motive to enter the bus by force. Living in Dulzura for 24 years, we are not strangers to migrants attempting to use our property to pass through. On many occasions, we have had migrants trespass onto our property to ask us for resources, water, or to offer us money to traffic them to nearby cities. On one horrific occasion, a beloved family horse was released from its corral by migrants crossing through our property. The horse was tragically struck by a vehicle and killed. The sad reality is the bus incident is a small part of a much larger issue. The border crisis has not only become an economic burden to the United States, but it has become a substantial safety concern. It should not take extreme circumstances such as children being injured by administrators to see the problems occurring at the border. The border crisis is detrimental to the well-being of American citizens and our generations to follow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
We'll go in order of seniority, starting with Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here, and thank you to the City of Santee for hosting us, and we appreciate all the folks from the public being here today. And to Mr. Hestrin, bear down. And let's talk for a moment about the state's support. Are they supporting you in your effort? Because you're prosecuting as a county attorney state charges of illegal aliens who come into your county and violate I assume the state law. That's where you're focused, right?
Yes.
And is the state of California supporting that effort?
Not at all.
And how about the federal government?
The federal government has been supportive. The U.S. Attorney for the Central District, Martin Estrada, we cooperate with him and his office, and they've been supportive. Of federal drug trafficking causing death is a 20-year minimum in prison, and we've had several prosecutions. My office actually embeds a deputy district attorney in the U.S. Attorney's office, and that's how we do these prosecutions.
I'm glad to hear that. I hope that you're also able to work with CBP and
No state help.
Carry your program out. We have at least two counties in Arizona. I could probably name you more, but Cochise County, Yuma County, doing the same type of thing, but prosecuting on state charges. They might not be getting the assistance from our state either. So maybe state to state contact would be helpful. Ms. Cardinale, I just want to question: is police escort still necessary for the buses that your son has to travel on?
They have now stopped.
They've not stopped.
They have stopped.
They have now stopped the
Yes.
police escorts. And is your son back on the bus?
He is.
Well, we're concerned about that, and we're concerned about the safety of not just your son, but all the kids going back and forth to school in this time. And there's lots of questions to ask all of you, and our time's going to go fast. So I wanted to just point out, Mayor Minto, when you talked about the resource center, you're talking about over a 5-month period. You had 80,000 people go through there, 99% of which were released into the country. But there were between 125 and 154,000 over about a 7-month period that were street released into San Diego County. Is that right?
That's correct. And so if you look at it, the math doesn't really add up.
Right.
We had about 80,000 that made it to that center. And if it hadn't been for having that center and the foresight of our county supervisors to actually put that there, all of them would have been released to the streets and had that negative impact on all of our communities.
And part and parcel of that is because there's so many people that are coming through that are being processed by CBP. Detention facilities can't hold them. They're releasing them into the streets, and we see the same thing in Arizona, by the way. So what happens is it strains your resources, your local resources. And there's not adequate vetting. Some of you have pointed that out. And that's why they're throwing the cards down, because we don't have agreements with many countries on who will actually let us take them back or send them back. So I appreciate your testimony today. Mayor Franklin, we were talking beforehand about these cards that have gone through there, and I appreciate your strong statement because and Sheriff Sharp, because if you don't enforce the law, you cannot get a handle on this very, very serious problem. And I'll just say, Mr. Goddard, your testimony is enlightening as well. And I want all of you to know I've read all of your testimony, and I just want to make a few comments here. So to help you understand, so Yuma County is right on the Colorado River between California and here. I was looking this up here. In 2020, the last year that Donald Trump was the president, that administration, we saw a total of 8,774 encounters in that county, in that sector, in the whole Yuma sector, which is a huge sector. It took only after the Biden team came on, and I should call it the regime, not the team. By February, you'd already seen them get to 5,000 in 1 month. In March, they had 12,000. They had 12,000 in that March. And there has not been, until you can go until a couple of months ago, there's not ever been a month under the Biden regime that has been lower than the entire year last year. And what was that? So if I can, I'm sorry, I'm going over. I know you're going to gavel me down. He wants to pull the hook on me. I'm hurrying, Mr. Chairman. Here's the deal.
This is the kinder, gentle Daryl. You're just not ready for it.
Yeah, I wasn't used to that. The
gentleman may continue for a time.
Yes, I'll hurry. So you got in Manhattan, 75% of violent crimes now are reported to be committed by illegal aliens. You've seen what happened in Aurora, Colorado. 2 apartment complexes taken over by Tren de Aragua. So they've done it violently. What did the governor say of Colorado? He said, this is all imagination. It's not real. Don't believe what your lying eyes are telling you. It happened in Chicago recently. 32 armed gang members from that Venezuelan violent gang called Tren de Aragua took over an apartment complex. This is it's permeating throughout the country. You're experiencing it here. You're like some of our Arizona counties, which are transit. So these people are coming in and they're going throughout the country. So how do you resolve some of that? I would just say we need to reinstitute Title 42. We need to reinstate MPP. We need to make sure ICE is actually removing the 1.5 million people who have had due process and have removal orders from our courts. This administration won't let them be removed. They need to be removed. We need to find the more than 300,000 children. Now, by the way, when we talk about unaccompanied minors, if you're 17 years old or if you're 25 and tell them you're 17, you'll be treated as an unaccompanied minor. But so you have a wide range there, but we have misplaced. This administration has misplaced over 300,000. You remember what the media did to the previous administration that misplaced a couple thousand. And they found everyone but about 50 of those. I was on the committee that was investigating that. So I can tell you, DNA testing, we stopped that. We can't vet. So if you're throwing down your ID and you are a blank sheet of paper to the CBP, and you can create a whole new legend for yourself. And we need to have our detention facilities and use those, because if you're removing, you're doing hands-on stopping at the border, and you are detaining people rather than releasing them throughout the U.S., you make the country safer, first of all, but you also stop the incentive factor to come over here. And there's so much more to be said about this, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful that we're holding this hearing, and I thank you for your indulgence. And I have so much more to say on this topic, but I will yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. We now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chairman Issa. Certainly appreciate Mayor Minto hosting us here today. I made numerous visits to the border since I've been a member of Congress. And you always walk away with a unique experience or something different that makes an impression on you. But everything that I've seen certainly, I think, causes more concern for any of us who find ourselves kind of in a position of either being on Judiciary Committee. I will mention I'm also a member of Financial Services as well. And there is a nexus, believe it or not, between the two committees as we continue to see an infiltration of those that aren't necessarily considered somebody that's just crossing the border for whether it is asylum or even if they say they're here to look for employment or whatever reason they might offer. So this is becoming bigger and bigger and bigger every day that passes. So I represent the far western suburbs of Milwaukee, still a fairly rural district in Wisconsin, a lot of agricultural related industry in and around there. Still many dairy farms in Wisconsin. And I would say 3 or 4 years ago, we weren't really feeling the impact, I think, certainly not as significant as what we're hearing about today or what I've heard about, whether you're in McAllen, Texas, or if you're in the Tucson sector, which we were a couple months ago, and some of the other border visits that we've done. But I wanted to start with a quick question for the DA. And actually, these are numbers from the U.S. Attorney's Office. In the first 9 months of fiscal year 2022, San Diego and the surrounding area accounted for 60% of all fentanyl seized nationwide. Not my number. You know, like I said, that's a U.S. Attorney's number. I'm wondering, and based on what we've known before and what we saw yesterday, as the chairman brought up, in the vault, which I've now been able to visit on 2 separate occasions, all the evidence being held related to the Ninth Circuit and the cases that they're prosecuting, managing. This is a great concern, obviously, across the nation. I've got parents that have had children that have died from fentanyl use. Obviously, you know, these stories continue to kind of percolate out there as we hear them, sometimes with a cloud of mystery as to what exactly happened. But District Attorney, can you tell us specifically about what you see related to fentanyl crimes right now?
Yeah, fentanyl is overwhelming Riverside County, just as you mentioned, Congressman. It's pouring in across our southern border, and it's coming through Riverside County. Riverside County is a pass-through to other destinations. Los Angeles is the largest market for illicit drugs, so comes to Riverside County. Many of the drug gangs that use Riverside County as sort of a holding. They'll get homes, fill it up with fentanyl and other drugs, and then ship it out to other parts of the country as the orders come in. They're running a business. The cartels are running a business, and they're essentially using our open border as a business opportunity. The heartbreaking thing, and I'm glad you mentioned it, Congressman, you know, I gave statistics in my opening statement about, you know, the number of deaths going up since 2020, 1,200 some percent. And I always hesitate to do that because it sort of clouds the reality. The reality is that these are real people, real families with a son or daughter that's been taken from them by these criminals. And, you know, I can't go anywhere in Riverside County without being stopped by a family that wants to talk to me about and tell me the story of their child being taken from them and cut down in the spring of their life. And what's happening, unfortunately, is that the cartels have moved into the counterfeit pill business. And as I mentioned, 70% of the pills, the illegal pills on our streets, contain fentanyl. And so these people are dying. They think they're taking an Adderall. They think they're taking a Percocet. And obviously, we don't condone illegally buying Percocet or Adderall on the internet, but they're being killed, and it's murder. To me, it's murder. I think it should be murder all across this country. A criminal who poisons an American with fentanyl belongs in prison. And what we're seeing is just a wave of these deaths. Last year in 2023, we had 554 deaths in Riverside County, fentanyl related. As I said, as recently as 2016, we had 2. And if we didn't have Narcan in the hands of every police officer and sheriff's deputy, you could probably add a 0 to those number of deaths. And so this is a tidal wave of death and destruction that's coming across our open southern border. We have to get a handle on this fast. It's wrecking our communities.
Thank you. Mayor Minto, you talked a little bit about, and I would ask the same type of question to Mayor Frank. Your budget. I mean, what kind of constraints and how difficult has that been for you to manage? I'll ask Mayor Minto first and then Mayor Franklin.
Yeah, I do have to give full disclosure here. We're a contract city with the Sheriff's Department. So we are very fortunate in the fact that we don't always have to come up with extra money out of our budget at our city.
Okay.
And but the question is, what happens at the county level? How much money do they have to come up with? And like I talked a little bit about in my statement, is that if we weren't putting money into these transit centers, then there'd be a lot more money that was needed. When, the DA was actually spot on when he said how impacted we are by not having things like Narcan or some of the other types of drugs. Can you imagine how much money we would have saved and been able to put into other resources if we didn't have to buy all that medicine just to keep people alive who took something that they didn't know what they were taking? That's what's really important. And so for us, we're very fortunate. We don't have to come up with a lot of extra money. And I don't know about Mayor Franklin, if he has that same type of experience or not, but the only thing we really come up with more money is to, like, for instance, a lot of these people become homeless on our streets.
Yeah.
So we have to address it from that angle.
Right. Chairman, will you indulge Mayor Franklin?
Of course.
Yep.
So we're also a contract city, but of course we pay $273,000 to the county for each deputy that we employ, and the number we employ is a decision of our council. So we do spend more money on law enforcement than any other budget item. And my city is the single busiest sheriff station in the entire county of the 12 cities that are policed by the sheriff. We have a major issue with availability of jail beds. And one of the biggest problems that we face is that our deputies and police officers in other parts of the county, when they're making arrests, they don't have the capacity in the jail to jail folks. We've made some really, really horrible decisions as a state and some bad decisions in the county. AB 109 that released half of our prison population and put about 25% of that population in our county jails has taken beds and space away. But the whole problem of border crime, and as I talked about in my statement, we know that tens of thousands of these crimes are originated by people who are here unlawfully. Clearly, it's placing a significant burden on all of our law enforcement resources that would not be there if we had a secure border.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you. I recognize the gentleman from Arizona for unanimous consent.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have three articles I'd like to be submitted into the record for by unanimous consent. The first is a piece recently entitled "Illegal Alien MS-13 Gang Member Wanted for Murder Found Living in Texas." Second is Kamala's America. Violent Venezuelan mob reportedly beat helpless young man in Dallas parking lot as gunshots are fired. And the third one is from Telemundo. Vinculan con la banda criminal Tren de Aragua al hermano de migrante detenido en Joya por la muerte de una universitaria.
In spite of not knowing what you said, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
I'll try to pick up, I'm recognize myself and pick up a few questions that I think will add to what my two colleagues have already asked about. District Attorney Hestrin, you're unique in that you prosecuted the deceptive dissemination of what appeared to be a prescription drug to a young woman a young girl who died as a result of taking just half of that pill. There's a successful prosecution, but there's no specific state law that empowered you to do that. So as I understand, you had to kind of work around to put together the facts so that you could get that second-degree murder charge. Would it be helpful if both the state, in a perfect world, and the federal government, in what we hope
How
will
you
be a
doing, mate?
fairly perfect world, were to give you specific charges that would allow you to have manslaughter, second-degree murder, or whatever is appropriate based on the normal knowledge of somebody who knowingly provides a deceptive drug that leads to a mortality?
Yes, Chairman, it would be incredibly helpful. And I do want to point out that this strategy that we've embarked on a couple of years ago, we have filed 36 homicide cases against drug traffickers for murder, second-degree murder. This has now been sort of emulated by DAs across the state of California. So I was proud to lead that effort. But my colleagues across the state, with some exceptions, are also doing the same thing. They don't have the numbers because they haven't been doing it as long, but they are moving in that direction. But yes, we have to use existing second-degree murder law, especially the laws around DUI murders. That's essentially what this is. It's saying that someone who knowingly deals and traffics in fentanyl, knowing the risks, disregarded that risk, and did it anyway, we can proceed under a second-degree murder theory. But it's very difficult. It's legally difficult. It's difficult to collect the evidence. And so we formed a task force with the Sheriff's Department in our county. We're very blessed to have a Sheriff's Department that works with us like that, and we've been successful. Last thing, we know because we're listening to criminal organizations on wiretaps. We know it's having an effect. My critics say, "Oh, that doesn't matter. That's just the old, war on drugs. It's ineffective." It's a bunch of nonsense. The criminals, we hear them saying, "We can't go into Riverside County with drugs because they prosecute people there. We're going to go into Los Angeles and do the deal there." I've heard that over and over. Now, I don't wish the people of Los Angeles any ill, but I want them out of my county. And so that makes me happy when I hear that. It's working. We need to do this across California, across this country. It will have an effect.
Thank you. For both of my mayors, both of you represent districts that have high immigrant populations. Would it be fair to say that virtually every family that you deal with has some loved one on a list wanting to come to the United States? In other words, almost all of your constituents who are immigrant families also have further relatives that legally they're trying to get to the United States.
Congressman, thank you for that question, because I almost on a monthly basis am talking to families who are generally in tears wanting to get family members here. They've been waiting for years. And to watch people who cross the southern border, go down and see it in person, who do it without any waiting, without going through any of the lawful process, and then to see the families who do it the right way, who are investing tens of thousands of dollars in attorneys to guide them. The level of unfairness and injustice in that is off the charts. It's wrong, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
Thank you. Thanks for making the case on that, because this is the committee that desperately wants to make sure that our legal immigration system works, which we all know takes longer when you go through the front door, obviously, than it does the back door. Mr. Godero, I'm going to ask you two things, at least. One of them is, will you take time with the committee to allow us to digitize as many of those documents with annotations as possible, so that we, unlike other federal entities, are willing to pursue and to help you get to some satisfaction for all your hard work?
Yes, with the caveat that I like to discuss all that in a closed setting.
Absolutely, and we want to do it in an appropriate way. But you did share with me before we came on something of great concern that I would like to make public here. If I understood correctly, you have a number of documents there that show Afghan nationals who have been given Turkish documentation and then threw them away so they wouldn't know that what we had were people from a country that in fact destroyed our country on 9/11, people from a country that we cannot and do not have any ability to trace. And by throwing those documents away that they used to get from Turkey to here, they concealed who they were when they turned themselves at the border.
Yes, sir. So we have, my team and I have collected a lot of these documents, and some of the people on my team were able to look into these different documents, albeit passports, ID cards, driver's licenses. I have a credit card from a company that was dropped at the border. It's an Indian company, and the person on the credit card, I decided it was the name of the company on the card, so I decided to Google it. That person has a Dun & Bradstreet number. None of this stuff makes sense, Congressman. We're having a hard time figuring it out, and my team is working tirelessly. I apologize for getting a little emotional in my testimony, but my team is unpaid. They are law enforcement, current, prior military, and we are trying to figure out what's going on because we're having a hard time, like you said, finding someone or an agency, even all the different task force. I've talked to most of them, and they really don't know what to do with this stuff. It seems, and I may be wrong, it seems like we never were ready for this to happen. I will call it an invasion because of what I've seen, and we don't have a task force to look into a possible invasion of our country. We weren't ready for it.
Well, we're trying to get ready for it, and I appreciate your testimony. Mrs. Cardinelli, I want to thank you for your testimony, and it is my hope that we will assert some pressure to see that those escorts continue, including federal officers. As much as I object to the Border Patrol being asked to be Uber drivers for illegal immigrants, I would rather that they see them at those stopping points, that they take them into custody, even if I sadly know that they'll be released. So we were with the Border Patrol yesterday and Customs. They're very dedicated, and I will personally take time to speak with them to see if we can't free up enough manpower to use that as a technique, not just for your child, but for all the children in the district. So thank you. Sheriff, I have 100 questions for you, but I'm going to follow up on the one I gave the DA. From your decades of experience, if you had a pretty straightforward, we're going to charge you with second-degree murder, we're going to put you away for the rest of your life. If you had that tool when you were apprehending even a low-level pusher, seller, does that give you, the fact that you could charge that, does that give you a lot more oomph to move up the chain to actually apprehend as many of the people involved? In other words, does the ability to prosecute at the highest level give you a tool that usually works well in your experience as a narcotics investigator?
I think over my time in law enforcement, it's obvious that whenever there's any level of accountability by way of holding somebody criminally accountable for their actions, when there's accountability, they want to protect themselves at some level. They may even want to change the way their actions are, and that does give us investigative leads, move up the chain. And as DA Hestron mentioned, then we are on wiretaps and seeking the people that are really at the core of the problem, the ones that keep the business going.
Well, I will tell you, the three of us up here are convinced that we need to work hard to give you some additional tools, at least at the federal level. I will note that our U.S. attorneys, both in Riverside and San Diego County, have tried hard to do as much as they can with a California that often doesn't make something a crime that should be, and that is on a federal level. Do either of the members have a quick follow-up? Mr.
Yes.
Biggs.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I think the thematically, what we've heard today is that if you enforce the laws, you provide the deterrent and take away the incentive to violate the law, which so many are doing. I also want, I have one more unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, tell me it.
It is Kamala's or Kemala's border chaos, San Diego sector out of control, illegals arriving from Jordan, China, and India. And I will just point out that yesterday
Without objection, it'll be placed in the record in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we were on the border, just getting to a gap in the wall, I've been to many times at that very gap, and every time there's people coming. There were 5 people coming. We had 2 from Guatemala, 2 from Colombia, and 1 from India. So just in this small group of 5, they told us that they did not know each other. They had met the day before in a hotel in Tijuana with the coyote who arranged for them to get together, drop them off, and that is the norm now across the southern border, and that has got to stop. And we want to help you all, because I know that everybody here is sincerely trying to figure out remedies. And Mr. Chairman, again, thank you for letting me speak.
You're most welcome. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chairman. Mayor Minto, during your response to the first question, you talked a little bit about the NGOs. Can you tell us kind of what's your overview on, and Mayor Franklin, I'm sure you have an opinion on this too, because we get a mixed message out there, right? And Catholic Charities takes kind of the brunt of the criticism related to the NGOs. But what is your experience right now with the give and take with the NGOs and what they're providing and the resources they're providing?
Well, what I'd like to do first is give you a little background on my experience with non-government organizations. And during the 2000s, I'll say, as I was a police officer, my job was to create programs to keep kids out of trouble, out of the justice system. And we relied heavily on non-government organizations because when you encumber your police officers, your probation officers, they are not doing a job that they can be doing elsewhere. So if you bring them into the fold, the NGOs into the fold, and they are able to perform just basic services, especially, then you know what? Then your police officers, your probation officers, and others can actually do the job they were hired for. It's better to find out what the cause is for an issue. We know that kids, for instance, do a lot of things, everything from boredom to being abused. And if you can find out why they're doing that, you can fix the problem. So non-government organizations usually have the resources because they get grants from everywhere you can think of, especially large ones like Jewish Family Services. So why not let them do the work, and then we can take care of the actual line work that needs to be done. I guess that's the best way of doing it. And today, by having them on board, that still is the way that the work can be done best, in my opinion.
Okay, Mayor Franklin.
There are 6,000 people living unsheltered on the streets of our county. 170 of those are living homeless on the streets of my city. Until I've got every single person who's an American off the streets and into a place of shelter, the idea of spending federal or county money to welcome immigrants who have come unlawfully. I visited that center funded by the federal taxpayer through the county of San Diego. They were spending $43,000 a week on transportation services. Now, one of the untold stories that didn't get talked about today, people are paying between $2,000 and $15,000 to the cartels. If they do not pay, many of them are murdered if they try and cross without paying that extortion. They come across oftentimes, as you've seen, in their best new clothes, and they're here to start a new life in the United States. Probably most of them that could afford the $15,000 or whatever they paid probably also had a few $1,000s in their pocket to get where they're going. Now, I don't have a problem with Catholic Charities and other NGOs providing some assistance on a compassionate humanitarian basis, but why the taxpayer would address the needs of people who have entered unlawfully, who seem to have some money, before we would address the needs of those who are living without shelter, who are homeless, defies explanation. So that's my experience.
Bingo.
Thank you. In closing, I want to point out for the district attorney, I know he knows this, that Alexandra's Law was introduced last year. It's working through Congress. The intent is, with perhaps even some enhancements, to begin to give you specific laws that would allow the U.S. attorney to join in aggressive prosecution. Hopefully, as we're seeing other states who have looked at it and have introduced it, it would become something that would be both a state and federal tool. Because I do believe strongly that for law enforcement, this type of death through deception has to be attacked in a specific or overt way. Yesterday, we also introduced to the House of Representatives the Sanctuary City Accountability Act. I don't want to make this political, but we live in a sanctuary city area, Los Angeles and San Diego. We live in a sanctuary state. As a result, in many cases, the problems you've all told us about today are exacerbated by the actions. And the federal government is estimated to have be spending over $152 billion a year in direct relation to these new and unasked for immigrants.
Yeah, I'm here.
Lastly,
Lovely.
one
Just
of the
checking.
things that I've found hardest
Been quiet
to
for a while.
understand that I want to make sure is in the record, we are talking today exclusively about people who entered the United States through the Mexican border. Mexico has an immigration policy that requires Afghans, Turks, Chinese, and the list goes on and on. Virtually every country on the planet must have a visa to come into Mexico. U.S. or international law requires if someone is seeking asylum or refugee status, that they must do so at the first entry to the next country, which in this case, in every case, was Mexico, if not the first, sometimes the second or third, but certainly we were never the first. Under Mexican law, if someone leaves China and wants to come to the United States via Turkey, they arrive in Turkey, a country which will not admit them without a visa unless they say they're going to the United States but don't have a visa. They then fly to Mexico, where Mexico admits them, although they would not admit them without a visa unless they say they're going to the United States without a visa. They then transit unescorted throughout the process, other than perhaps coyotes, to the Mexican border, completely free to remain in Mexico, but with the knowledge that they're coming to the United States. That is the present state of affairs. Not one person we've described today was lawfully admitted to the United States under international law. Every one of them had been admitted to Mexico in violation of Mexico's law and international agreements, and then presented at the border, where our Border Patrol is required to bring them in. NGOs are paid to help them, and in fact, we give them transit throughout the United States. That is the undeniable situation that I have dealt with since I returned to Congress. It is one that I know must end, and I want to thank all of you for your testimony and helping make the record complete. Next week, the committee will meet in Washington, and I'm assured that we will prepare an interim report summarizing our many hearings, including this one today. As is the policy of the committee, you will have 5 days, all of you, to present additional information, extraneous information, that information we talked about getting, so that we may make the record complete. Again, I want to thank all of you, and I want to thank our audience and those who covered this for the U.S. and international press. Without objection, now this meeting is adjourned.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah.
So they can literally fly in from Turkey into Mexico without documents, or without paying passports, without a visa, and just tell them that they're going to America without documents, and both Turkey and Mexico would just let them in and send them on their way.
Yep.
That can't be legal.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
That's a
But you have to have, from any other country, you have to have a visa to get into Mexico. But when they get to the border of the U.S., they have no documents.
No.
They have no documents when they cross the border. They lose all their documents.
Of course they do. Doesn't pay
Yeah.
them to have documents. I mean, they have documents and they'll get.
And it could be all sorts. There could be pedos and everything in there. Because
Well, they're guaranteed in Venezuela. They are literally emptying their prisons.
Yeah.
Proven.
They are literally emptying their prisons and giving them no you basically fuck off to America and don't come back. You come back, you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inferno, instead of chatting in chat, jump up, come up on the panel and chat to us.
Inferno sent you an email.
It's me.
Yep.
Sorry, mate. I haven't even put my email server on today. I haven't got my glasses. 1 minute.
But isn't that interesting?
It really is.
Well, this is it, though. I mean, they come into. It's the same thing. It's the same thing for us over here in the UK, right?
Yeah.
They're coming over here as they said. You know, the first point of call, the first safe country that they would have come to, because they're all safe, right? I mean, Spain, Greece, Italy, France, Germany. They would have had to travel through all of these countries to get to the French border, and even in France.
Well,
You know,
did you see that, what I sent you on X?
no, my head's been pounding. I didn't even bother to look anywhere, do anything.
I sent you on X.
Hang on. Let me get this shit open. Emails.
The Minister of State Security. They're removing, the Labor Department is removing everybody out of the hotels. All the illegals out of the hotels. Yep. Let me see if I can pull it up.
What's going on with X, man? Literally every video after video of people beating the shit out of each other. Attacking each other, beating each other up. My God, this woman's fucking holding onto the side of the car while the guy's driving.
Uh-huh.
think I'll jump off for a bit, try and get some sleep.
Okay.
Right, Northwoods. I might jump back on later if you're still going, if I get some after about an hour or so. Hope you feel better later, Mellows.
Thank you, Miss Frupa.
No problem, darling.
Just literally
Send
just
you
jump
hugs.
just swallowed a whole load of pills. Hopefully that will just
Must
calm
be
my
4:28 at some point, so that might make you feel better.
yeah.
Catch you later.
All
I'll see
righty,
you in a
hon.
bit. You have a good rest, yeah.
Night, guys. Night, Inferno. Night, Nightwood.
See you in a bit.
Oh, come on. I like freaking commercial.
Pause. What's this, a video?
Yeah.
Wow, this is the UK.
Yep.
So
Hold on.
I can't get a council house, right? But they're going to give these people council house, right?
Yep.
Makes sense.
Yep. Yep. Why won't it share?
Fuller, thicker head of hair and keep it for life. It's all because of this hair follicle regenerating breakthrough. In new clinical research, this breakthrough has been shown to help people regrow a staggering 75% more hair in just 30 days. So you could go from this to this. This breakthrough works to regrow your hair even if everything else you've tried has failed you. That's because it targets your growth where it starts, at your hair follicles. As you may know, hair follicles are at the root of your hair. Every
What is this?
hair on your head is generated from a hair follicle. And the health of your hair follicles determines whether you have a thick head of hair or thinning hair. And that's where this new research comes in, because science has uncovered 3 hair follicles.
What was that? Wrong video.
Right. All right, where's the video?
Want a video?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the video now.
A favor and let me know if you guys can hear.
Oh, I've got here's the deal one here. Looks good. I put it on.
Hear this live stream, I'm going to play a little bit of system audio. Let me know if you can hear me and hear system audio. That would be a 5x5.
That every day in our country.
Can you hear Camel Toe there? What's up, John Eagle? Ali Bell is here. SFC. Jenny is here. Jeff O'Donnell. VIP Solar Bear. You can hear it. Okay, good. Derek's here. Hey, thanks for joining. I don't usually do live streams this early in the day, but I saw this video and I wanted to cover it. And I also wanted to say, when you get involved in government and when you get involved in the political process and you label yourself a Democrat or a Republican, you automatically make yourself a hypocrite because you're going to be inconsistent. Your position, your political position is going to be inconsistent with your moral code or what is perceived as a moral code. It's going to violate principle. To be a Democrat or to be a Republican, you have to violate human codes, real human codes. And what I mean by that is you have to violate the you have to violate the NAP, the non-aggression principle. And by the way, non-aggression principle doesn't mean that you'll never be aggressive. It just means you'll be aggressive at the right time. For example, if you try to break into my house, I will be as aggressive as I need to be to protect my family. So the non-aggression principle doesn't mean that you're not going to be aggressive. You're just going to use the appropriate measure of aggression at the appropriate time and unleash it on the appropriate person in the appropriate amount. Maybe not even sometimes in the appropriate amount, but you will be doing the right things because you'll be operating from the platform of morality and protecting. When they say the non-aggression principle, it's the initiation of force and violence against peaceful people who haven't done anything wrong. And that is what the government specializes in. That's what the corporately sponsored two-party system is all about, is initiating violence on people who do not want that violence into their lives, or coercion, or theft, or force, or brutality. That's why we're against bad cops. I mean, I need for somebody to prove to me there's such a thing as a good cop, but the reason we're against bad cops is because they violate rights, they steal property, they lie to you, they make false reports, they handcuff you, they kidnap you, they imprison you for no freaking reason other than you violated traffic code, or we're just here to uphold and enforce the positions of political parasites. So I wanted to go over this video with you. This comes from the YouTube channel, and I told you the other day I'm going to go over this guy's video. It comes from Tennessee Brando, the Tennessee Brando channel, and I totally get it. You never argue with a fool because onlookers might not be able to tell a difference, but you should expose fools at every chance that you can possibly get. And that's why I love the internet, because the information that goes out over the internet is forever. And when these people say things, every time they open their mouths, they hang themselves. So I'm going to show you what he says about this. The name of his video is "I'm Enraged at MAGA's Heartless Reaction to Georgia Tragedy." But listen closely to what he says and see if you can pick up the hypocrisies and inconsistencies before I do. This is highly instructive.
Honest with you guys, when I got the news of what happened on Wednesday down in Georgia, I didn't make a breaking news video about it right away, and I didn't talk about it that day because I just needed time to wrap my mind around it and figure out how in the hell I was going to go about talking about this subject again. It gets so tiresome having to have this conversation. I'm a father of 5. And I have a grandson. 3 of my children have already graduated, but I've got 3 more to go, and I'm sure there'll be more grandkids in the future. So this is a battle that we're going to be in for the rest of our lives, unfortunately. And I say to myself, how do you go about talking about this again? Because it's just so tiresome. It truly is. I think the way we talk about it is we realize what it is that we're up against. And when I say what we're up against, I don't mean the people that carries out these acts of violence. I'm talking about the people who sits on their hands and does absolutely nothing. They sit here, the people on the right, and they fan the flames, and they get everybody paranoid. Their message is nothing but fear and hate and cruelty. They get everybody so paranoid that they don't know what to do with their lives, and then they sit back when the shit hits the fan and say we can't do anything about it. It's just a fact of life. I think it's very important that we realize the type of people that we're truly up against. They're going to sit back.
Let me just say this. You know, one of the most powerful things that you can do about it? If these things keep happening in gun-free public school zones, one of the most powerful things you can do outside of arming your teenager or arming the teachers is don't let your kids go to public school, gun-free, fish in a barrel, criminal empowerment, victim creation zones. Doesn't that make sense? If you love your kids, you know, and he'll say this, if you love your kids, this is what they say. If you love your kids, you'll get rid of your guns. If you don't get rid of your guns, then you don't love your kids. It's this false dichotomy. It's like, what about the third possible option of I love my kids, therefore I have guns? Or I love my kids, therefore I wouldn't dare put them in the public school 15,000 hour indoctrination program. Now I understand that some people are up against the wall financially. They're in a hard position. Maybe a woman is raising her kids alone because the husband left, and you know she's got to work during the day, so she can't leave her kids home during the day, so they have, you know, public school and all that. I'm sure that there are options through churches and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not coming down on people like that. I'm coming down on people like this who have the capability of homeschooling their kids, who have within their grasp the ability to keep them from going into these gun-free public fool kill zones. You can do something about that, but rather than doing something in their own lives where they actually have legitimate control over their own lives and their kids' lives, they want to exert control over you and say, okay, the remedy to this problem is I got to take away the guns of tens of millions of innocent Americans who didn't and never will commit a crime because of what this psycho, probably on big pharma medication, has done.
And they're not going to do a goddamn thing. And I know some people say, Brando, you shouldn't take the Lord's name in vain. Well, I think they take the Lord's name in vain every time they get up after one of these senseless tragedies and just offer us their thoughts and prayers. Brian Kemp down in Georgia, the governor, says, well, today's not the day to talk about policy. Let's just give them our thoughts and prayers.
Now, keep in mind, he said that we're gonna go. Let me kill this, and then we'll skip over the ad. But keep in mind, he said that, and he's going to continue on with this thoughts and prayers thing. He's going to go, I don't want your thoughts and prayers, but Kamala is going to say our thoughts and prayers are with you, and he's going to actually play the clip of Kamala. So here's Brian Kemp. Here's what he has a problem with Brian Kemp saying. And by the way, Brian Kemp is also a political joker. I don't care, Republican, Democrat. It doesn't matter to me. They're psychopathic parasites who want to make rules for the rest of us. And the more rules that they make, the less free we become.
Well, look, we've done a tremendous amount on school safety, but today is not the day for politics or policy. Today is a day for an investigation, to mourn these precious Georgians that we have lost, to thank the first responders that went, into the line of fire, the school staff, superintendent, the principal, and others that are just trying to hold this community together. That's what we need to be focused on right now. We also had a tragic loss of a firefighter in Greene County earlier today before this event happened, with an explosion that killed the life of a first responder that, again, was running in to danger when many people were trying to run out. And that's what the focus needs to be on tonight. I would ask everybody to continue to keep this community, these victims, and these educators and these men and women in law enforcement in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
So my question is, when can we have that conversation? When will be a good time to have that? Oh, wait, we can't.
We're going to have it right now, Brando, Tennessee Brando. Matter of fact, Tennessee Brando, if you see this video, this guy's got 300,000 subscribers and he gets millions upon millions of views. I can't even get 1,000 views on my channel. And, I'm nowhere close to his influence level. But Tennessee Brando, if you want, we can have an open live stream discussion, and you tell me how you want to institute these gun laws and what it actually means. Let's wipe away all the euphemisms. Let's strip it down to the bare bones and actually what you are calling for.
We can't, because you guys worship your guns more than you care about our children. You guys are
you worship your guns more than you care about your children. Now, that could be true in some people's case, but you can't broad brush that. And you can't just give us a false dichotomy, because that's being completely dishonest in any conversation.
ones that put bandages on your ears to stand in solidarity with Donald Trump. But when it's a kid, you put the rifle pennant on and you stand with the rifle. So I guess we're never going to be able to have this conversation. And by the way, I don't want to be in your thoughts and prayers.
See, like the rifle pin. Yeah, I get it. I don't trust any politicians. I think the Band-Aid on the ear was totally stupid. Talk about letting people know that you're in the cult of personality. Just go ahead and put a Band-Aid on your ear because you believe the official story about what happened to your cult leader. You know, I'm not just downing people who are following Trump. Same thing with Kamala Harris. You follow your cult leader, you Kamala Harris people. Same thing with Donald Trump. But the issue here is that he's trying to make a divide, and because there's nobody in the room to challenge him, and there is plenty of room to challenge this guy, and all you have to do is do it on the basis of morality and do to others what you would want done to you. And either this guy's not thinking, or he understands fully what he's saying and what he's propagating, and he's just going to go ahead and do it anyway because that's his bread and butter.
I understand that not everyone that says that is an asshole, but when MAGA says you're in our thoughts and prayers, I don't want to be in your thoughts.
By the
I
way,
want to be walking around in your brain.
By the way, I've got this set to 1.5 speed. If you guys want me to slow it down, let me know. He doesn't talk this fast. I usually set things to, generally 2 speed. I double the speed because, I got a lot of material to cover every day, and I don't have time to sit there and watch somebody just continue to stumble over the words. So if you guys want me to slow it down to like 1.25 or just regular speed, let me know.
Because you think it's okay for a man to go out and rape a woman and then defame her after the fact. You think it's okay for someone to overturn an election they knew they lost. You think it's okay to sick protesters on the county.
I am going to go ahead and slow it down, just 1.25.
And beat police officers over the head. You think it's okay to mock the disabled, to mock the handicapped, to mock prisoners of war, to mock veterans, to use
He's setting up a straw man for his argument.
Arlington Cemetery as a stage prop. I don't want to be walking around in your mind. I don't need to be in your thoughts. And I sure don't need you throwing up a prayer to me, because I imagine if there is a God in the sky, you would have to spend a whole lot of time getting right before he would ever listen to you. So don't worry about throwing anything up on my behalf. When I'm the reason
This guy's literally got, how many views does he have? He launched this 2 hours ago. He's already at 14,000 views. He's got 300,000 subscribers watching him.
I'm showing you guys the responses of MAGA is because I want you to understand that we're the adults in the room and understand what we're up against. Here's JD.
And the reason I'm showing you the responses of anti-MAGA, and I agree with him on some of this MAGA stuff. I mean, it is absolutely ludicrous. It's insane. They are drinking the Kool-Aid and the cult of personality, but he's no different. He's on the other side of the status road in a ditch, heading in the exact same direction as the MAGA that he claims to be exposing. So yeah, we're going to expose this guy too.
Vance saying, well, sorry, guys, it's just a fact of life. Take a look at this stupidity.
Kamala Harris' answer to this is to take law-abiding American citizens' guns away from them. That is what Kamala Harris wants to do.
That's true. JD Vance is your enemy. JD Vance is being supported by the money of Peter Thiel. If you don't know who Peter Thiel is, check it out. And that's just one problem with JD Vance. He's a liar like they all are. So this isn't me being in the corner of JD Vance, but JD Vance has the capacity to tell the truth. And he just told the truth about what Kamala Harris intends to do on the heels of yet another school shooting.
Look, I don't like this. I don't like to admit this. I don't like that this is a fact of life. But if you are a psycho and you want to make headlines, you realize that our schools are soft targets. And we have got to bolster security at our schools so that a person who walks through the front door.
Anytime you ask the government to do anything on your behalf, you're asking them to steal more money from all the American people, even if it sounds like it's a good thing. We have to come to that conclusion right now. Bolster the schools. Well, that means funding. And where's that funding going to come from? Because the government is not going to cut other programs so they can scrape together the money so they can bolster the schools. That means they're going to dip more and more into your pocket. That means they're going to increase the federal government's power even more than it already has been.
We've got to bolster security so that if a psycho wants to walk through the front door and kill a bunch of children, they're not able to. And again, as a parent, do I want my kids' school to have additional security? No, of course I don't. I don't want my kids to go to school in a place where they feel like you've got to have additional security, but that is increasingly the reality that we live in.
First of all, I just want to say he is dead wrong when he says that Kamala Harris's answer to this is to come after law-abiding citizens' Second Amendment rights. That is not true, but that fear tactic right there is over time.
She already said it.
On this planet, I've heard Republicans saying that Democrats were going to take your guns, and it's never happened because that's not what we're about. What we're about is having some common sense. We're talking about
already said it, loser.
People in a matter of seconds.
You know what he just said? He said, we're not about taking your guns. We're about taking your guns. Let's listen to him again, because this is a talking point that they constantly use. Listen to this.
Have additional security, but that is increasingly the reality that we live in.
First of all, I just want to say he is dead wrong when he says that Kamala Harris's answer to this is to come after law-abiding citizens' Second Amendment rights.
That is her answer. She wants to institute assault weapons bans, high-capacity magazine bans. She wants to close the gun show loophole, which is completely eliminating the free market at gun shows, where if you want to sell granddad's gun to somebody who wants to buy it, you're not going to be able to do it unless you're a federal firearms license dealer. And they want to, did I say, yeah, high capacity magazines. They want to take your guns.
Well, that I agree with.
You can call it gun safety legislation all you want to. You can call it stamping out gun violence. You want to save the children, though. You want to get rid of gun violence, don't you? Yeah, we want to save children, and we want, well, there's no such thing as gun violence, but there's no way the government's going to do it. So he's saying, this isn't what Kamala wants to do. She doesn't want to take your guns. She wants to take your guns. Listen.
Is not true, but that fear tactic right there is as old as I am. As long as I've been on this planet, I've heard Republicans saying that Democrats were going to take your guns, and it's never happened because that's not what we're about.
What's the assault weapons ban? What's the high capacity magazine restriction? What are the gun bans instituted in New York, New Jersey, Chicago? What is that? That's a violation of your Second Amendment rights. That is taking people's guns. That's criminalizing people who want a gun to protect themselves. You know, I'm not going to sit here and call this guy names, but I'm going to call it like it is. He's being a hypocrite. He's lying. He's not being honest. Is he doing it wittingly or unwittingly? Well, because there's a dollar sign and a dollar amount and a paycheck attached to what he's doing, it's hard for me to believe that he's not doing it so that he can get a paycheck, so that he can appeal to his audience, so he can get a bigger subscriber base and get more money coming in. He's lying.
We're about is having some common sense. We're talking about weapons that can take away the lives of people in a matter of seconds. And you guys think that just any idiot should be allowed to have it. And
so a handgun can't be used to take away a life in the matter of seconds. And let me get this straight. Let me just, like, we hear people going, no, the guns are what's killing people. You remember that senator? What was his name? Crud. What was that guy's name? I'm gonna see if I can find this clip. But he literally said in a CNN town hall that guns are what is going to do the killing. He literally is basically saying inanimate objects are what is going to do the killing. Let me see if I've got this in my library. I don't know if I'm going to be able to show you. Oh, yeah.
When you get right down to it, the gun is what is going to do the killing.
I want you to see him say this. This is a Republican senator. If you guys can remember his name, let me know, but let me see if I can pull it up on the screen for you. I wasn't expecting to play this, so I wasn't prepared, but it just jumped into my mind, and I think it's appropriate for this conversation. Let me pull it over here, expand that. Isn't his name Nelson or something like that? I think he was a senator from Florida. Listen.
When you get right down to it, the gun is what is going to do the killing.
When you get right down to it, the coffee mug is what is going to do the killing. Is that ludicrous? When you get right down to it, the hammer is what is going to do the killing. Unfrickin' believable. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there are actually people out there who believe that rhetoric. They really believe that an inanimate object is going to do the killing. They really believe there's something called gun violence, and they really believe that guns take away lives. Was he Texas or Florida? Does anybody remember who this guy was? I just cannot for the life of me remember what this guy's name was or is. I don't even know if he's still alive. This was back during the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting, and this was a CNN town hall where they had, a bunch of the survivors up there who were pushing the March for Our Lives, which is really March Against Our Rights. Bill Nelson, wasn't he from Florida? Yeah, Florida Senator. Florida Senator Bill Nelson. Thank you, guys. But people actually believe this nonsense, and it truly is nonsense. And he's one of these guys who propagates the nonsense. He propagates he fuels and adds fuel to the fire of the euphemisms that blinds people with the propaganda and the public relations nonsense, and basically channels the mind of the simple-minded into the cattle chute of, if you get rid of your guns, you love kids. If you love kids, you're going to get rid of your guns. That's the only way we can solve this problem. But wait, the insanity goes even further with this guy.
Anything we propose, no matter what it is, it's a violation of the Second Amendment. Well, I would argue all day long and have made the argument that no, it's not at all.
Oh, so what he's saying, he can't even be consistent, guys. So what you're saying, when the Second Amendment says shall not be infringed, and then you lay down a gun law that criminalizes innocent Americans who haven't done anything wrong, and which is literally the definition of infringement. So you're not infringing while you're infringing. They can't even make any sense. There's no logical sense, and there's no moral foundation from which they try to make their points.
You guys just stick to the line about shall not be infringed, but you never go over the well-regulated militia part.
Let's go over the well-regulated militia part. I think you'll find this very interesting because this actually comes from CNN. I wonder if it still comes up. What does the last time the thing that first came up was an interesting article from CNN. I don't want to read the Heritage Foundation. I'd rather read something that lends a little bit of. Oh yeah. This is a screen capture from CNN Politics. Check this out. 27 words deconstructing the Second Amendment. This is from CNN, and this is from August 11th, 2016. Let me expand this for you so you can see it. It's only a sentence long, 27 words that barely make up a full line of the Bill of Rights. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And yet for years, those 27 brief words have been the source of contentious debate, seen by some as inalienable protection against tyranny, by others as dangerous anachronism. Here's a look at the Second Amendment, its phrases. Okay, so let's just get into it. What did it mean to be well-regulated? Let's talk about this, because actually what CNN says right here is in accordance with the historical record on what well-regulated means. Because what Democrats like Tennessee Brando say, where is Tennessee Brando? What Tennessee Brando says is that well-regulated equals or is synonymous with the government regulating what you can and can't have. And if you know anything about the Founding Fathers, if you know anything about the Declaration of Independence, if you know anything about the Second Amendment or any part of the Bill of Rights, they were there to limit the power of the federal government, not to give them power for the most part. So look what it says. Again, this is the Counterfeit News Network saying this. What did it mean to be well-regulated? One of the biggest challenges in interpreting a centuries-old document is that the meanings of words change or diverge. Well-regulated in the 18th century tended to be something like well-organized, well-armed, well-disciplined. It didn't mean regulation in the sense that we use it now, in that it's not about the regulatory state. There's been nuance there. It means the militia was in an effective shape to fight. Isn't that interesting? So what if we replaced well-regulated with well-armed? Then it would read, a well-armed militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And even if regulated meant that the militia is to be regulated by the federal government, that doesn't wipe away the right of the people to keep and bear arms, even though people like this want it to mean that.
I want to have that conversation. I don't think the Founding Fathers meant just any jackass can have one of these and run around town with it.
Actually, the Founding Fathers said what they said, and it is an unalienable right: life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, property. And one of the pieces of your property can be a coffee mug or a wallet or a keyboard or a hammer or a stapler or an AR-15, AK-47 high-capacity magazine, fully automatic or semi-automatic, or revolver. You can have whatever your money can buy as long as you acquired that through honest means, like somebody gave it to you or you purchased it, not that you stole it. So if you own a piece of property that you spent your time and laboring energies to acquire, nobody's got the right to remove that property from you, no matter what some other psychopath does with the same kind of property that you happen to own. Say you own what if school shoot? Ask yourself this question on the logical plane. What if from this point on, school shootings only involved 357 Magnums? Are they going to outlaw 357 Magnums? Well, let's say that the next 300 school shootings, averaging 5 people dead and 2 wounded, every single school shooting, but every one of them, they happen to use a 357 Magnum or, a Desert Eagle or a Glock 22 or a 9mm. But if that's all they were using, would they get together and go, we've got to ban these weapons of war, these machines of destruction that should only be on the battlefields. They shouldn't be in schools. No, they just want to use the AR-15 and the AK-47 as a smokescreen to put their foot in the door so that they can swing it open and take everything, require registration of every piece of property. And what precedes confiscation? Well, we know what it is. It's that list. It's the list with your name on it, showing how many guns you have, has their serial numbers. So we can come and get it whenever we want it, because we know you got it because you're on a list. And what facilitates that list? Universal background checks. Thank you, NRA. If it wasn't for the NRA, we wouldn't have the NICS instant background check system, says Wayne LaPierre. He boasts about it. He brags about it. Wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for the NRA. That makes NRA an enemy of the Second Amendment, which really means the NRA is your enemy and my enemy.
It's absolutely disgusting, but that's where their loyalty lies. Their loyalty is to the guns. And right here, Donald Trump just says it out loud.
When I was president, I totally protected the guns. And I think it's very
yeah, by instituting bump stock bans and red flag laws and telling Mike across the table, I don't know, Mike, I like take the guns first and due process second. You totally protected the guns, you Yahoo.
very important. And I know I take some heat sometimes for it, but you have to have safety. You have to have, when the bad guy walks in with a gun, you got to have some way of protecting yourself.
That's true. That's true.
That would be
Trump's a liar, but what he just said there is true.
You would see crime go up at levels that you've never seen. When people say on the side of the house, this house has guns, we will use the guns, they say, let's pass. We'll go.
That's true. Criminals, if they want anything, they want an easy, comfortable, non-threatening work environment where they can be in total control. If they want to, if they're going to scour a neighborhood and they're going to break into houses, they're going to pick the houses they think are inhabited by Democrats who hate guns and want to take guns away from the rest of us. Now, they might get a surprise by breaking down the door. Somebody's got a shotgun on the other side, but that's not likely. But you're not going to go into a house where you know that somebody likes their guns and is a champion of the Second Amendment. You'd be absolutely stupid to do that, because what you want to do is you want to go in without any kind of resistance. You want to steal the stuff. You want to threaten lives. You want to take lives if it means to be taken, but you want to walk out without harm so you can spend your loot on something that's going to benefit your life.
Someplace else. So
Trump's right here.
You have to have them. And for 4 years.
Yeah. It reminds me of a meme that I once saw. It says something like, my neighbor's a Democrat and hates guns. Visit them first.
And as you know, the NRA endorsed me very powerfully every time I ran.
I would not brag about that, man.
Every time. My sons are members, and I guess indirectly I'm a member too. But they gave me the strongest of endorsements, and that's against very strong competition. People that felt the same way. No, you have to have.
Okay, that's why we do a live stream. Trump's a liar. You lie. So, no, let me just tell you, Mexico's going to pay for the wall. No, they didn't. They didn't pay for the wall. He says he built hundreds of miles of the wall.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
He only repaired like 56 to 80 miles of it with brand new wall. The other stuff got just fixed. He didn't even come close to sealing the entire border like he said he was going to do. He said he was going to champion the cause of guns, but he came out with a bump stock ban, which criminalized tens of millions of Americans who happen to have guns. He calls himself the father of the VAXX. He gave trillions, not billions. He gave trillions to the big pharma industrial complex, the military industrial complex. He dropped 46 bombs a day during every single day of his presidency, even more than Obama did, killed more people, reportedly, according to the air power summary from the Pentagon. I mean, that's just a fraction of the things that Trump said and the things that Trump lied about. Trump just bragged yesterday during a live stream that he ran America like he runs his own businesses. Let me know from you guys know how many times Trump himself has gone bankrupt. He doesn't even know how to run a business. Two times he went bankrupt was for casinos. If the house always wins, how can you run a casino go bankrupt? You got to borrow money from the Rothschilds banking cartel. That's what he did back in the 1990s with Taj Mahal. He got underwater financially. He had to look for somebody to bail him out. And here comes Wilbur Ross from the Rothschilds, Inc. You know for a fact that Obama did that or Clinton did that. That's all you would need to hear about him to know that they're in the back pocket of the central banking cartel. Oh, another thing, Trump wrecked our dollar. He wrecked the value of the dollar by hyperinflating the currency. How did he do that? Through the Stimulus Act. It's supposed to be 2.2 trillion. He wrote down 6.2 and said, I've never signed anything with a T on it before. And he looked back over at Steve Mnuchin and just started laughing. So yeah, Trump is a liar.
Yep,
Trump is a psychopath. But so is Kamala Harris. I'm not sitting here taking sides. The side I want to take is the truth, and that's the hill I'm going to die on. If anybody's got a problem with that, hey, I'm open to criticism. Let's talk about it. But so far, the only thing that Trump said that was wrong is accepting the backing of the NRA, because a thief is not going to come to your house if he knows that you're heavily armed and you know how to use your guns. And it's likely that you've trained your family to have a strategy and a plan if somebody broke in. And that strategy and plan is if anybody crosses the threshold of our abode, he doesn't walk out or he doesn't leave under his own power. He's going to be carted out with a blanket over his face.
You have to have that right. Our Second Amendment is a very important right, and it has to be protected.
He is so proud to have their endorsement, and he's proud of the fact that he done absolutely nothing to protect our children and everything to protect the guns. That's where
he has not done everything to protect the guns. This guy is an abject lunatic. Maybe, I don't know.
Their loyalty lies, and they say it straight out loud. They don't even try to hide it anymore. And I'm not even going to play y'all the clip of Tim Burchett here in Tennessee going, we can't fix it. My daddy told me if somebody's going to hurt you, they're going to hurt you. Ain't nothing we can do about it. I'm not going to play that one because I'm sick and tired of hearing his voice, but I am going to play you this little lunatic because, again, you need to remember what it is we're up against.
Picture this. You're sitting at home alone watching.
Sorry about that. I'm on Google and I don't have my ad blocker on. Okay, so now he's going to play a clip of Lauren Boebert. Now, if let's see, she's on her way to Carbondale, Colorado, because there's a March for Our Lives, which is really March Against Your Rights, and really it's a march against their own rights. You know what March for Your Lives is actually saying? Before I play Lauren Boebert in here, March for Our Lives, the people who participate in that, they're marching against their own rights. They're actually saying, Big Daddy government, I want you to restrict what I can buy. I want you to make a law that makes me a criminal. And I want you to make a law that makes everybody else who's innocent a criminal. It's truly insane.
I am on my way to Carbondale, Colorado. There's supposedly an organized march, the March for Our Lives, that's going to take place. And I'm really interested to see if people know what they're marching for. I guess this is supposed to be the beginning of people speaking out to take away our Second Amendment rights. And I'm not happy about it. If this is really a march for our lives, let's march against abortion, because I was looking at statistics and there are nearly 1 million abortions per year in America. 1 million. Do you know how many gun-related deaths there are in America per year?
She caught herself. Gun-violent death, because there are no gun-violent deaths, just like there are no hammer-violent death or knife-violent deaths. There are deaths where people used a tool called a gun?
15,000. A drop in the bucket, I'd say.
So yeah, it's just a drop in the bucket. That's all it is. And she compares it to abortion. Does she not realize she doesn't have an argument there? Because abortion is a woman's right, and it was her constitutional right up until Donald Trump stacked the Supreme Court and got it taken away from them. It is their right to choose what they do with their own bodies. You can't.
It's their right to choose. See, here's the hypocritical part of this and the inconsistent part. On the one hand, they say a woman has the right to choose what she can do with her own body. Well, what if that woman happened to choose this for her own body? Every day I go out, I'm going to strap on my back an AR-15, and I'm going to have on a side holster a Glock 22 40 caliber semi-automatic handgun. What if she wanted to do that with her body? You know, women, you can do whatever you want to with your own body. You don't have to tell, you don't have to report anything. You know, it's not, the government should not be involved in the abortion issue. The government should not be involved in the education issue. By the way, with education, I'll get back with that in a second. But on the education, the Department of Education, now I've seen different numbers on this, and they're wildly varying. It says in 2022 to 2023, state, local, and federal funding for K through 12 schools was roughly $127 billion compared to roughly $133 billion in 2021 through 2022. And they're estimating that it can go as high as $173 billion by 2029. That is a boatload of money for a completely failed project that is called the public school system. So when we get back to this guy right here, you have the right to do with your own body, except what I say you can't do with your own body. You can't strap that Kalashnikov on the back with that banana magazine. You can't have that S&K, or you can't have that sidearm on you. You can't carry that 50 caliber Desert Eagle with you in your purse, which, you know, that's probably not strategically wise because it's a pretty big gun, very heavy. You know, use a subcompact or something like that, but you can't do that. But you can definitely off a little baby in your womb. It's just, it's backwards. It's sinister. It's disgusting. It's about as evil as you can possibly get. And this is what they want the government to do. They want you to be limited in your freedoms as long as it's an issue that they agree with. You having a firearm or an arsenal of firearms and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition has nothing to do with the person on psychotropic drugs or on big pharma medication or has been declared mentally unstable, wreaking havoc on a school, even if the school is in your own neighborhood, let alone if it's in another state. It has nothing to do with you. Therefore, whatever punishment they're going to exact on that person has nothing to do with you. And it doesn't matter if they're wearing the same kind of shirt. Oh, everybody who has a Pink Floyd shirt, we're going to go ahead and haul them in because this guy who did this heinous act had a Pink Floyd shirt. Oh, let's make it apples and apples. Let's say he took the Pink Floyd shirt and he was strangling people with it. Now you're going to outlaw Pink Floyd shirts and criminalize everybody who owns a Pink Floyd shirt? What if there was this massive outbreak of people being strangled by Pink Floyd shirts? It would be more clearly ludicrous to ban Pink Floyd shirts and criminalize everybody who had a Pink Floyd shirt in their closet and then fund the federal government to, you know, break into houses to make sure you didn't have a Pink Floyd shirt in your closet. Because, you know, those Pink Floyd shirts, they'll just hop right off the hanger and find themselves around somebody's neck real nice and tight like. That's how dumb it is.
You cannot compare that to a maniac walking in to a classroom and taking down innocent children and teachers. You cannot compare those two things. But again, I showed you those clips to remind us of what it is.
You actually can compare those two things because in both cases, a death results. You know, what do you call the life inside of a womb? What do you call? I don't care if you call it a fetus or baby or whatever, but is it life? Is it life? You have to say yes. It's a life. It's living. They're living cells, or at the very least, they're living cells, right? Yeah, they're living cells. Okay, what kind of living cells are they? Are they animal, vegetable, mineral? Is it a giraffe cell? Is it a walrus cell? Is it a poison ivy cell? No, it's a human cell. So if it's a human cell, then it's a human life. So you're saying it's okay to extinguish a human life over here, but it's not okay to extinguish a human life if they're 14, 15, 16 years old. There's such gross inconsistency with that.
We're up against, and to realize that we are the adults in the room, and we're the ones who's going to have to take the bull by the horns and do something because they're clearly not.
We got to grab the bulls by the horns and do something. What is the something you want to do? We want to create legislation. What is the legislation going to say? We're going to ban AR-15s, AK-47s, assault rifles. What's an assault rifle? It's a tool that can kill a whole lot of people real fast. Well, have you ever seen a Glock with a 100-round drum set to auto? Have you ever seen that? Do you want to take those too? Oh, and by the way, the AR-15 is a semi-auto, but so is the Ruger Mini 14, but it doesn't look black and scary like you're used to looking at it. Has the same characteristics, shoots the exact same bullet. The projectile travels 3,200 feet per second, just like from the AR-15. But I don't hear you wanting to take those because you have an agenda. You want to weave a narrative, and he's the guy that's always talking about being against fear porn, and he's always trying to gin up the fear porn in his democratically controlled propaganda campaigns.
And I'm so glad that we have someone like Kamala Harris just coming out here and being truthful and honest about it. That, folks, it does not have to be this way. Roll the clip.
So before I begin, I do want to say a few words.
Listen to this.
This tragic shooting that took place this morning.
Oh, it's tragic. Is it so tragic that you really want to do something about it, Kamala? Because if you really wanted to do something about it, then long ago, you and your ilk would have investigated Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who admitted to offing at least 500,000 kids on national TV and said it was worth it. She didn't just say she did it. She didn't say, yeah, it's kind of regrettable. She said, yeah, it's a hard choice, but we think it's worth it. We think our strategy of imposing sanctions on another nation that resulted in the death of 500,000 kids was worth it. But you guys aren't going to investigate yourselves. And even if you do, you're going to get back and say, well, we found no wrongdoing. But you're going to be against a mass shooting on American soil. And then you're going to use that as a springboard to stand in the graves of children so you can criminalize the rest of us. That's how evil this is. And if you want to talk about what it really is, that is literally what it is. The U.S. government has been for at least the last 5 or 6 or 7 decades, even longer, a death cult. So the members of the death cult are saying, in order for us to stop the deaths going on in the public school system, we need to just come in and take your guns, which means we need to criminalize you. And if we ever find out that you have an AR-15, we're gonna confiscate your property. We're gonna put you on a red flag law list. We're gonna haul your ass into court where you're never gonna be able to pay for the legal fees because we're gonna run you through the ringer. And then we're gonna throw you into a 6x6 cage. That's how evil and psychopathic and deadly this whole thing is.
Georgia, we're still gathering information about what happened, but we know that there were multiple fatalities and injuries. And, you know, our hearts are with all the students, the teachers, and their families, of course.
What?
And we are grateful to the first responders and law enforcement that were on
Don't say you're going to pray. You're going to keep us in your prayers because Tennessee Brando doesn't like that when Republicans say it.
the scene. But this is just a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. And it's just outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive. It's senseless. It is. We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all.
Then start with Washington's District of Criminals because the gun violence actually comes out of there. You guys are writing bills and you're sending boatloads, billions of dollars worth of weaponry to Ukraine, to Israel. I mean, if it wasn't for the U.S. government, according to Secretary Hillary Clinton, we wouldn't have had the Mujahideen. And we wouldn't have had all the problems that we had. Even if you trace back to what happened with Reagan and the Iran-Contra affair, we were funding and arming people that we knew were bad actors. You're not against guns. You're absolutely for guns. You're swimming in guns. And you're going to tell us we can't have them while you're being protected by the same guns you want to criminalize for the rest of us?
You know, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. So we will continue, of course, to send our prayers and our thoughts to the family.
Oh, no. Prayers and thoughts. Tennessee Brando doesn't like that. Oh, wait a second. He only likes it when prayers and thoughts come from Democrats. You frickin' hypocrites.
And all those who were affected, including, you know, I'm going off script right now, but listen, I mean, you know,
Uh-oh, that's dangerous.
last year I started a college tour, and I traveled our country meeting with our young leaders, right? And so it was college age young leaders. So I did trade schools, colleges, universities, community colleges. By the way, I love Gen Z. I just love Gen Z.
Just love
But I'll
them.
tell you, one of the things I asked every time I went to the auditorium, and it'd be filled with these young leaders, students, and I'd ask them, raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade you had to endure an active shooter drill. And for the young leaders who are here who are raising their hand, I'm telling you, every time the auditorium was packed, and almost every hand went up. You know, a lot of us, speak about myself, you know, I grew up in California, earthquake drills, we had fire drills, but our kids are sitting in a classroom where they should be fulfilling their God-given potential. And some part of their big, beautiful brain is concerned about a shooter busting through the door of the classroom. It does not have to be this way.
I agree. So those college students who are adults who have the unalienable right to keep and bear arms should be left alone to have whatever arm they want. And then they should advertise it on the door of every classroom. Hey, just wanted to let you know, if you come at us with one of your barrels, you're going to have 50 barrels staring back in your face, and you're not going to live through the experience. How many school shootings do you think are going to happen after that? We not only carry with expert knowledge of what that firearm is, because we also have class on campus on how to handle a gun and how to aim properly. And we have some excellent marksmen. So if you'd like to come into our classroom, Mr. Gunman, and take lives, you probably won't be able to pull the trigger the very first time.
Hi, Mark Barton at Sandy Hook Promise here.
Oh my gosh, this guy.
When the gunman,
Okay, I can't even talk about this. I can't talk about SH. I got to skip this. I don't want to. I want to talk about it, but wow, we're getting an ad we're getting a paid ad promoting the evil of taking away your property in violation of your consent because something bad happened in a school in a state that you probably aren't even inhabiting. I was going to say citizen of, but you're not a citizen. You know how I know you're not a citizen? Because you're not a subject. That means nobody has the right to rule you, and you don't have the obligation to bow down to any throne. So yeah, I'm going to go and skip this. But yeah, if you start mentioning SH, it tends to end with some troublesome outcomes. Oops, what happened?
But unfortunately, it is because we have a group of people who will not compromise on this issue at all.
Ain't never going to compromise. You don't compromise with tyranny. You don't try to rationalize with tyrants. That's not how this life works.
They hear us say that we want some common sense gun laws and we have to do something about this, and they immediately spin it that we're coming after the guns. I do not support taking guns away from law-abiding citizens. I believe everyone should have a right to protect themselves, but I truly believe that we need to stop living by one sentence that was written over 200 years ago by men who did not have the weapons that we have today. I really believe that if the founding fathers could come back today and see the mess that we're in, they may say, hey, wait a minute, let us explain that well-regulated militia part here. This is not what we meant.
I haven't seen
but
this
as long
part.
as they're unwilling to compromise, we're always going to be in this boat. And as long as they write it off as facts of life and we can't.
By the way, his compromise equals you need to give up your guns while he's saying I'm not here. I don't want to take your guns. He's saying he's saying I don't want to take your guns while he's saying I want to take your guns. I want to eliminate that shall not be infringed, that pesky shall not be infringed part.
Oh, that's just a drop in the bucket. Then we're always going to be right here. And that's what sucks so bad about it. They will not listen to any compromise whatsoever. They sit and stoke the fires and the flames and the hatred and the cruelty and the rhetoric and then sit back and wonder why it's happening.
It's so funny how it's so easy for them to shove it off on damn Republicans. That MAGA crowd, man, they're psychopaths. They're cult. This very guy who is a cult member for Kamala Harris is calling Team MAGA cult members for following Donald Trump, which I agree. They are cult members for following Donald Trump and not questioning and shelving their cognitive dissonance when he's clearly working for the Zio International Banking Cartel. Just as this guy is also a card-carrying member of the cult personality for Kamala Harris, who's also a Zio central banking shill, who's going to demolish the value of the dollar, who's going to institute the red flag laws just like Donald Trump.
So frustrating. And as I was sitting there listening to Kamala Harris talk about, the fire drills and the tornado drills, I got thinking back. I graduated in '98, and school shootings were just starting to kind of become mainstream, as bad as I hate to put it that way. But we never had the active shooter drills. We did have the tornado drills, what to do in case of a tornado. But that's just an act of Mother Nature. That's something that is a fact of life. Tornadoes are going to happen, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it other than know what to do in the situation that one were to hit. But this is something that's being carried out by human beings. This isn't some act of Mother Nature. This is something that's being carried out by human beings. So
we can prepare for acts. What he's saying is we can prepare for acts of God, but there's no way we can prepare for acts of human beings, man. That's just a whole different level, man. God, tornadoes, earthquakes, we can prepare for that. We cannot prepare for the heinous acts of human beings. What the frick? And it's so simple too. It's like, what was that school? Oh, that's right, Uvalde, where 376 law enforcement agents from 3 different departments stood down and did absolutely nothing while there was an active shooter in a classroom, while victims of that active shooter were calling into 911 saying, if you don't get in here, we're all dead. And they did absolutely nothing. Come to find out that the door they were standing outside of was actually unlocked. Come to find out that the gunman was able to walk into the school because a side door was left ajar by a teacher. Like, if you're going to have public schools, then how about while the school is in session, you lock everything up so that nobody can come in, and make it, if they were going to come in one secure door where they come into one door, but then they're in a little locked facility where you can check to see if they got a gun or not. No security required at that point. And I'm not even advocating for public schools, but I'm saying if you're going to have public schools, and I'm sure they're going to be with us a long time, as much of a failed project as it is, there are some common sense things that you can do that doesn't necessitate criminalizing tens of millions of Americans who happen to have a firearm that some psychopath used in a school somewhere.
Beings should be able to work on this problem, and human beings should come together to fix it. If you truly care about life and you're truly pro-life, you would put the politics aside and say, you know what, this ain't got a damn thing to do with Democrats versus Republicans, liberals versus conservatives. This should be the one argument that brings us all together. This should be the one, because this involves our children. And we should all want our children to be able to go to school, and we should want to be able to drop them off at school without having to sit there and go, well, I hope they make it. I hope they make it home to me today.
There's so much wrong with what he just said, but I'm just going to let it keep on going.
Have people on the other side of the aisle that just thinks more guns is the answer. And as long as those people are
Brian can't stay on topic, or hey, Octagon, you want to come on? You want to come on board? Can't stay on topic. The topic is gun control. The topic is Democrat versus Republican. The topic is calling people names and getting lost in the minutia of, hey, you know what? Nobody's got the right to violate your rights. See, I agree with the Second Amendment up to a certain point, but the actual point is not that you have the right to keep and bear arms, that nobody has the right to keep you from keeping and bearing arms. And that's what this guy and Kamala Harris and the Democrats and a lot of Republicans want to do under gun safety legislation. That is the topic of this live stream.
Willing to compromise, we're going to be right here.
The topic is nonsense. All right. You know what? Okay, I've got 7 minutes. I don't think he's going to say anything. I've got 7 minutes. Who's interested in talking about this topic? We got to stay with the topic. If you do, I've got an invite link. Put a 1 in the room if you're interested in doing that. We can do a call in for the next 7 minutes. I got an appointment that I got to keep, and miles to go before I sleep. Here is the invitation reputation link. We have to stay on this topic, though. Yeah, you've already just affirmed my feeling on Leos. Yeah, just absolute cowards. When you have the firepower and you have the funding and then you do absolutely nothing and you keep the parents out who are trying to go in and get their kids, that's a whole new level of evil, in my opinion. So there's the link. I especially want to talk to you if you disagree with me. I think you're unfamiliar with libertarian logic. Well, I just want to hear Octagon's point. I especially want to hear from you if you disagree. The link is in the chat right there. Pretty interesting that CNN actually put this out. What's up, Hank Hill? I'm gonna give everybody a minute. So Hank Hill, what you got?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I just wanted to say that everybody wants to control their neighbors and nobody wants to be responsible for themselves. They want daddy government to take care of them and to fix all their little problems. Everybody wants to be ruled and have the boot on their neck and on their neighbor's neck. And nobody wants to sink or swim anymore.
A freaking man. I could not agree with you more. That's exactly what's going on. See, because we don't have a reputation-based society, people depend on somebody else to keep them safe, to lower gas prices and all that kind of stuff, but nobody wants to take the responsibility to do the things that they need to do for themselves. Good point, man.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. I just want to say, be honorable. It's not about black and white. It's about wrong or right.
Amen.
You're right.
You cut out, but I think you said, did you just say it's not about black or white? It's about wrong or right?
That's right. Correct.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Hey, I appreciate it. We're going to go to Work for Liberty. What's up, Work for Liberty? How you doing, man?
Hey, Brian. How's it going?
Good. What you got?
It's a little loud. I apologize. I'm working right now. But, yeah, great topic. The main reason, the only reason, really, these political parasites want to come after the guns is so they can exercise no-holds-barred tyranny over the individual and our sovereignty as individuals. I mean, that's what it all boils down to. And every time I see a gun grab like this, that's what I'm thinking of. They're coming after guns so that we have no power whatsoever as individuals to stand up against government tyranny. So all this other noise surrounding the topic is just that. It's just noise to cover up that fact. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Thank you. I agree. Yeah, and I always say this, and it sounds cliche, but it's true. The price of freedom is now and will always be eternal vigilance. By the way, I put the link in there if you want to come on board. I've got 3 minutes. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance, and indifference to this notion is the means by which the people have and will secure their own oppression. The way we secure oppression is by sitting on our hands and doing nothing, just letting these people run roughshod over us and make laws and make us less free, and then people start believing in the legal versus illegal. This politician has the legitimate right to make rules against me, and if I step out of line, I should be punished, or I broke a law because I went 7 miles an hour over the speed limit. It is all complete nonsense. And the empire of lies, it should not be a mystery that the empire of lies is built on lies. Go ahead, Overs. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Brian? Long time with you, man. Been with you since all the way back in the early days. And brother, I'm glad that you're letting me on. I just got to say, this is some hypocrisy. That's all it is. They know how to keep the kids safe. They know what to do to avoid this, but they allow it to happen so that they can throw their political wrenches into the whole system and make everybody, dumbfounded. And then because it's kids, it makes the population and everyone else easy to succumb to that peaceful slavery. Which for me, I wish I could just pull my kids out of school, and homeschool them. But not everyone is equipped to do that. And, so we're stuck. And the thing is that you have these people that, are in charge that get elected, quote unquote. They don't do nothing but argue with each other on TV and, make things look good, for ratings. Nothing's getting done. And it's a shame because, kids' lives are at stake, people's lives are at stake. And, I think the people just need to just get up, get out, and start demanding things physically. Stop calling, stop emailing, get up, go to your representative's office, get some signs, get rowdy. It's time to do what our forefathers did to stop this. It's time to throw the tea into the water, Brian.
Yeah, I agree with that to an extent, but I don't think we should be begging our overlords. Hey, we need just a little bit more freedom. Could you make that possible for us? I think that our position should be, hey, make whatever laws you want to. I am not going to obey them. Whatever it doesn't matter. I'm taking a moral stand, and if I go to jail for it, people are like, "How can you win?" It's like, it's not really about winning or losing. It's not about dying or living. It's about, while you're alive, are you just going to do the right thing, or are you just going to roll over?
Dangerous freedom, brother.
Amen, man. And hey, I appreciate you coming aboard. I got to get out of here. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification. You know what to do. But I got to go. Thanks for hanging out during this live stream. It really does help if you share this video, if you like this video, before you get out of here. I will see you guys in the next one. Take care.
Anne Marie. Hey, baby.
Hey, Anne-Marie. How you doing? Hope you're all right.
You okay, honey? Missed you, hon.
My head's starting to... feels like it wants to explode.
Yeah, when we call it.
It's time.
It's getting worse. Let's call it.
Yeah, just play a couple of little... Anne-Marie's just got here. We've got to play a song for her.
All right, we'll play a couple songs, but 8 hours, that's it. 8-hour show, that's it. I'm calling it at 8 hours.
Alright.
I'm not going to drag the show on any longer than 8 hours.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
All right.
Jitsi and just go and chill in there for a bit. We can watch a few videos. Just wind down a little bit, maybe.
Caminando por la calle la ves, con el pelo negro largo se va. Ella corta la mirada otra vez, los tigres no la dejan pasar. Ay, mi nena, te me libren de los malos ojos, que siempre puedes hacer lo que tú quieras. Le pido al cielo que te dé mi amor. Ay, mi beba, te me libren de los malos ojos, son las estrellas las que te aconsejan. Que grito aquí es donde tú quieras. Los angelitos te mando, te mando. Le pido al cielo, le pido, le pido.
No, I messed this song up. It really sounded like the original single as well.
Le pido al cielo, le pido, le pido. Te veo en mis sueños. Abro los ojos, te quieren matar. Sigo corriendo. Fuego me quedo quema. Sé que eres tú, te fui de temprano. Sé que se mete tengo a mi lado. See you coming pop shows. Get tickets for your favorite artists. You might also like Stray Kids.
Yeah, Kendry. She's a Dominican singer.
Pudiera yo volver para atrás. Es que el tiempo se me va y nada. Me acuerdo la luz de tu mirada. Ay, mi beba, te me libran de los malos ojos. Son las estrellas las que te aconsejan. Que grito te lleve donde tú quieras. Los angelitos te mando, te mando. Le pido al cielo, le pido, le pido. Los angelitos te mando, te mando. Le pido al cielo.
we got permission from Erie County.
Oh yeah.
Yep, we can use his videos.
Oh, I like Erie County. He's got some awesome content.
Yep, we can use his videos.
I still need to. Oh shit! I still need to speak to Erie County about his idea he wanted me to try and work on.
Yep, we got permission to use his videos.
That's good news.
Yep.
Well, we might as well celebrate by playing one of Erie County's.
Yep. We can use his videos now.
Yeah, he's got really good content. Let me see if we can find some good stuff.
Yep, we got permission from Erie County. Yep, we can use Erie counties now. How does that feel?
That's good news.
Yeah,
He's got some really good content.
yeah. I thought you'd like to hear that one. I'm working them.
Yeah, he's got some really good content. I like his stuff.
I'm working them.
No, this one here. Arrested for being in public. Outrageous discrimination. Why should we give our names?
I do.
Yeah.
But I thought you'd like to hear that one.
Oh, my back. Has he got a website?
I don't know for sure. But I would put it in the letter.
Yeah.
You know I do it.
Hasn't got a link. Has he got a link? There's no link for a website on his page.
I'm in the area right now. Okay, but I'm telling you, the officer is going to remove you.
Try not to disturb the event that is going on because they're also the public and they're here for this event. I'm the city photographer. There is an event going on. But don't film me either. This is an event and you're being disruptive.
Vamos que siempre está presente documentado.
Just on the same page. This now gentleman has become disruptive, and I'm asking him to leave the building.
Okay. For having a conversation with the government.
I do know anything with media. You have to see the public information officer first before you have anything.
So you're picking and choosing who can and can't go to this?
I'm not picking and choosing anything. I'm middle command. I'm middle command. I was told from cultural affairs they don't want you up there.
Listen, y'all, these kids want to act up in school, want to go to school and embarrass you, want to make like they ain't got no home training. So I told my son, don't go to school basketball no more. I take care of you, son. I give you anything you want. I discipline you. But you're going to embarrass me like this? No, so now I'm going to cut his hair. See if this kid will fall ahead.
Hey, do me a favor. Oh, so you were in a restricted area. Now I want your identification. You're not getting it.
Don't embarrass me. I told him, don't embarrass me. No.
Down Jersey City, it is August 6th, 2024. Down here performing a civil rights investigation and First Amendment audit on this here City Hall. We got News Now Ninja and Jersey Watcher with us. And boy, is this building beautiful. So let's go ahead and take a look on the map where we're at.
Yeah, we got Christo on the party as well. Jersey, where's Jersey Watcher, man? We ain't seen him for a while.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll send him a message on Facebook.
All right, Erie County fam, some of you might recognize this audit because there was a lot of people there, but yours truly, Mr. Erie County, was definitely the first in the building. So let's get at it. Let's go ahead and get inside and perform a employee conduct check.
Taxes or return?
Look at this thing.
Okay, so your 2 bags go through there. How can I help you, sir?
Just going to City Hall to take some photographs.
Photographs where?
Just of the City Hall, like the stairs,
Is there already here for
offices,
you?
what's available to the public and that.
You can come here. You would have to have a pass to go up to the 2nd floor or some business to go up to the 2nd floor.
Yeah. I go into the offices, the public office is available.
The only public office left here is the tax collector, city clerk office.
I want to go to the city clerk for an open request.
Okay, open requests are done online.
The assessor's office.
You want to go in person? Tax assessor is not located in this building. Jack, you can step in.
You mentioned something about a flag raising.
There is a Bolivia flag raising.
I would like to attend that.
Okay, that's up in the main chamber.
I'm in the meeting. What about the Memorial Council chambers? We can take pictures.
That's where they're having the flag raising. He just said they were going to go up to the flag raising.
Absolutely.
Saying something about an open request.
Yeah.
City clerk closes at 4 o'clock. It's past 4, so I'm going to give you the form. Most of it will be done online.
We can check out this building.
This is it.
I'm sorry? Me? I'm just an assistant. I'm a journalist working on a story on the City Hall. Just grabbing some photographs of what's available, what the office looks like, what's
Did they give you permission to film in the tax department?
Oh no, we don't need permission, right? This is open to the public.
What's up? I love the tattoos. I love the tattoo behind the ear. I love the tattoo behind the neck. I'm zooming in on them right now.
Jeez, how many cameras are in here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hey Dan, did you zoom in on your tattoos?
They got 9 cameras in this room. You see that, Jersey?
She has nice tattoos.
You see that? They got 9 cameras in this office. And they're not going to complain about a camera, are they?
Guys, there are also sensitive documents. Please don't zoom the cameras in on the employees.
No, we're not going to do that.
Of course, I will not record anything like that. But by law, it's very
This is going to trigger. You got a TI.
So this is not for the public. This is security office.
Yeah, I'm not going in there.
I know, but you're recording everything back here. This is not a public office. The office where you just were was open to the public. Okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm in the hallway.
Is that a public lobby behind the?
We're just in the
No,
hallway.
it's not. That is health benefits and HR. You have to be a city employee or have a meeting or scheduled to go back there.
What's that?
Come on,
Restrooms are over here. It's gotta be over there. Yeah, the restrooms. It's gotta be over in the public.
He almost tricked me. He made it seem like this was an employee-only side.
See, they got locked doors where you're not supposed to go.
They do have.
So he's gonna buzz us in. Good luck. My name's Dan. I'm just a journalist down here in the area. I just grabbed some photographs of the publicly accessible areas of the city hall for a story I'm working on. Okay. So I just like to get some, what's available here. So that's all. Thank you. Desks in here. You guys got a meeting room in there? They says ask receptionist before entering. Is there like a meeting room in there?
No, this is just the office.
The office space back there. All right. Yeah, cool. All right. Hey. Gotcha. Thank you. Just the back angles here. I'm sorry. Did I catch your name?
Lorani.
Sorry?
Lorani.
My name is Dan. Nice to meet you. I got everything I needed. Thank you very much. I just got in human resources. They were very nice. The building is gorgeous. Old AC. Look at that thing. Look at ancient. Did you see this antique ancient AC unit? Shark ski. We're going upstairs.
Yeah, this is right over here.
On this side?
Business administration. This is an office.
There might be some public candy in there. Is there public candy?
Yeah, candy.
Let's see if she's gonna come on and say something.
Yeah, we're here for the flag raising. I saw you had some candy.
Yeah, we're public candy inspectors. No, actually, we're working on a story on City Hall and just grab some photographs of like publicly accessible areas and what the offices look like, what they have available. Is there anything you'd like to tell us about it? Or do you mind if we get a couple photos from like just the area here in the office? Do I have a card? No, I don't. My name is Dan.
Dan?
Yeah, all I have is that officers coming from the.
Okay, one moment.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Investigation, that's all the things we do, remember.
Okay. And I want candy. I can tell them that.
I don't want candy. I told you they're public candy inspectors. They got a whole freaking satchel for candy. Man, this lobby is beautiful. Chandeliers to the ceiling.
Dude, that free public water over there was delicious. Yeah.
Is it cold?
Cold.
Woodworking around here. I don't know if that lady just told her to go back to work and ignore us, or if she's making a phone call like that. But did you see the door when it came in? When you came into here? The door is it's definitely aged, but it's gorgeous. The brass.
This one is.
Really?
But they got locked pads on it.
Huh?
You spoke with the.
But did she lock
She said
No.
she was going to find out.
She's
They're not going to let us in. She shook her head.
No. We'll just get a couple photos from here, I guess. Best we can do.
Transparency.
Oh, you work here? You work here?
No, part-time.
Part-time? What do you do part-time here?
I get it.
Are they just walking around the area right now?
Yeah, that's all.
Hello, how are you?
How you doing?
Good. Pleasure to meet you. Jim.
Jim?
Very nice to meet you.
Yes.
No, I'm Human Resources Deputy Director. Okay, some candy for you. Some candy?
Yeah, man, it's all the suckers.
We can't have anybody in the building unless we do it by appointment.
In the public building?
So we're here to record the flag raising, and we
Okay.
figured this is
Wait.
over here.
So you're saying City Hall is not open to the public?
No, it is, but you have to do certain areas because of security reasons.
Oh, yeah, like
Excuse
we
me.
can't go back there without permission. And
Yeah,
she said she
correct.
couldn't get us in there, that's fine.
Right,
Just
but
get
even
some
actually,
photos from here.
the access is to the front, to the back. So the first two areas where
It seemed like we were okay getting in. I'm here, standing here recording you right now.
There's restrooms, public restrooms are back here.
No, I declined to pass. I declined to pass.
Okay. Yeah, but then after that, we can't have musicians.
I'm doing it right now, sir.
Yeah, which is not.
I'm going to continue to do it right
I
now.
will try, but I'm just letting you know, you can't be in this area.
I'm in the area right now.
Okay, but I'm telling you, the officer is going to remove you from the area.
He's going to remove me? You sure he's going to remove me from the area? He's going to physically remove me from the area?
This is a secure area, and you can't be in this area.
And you are who, sir?
I am Deputy Director, James County.
Of what?
Human Resources.
What does human resources have to do with ordering him? I don't think you have the authority to order.
I do.
You do? I'm going to ignore your order.
You're right back.
Okay. If a cop wants to come over here and tell me I'm under arrest, you go get that dumb cop that wants to come tell me that.
Yeah, well, I don't mind doing it, but I like seeing it, so. Thank you.
Man, this is one gorgeous building, let me tell you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, it's not mine, but thank you.
No, it wasn't you. How are you, sir?
How you doing?
Huh?
So I'm here. This guy looks like-
But James is there as well. Everyone's there.
Huh? He was just asking. Yeah. He's got something. Somebody asked.
This is the A team. It's it paused. What happened? How you doing, Deb?
Yes, I am.
What's your name?
None of your business.
Bueno, las estrellas siguen brillando. Ariana Guevara, por favor. Un fuerte aplauso para ella.
Freezing up, I think.
Lovely. I'm glad you think it's funny.
It keeps freezing up for some
Don't
reason.
film me either. This is an event and you're being disruptive.
Vamos a hacer el reconocimiento especial a Magdalena Torrico, y a ninguna de las estrellas que nos están.
Bueno, un saludo especial para todas las autoridades presentes y para todos ustedes, bolivianos en New Jersey. Vengo desde Nueva York y quiero agradecer a nombre de los artistas el habernos reconocido y hacernos parte de la cultura que es de nuestro país, representando ante otras comunidades acá en los Estados Unidos. Quiero agradecerles y quiero felicitar a cada uno de los bolivianos en este día de nuestra independencia de Bolivia. Muchas gracias por este reconocimiento.
mi querido amigo que siempre está presente, documentando nuestros eventos, dándole luz y con los filtros que él usa nos hace ver un poquito más flaquitos y más simpáticos, más todo. A mi querido amigo Said Chavarría, un fuerte aplauso para ti.
Yeah, the video is a bit choppy for me. Do you mind stopping it and starting it again?
Un poquito gordito por las ricas sopas bolivianas.
Work that camera, baby.
I love James Freeman. He's fucking brilliant.
It wasn't happy for me.
It wasn't, no? That's
No.
why I took that and I come back with it just kept freezing up for me. It was very choppy.
No, it wasn't choppy.
Okay. I might restart my browser and come back in again.
That wasn't choppy for you?
Yeah, maybe just restart it and see if it stop and restart the screen share to see if it works, if it's better. Sometimes that clears it up. Oh my head. Really good video though. I love the way James Freeman's. He's got his tripod out.
Here, I reshared it.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, that's better.
Alejandro Solís, un fuerte aplauso.
I've got to get a better look at this building, guys. Look at these staircases. Look at how low the ceiling is. Yeah, this camera's not liking the light adjustment here. So the ceiling here is like heck of low. TI is watching. About to go around. All right, Erie County fam, this is the part here where James Carroll is going to have Sean here arrested for being in the hallway for trespassing. But as if you can see how many people are in this hallway and they're not trespassing, somehow only Sean gets arrested. And then later in this video, we're going to go to a part where he's going to stand in the exact same spot he had Sean arrested for and tell us it's okay for us to be there because we're being professional. Turn in the corner. All right, back to the building, guys. I'm not getting into the drama intentionally. That's for sure. Let's go look at this building while we can. This building does close at 5, and it is past 4 already when we started. How you doing today?
It's been open all day. Yeah,
I'm gonna take it by him closing it that that's not publicly accessible. As cool as it looks, fam, to walk around the upside of City Hall, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that that is definitely not publicly accessible. But hey, it does look cool. And yes, I do want to go play out there. It would have been cool to get a view on this balcony before the cop closed the door, but I'm not opening it. Although it doesn't really look like it locks. Okay, loud up in here. Awful noisy here today, huh? Are you the city attorney?
No, receptionist.
Gotcha. Ooh, look at how sharp this one is. I don't know if that's the open door policy or what. I see places for a hinge to go in this restroom. Maybe it's not a restroom. Holy shit, look at the niceness of that.
That's not a public area. That's a non-public forum, not a traditional public forum.
I'm a media person, so it's a
Sergeant, just on the same page. This now gentleman has become disruptive, and now I'm asking him to leave the building.
Okay. For having a conversation, the government can't create disruption.
Sir, we have been
government can't
disruptive.
I'm filing charges, sir, on somebody. You're not gonna get me out of here while you're gonna file charges over your employees.
And you've created many
This gentleman's saying that the only thing accessible is City Hall, but this is publicly accessible. We're standing, correct? I don't want to be
Well, it
breaking
gets
the
to a
law.
point where if somebody becomes disorderly, as an HR could decide that and make it as
Someone's getting too loud, yeah.
certain things.
I
Yes. If
agree.
you come in here and you just want to film and be cooperative with everybody, that's
That's what
fine.
we did, sir.
Okay.
That's how all of this played out. The woman battered me for no reason.
Everybody come down from that third floor. He's gonna.
Hey, Rivera, this touch by flight. Boyfriend. Rivera, what's your name?
Struthers.
He gets down that way.
What's that? Yeah, he threatened me with Rivera threatened me with
The
violence,
rest isn't
and he said it was his order to threaten me with violence.
Can I talk to you?
Ma'am, are you doing the report for me?
Yeah, I just got more information. I'm gonna
Okay.
pretty much tell what's going on, right?
There was a visitor.
No, that's public.
Okay, that's probably this. But,
Some sort of commissioner, very photographer, and this gentleman over here. So I took information.
we can do a report for.
No, we are. Just that, pretty much in the harassment. He claims she took the camera from him, and we observed her calling upstairs. I have her information. I'll gather his information and we'll do it. If you want to take it to court for any other, do you have?
I'll just wait.
Okay. This area here, and then we got that.
All right, so let's go there, right? Do we put it in safe? So,
Yeah, that's it.
okay.
All right, gentlemen. Have fun.
Here's where things get sticky with James Carroll. James Carroll started with the first floor, unauthorized personnel, can't be anywhere. Second floor, totally off limits. Third floor, off limits. Then we pushed the issue because we could be on the first floor and the second floor. Now he says it's fine. Now he's saying the third floor is off limits. Now, nobody here has seen any signs saying the third floor is off limits. And we know the third floor is not off limits. We know that James Carroll is just a freaking liar. So in a few seconds here, we're going to go to the exact spot where he had another man arrested, and he's going to tell us it's fine to be there. Watch this.
You can't go to the third floor. Okay. It's a secure area. So what the problem we have is that people go through, and I understand the camera generation and the age and everything, but we have security concerns. If somebody goes through, if anybody can come through, you can have a security breach. And if you have a security breach, then you can get hurt. They're just all offices. So offices are different than the general public. So in the office we conduct business. In the office we create appointments. So we have appointments for people to come in and come out. In certain areas like the tax assessor office or the downstairs where you have Oprah, like places where you go for the city clerk's office, you can have access to that. Rotunda, when you're having an open meeting for the council, we have the flag raising. Yeah. So in those areas, the access is always granted. It's not the issue. So, and what happened when I went downstairs to explain to the gentleman when he walked through, I'm explaining to him that there's security concerns. In certain areas where there's security concerns, if we're asking you to leave, it's because you have to worry about the security of our employees.
My question real quick is that all these doors are equipped with locking doors, right? So all the offices that you cannot go into, right?
Yeah.
So what is the harm of people walking the hallways and taking pictures of the building?
If you kick that door, you can kick the right open. You know, we've had situations where
why is the government so scared of people are going to come and stay there?
It's not scared. It's just an obligation to the employees to feel safe. I'm not afraid. It's not. You gentlemen are very professional, and I'm not afraid of you. That's not the issue.
At what point do we stop, though? At what point do we stop where, one might be afraid, but then we're going to keep the public out of this beautiful building? Do you want to go through that deserves,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, no, thanks.
You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful building. What stops?
No, and we could set up appointments. We could, arrange things that make sure that there's an ebb and flow to it. But to disrupt the processing and what we're doing for the day, because we have a lot of work that we're doing here, it's just noise. Think about the noise we just created in this hallway correct now with all the back and forth. And all the noise that goes on, people are trying to get work done for the taxpayers. So it creates an issue. So, and I understand we're in the camera generation. You guys got my good side, but at the end of the day, that's
you
the rules.
told us before that we couldn't be here. Now you're telling us
No,
we can be here.
You could be on the second floor. No, I did not.
I'm just saying. When we met you down there, you said you can't be in anywhere past
No, we were down there, and I said you can't be in that side. That's the first
floor. You're
floor.
going to call the police. Now that we can be here, now how do we know we can't be on the third floor and take the photograph?
No, with the director.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you start lying to the public.
No, it's not
lying. And how do we know when we're supposed to trust
There's no line. When you guys walked through, there was a directive that I gave. And fair, I came to you and I said, these are the rules. I explained to you and identified who I was. And that's the directive.
How do I file a complaint about that rule?
What's the name? We'll take a
I don't. She's the one that's photographing.
City photographer.
I'd have to get the city photographer.
She says she's on the payroll for the city for taking photos.
Okay. You have video. I'm out.
disturbance in there. I need to report how loud and noisy the place was.
You must have muted the music. Must have gave him a copyright.
Are you kidding me? You said you were a cop, and then you told me I couldn't find you. Shit, yeah. He's an egotistical little prick. Yeah, he's escalated the whole thing. If you got him out of there, you probably have a better situation.
Sir. Is there a reason why you're going upstairs?
Yeah, filming this building and the activities.
Hi, this is a private event.
It's a private event?
It's not private. The public portion has ended.
So now what's going on, Erie County fam, is the people that were in the ceremony are allowed to go up to the 3rd floor. And they're even going to get allowed to be going out on the balcony where the officer closed the door earlier in this video. Now, they're going to say it's a private event. Then the lady who is downstairs realizes that it's not a private event. It's open to the public. Everybody should have been allowed up there, but they're going to discriminate and only let certain people up there. This is a total violation of rights. And it's Jersey City's Cultural Affairs Department that is to blame for blocking out the public from this public event by choosing who they're going to let in. So the event's going on.
No, the public portion has ended.
We can't cover the news? Everybody's going up there.
Yeah,
This guy's got a camera. What's going on?
Right, the public portion ended.
I don't understand. And that's right, fam. The Jersey City Police Department is going to enforce this unconstitutional choosing who they're going to let in and who they're not. Discrimination.
What's going on?
I understand because all these people are going up there. There's got to be cameras.
Take that up with Cultural Affairs.
What's that?
You can take that up with Cultural Affairs if you believe you were discriminated against, okay?
You heard it from the police sergeant himself, fam. If you feel that you've been discriminated against because you were not able to see the rest of that flag ceremony and the rest of those immigrants were allowed to and other people were allowed to, you have to take it up with Cultural Affairs, just like the sergeant said.
Would that be a violation of the public meeting?
It's a public event. I really don't understand.
Well, I'm trying to get the right answer for you. I don't want to violate your rights. So, I do know anything with media, you have to see the public information officer first before you have anything. That's what I was told, sir. I was told by the employees that work here. The gentleman in the suit. And
The gentleman in the suit, he just told me.
And Cultural Affairs. I know what a public meeting is. I know what also know what a public forum is. I know what a public forum is or not.
So you're picking and choosing who can and can't go to.
I'm not picking and choosing anything. I'm middle command. I'm
You're middle command, but you're the one that's enforcing it, you dumb piece of shit.
How do you know? Did you ID them?
That's what I was told.
No one can compel you to break the law and violate people's rights.
Listen,
You idiot.
This is how it's going to be.
The onus is on you.
If you want to make a complaint against me, my name is Sergeant
You are a
Brothers.
complaint against you.
If I
Make a
don't
civil
have the right
claim
knowledge,
against you, you fucking idiot.
okay.
Hold you personally liable for fucking
I was
discrimination
told
and
that I was
violation
told
of
from
bragging
cultural
rights.
affairs. They don't want you up there.
Yeah?
I was told that I was told from
This is a
cultural
Nazi.
affairs.
This is a
They don't
Nazi
want you
speech.
up there. Just stay here. Stay there, please. You're with the event?
Yeah. I'd like to be with you, guys.
Sure.
I'd like to be with you, guys.
Listen, from what I'm being told, you gotta wait.
That's
Okay?
my
Yeah.
friend.
Is it?
Yeah, that's my
Fucking
boy.
Nazi.
Hey!
You've been told, right? That's why we have separation of powers, mate. You've got a brain.
You're not gonna go.
Use it.
Okay?
If I get past you, I'm not gonna get arrested.
That's it.
He gets past.
I'd rather not come.
I'm pretty quick.
I'm sure you are.
And so,
I'm being told from cultural affairs you should not up there. I don't have all the information right now, so until I get all the information, just wait. So,
I was gonna hear.
Until you get all the information, you're just going to violate and
The
discriminate.
highest ranking guy that's downstairs on the first floor. Captain
Fucking
Stein.
Can
idiot.
you give me 1 minute so I can confirm?
This
it?
idiot got stripes.
You remember? Yo, you saw me partying in there with Olivia. I'm the new
Hey, guys, how are
guy. Can we stand like on the flat?
you guys get to go on the balcony.
We're kind of clogging up the. You're kind of clogging up the entryway.
What's that?
We can all sit in that corner or something. I think there is laws against blocking walkways and stuff.
Well, not allowing the public and media into a publicly accessible area. I think y'all are violating our
First it
civil
was the
rights.
second floor, then they forced us down, and now it's the third floor.
Look,
After we won
let's just take the
second-
1983 actions.
I told them, like, tell me your name. Can I get your
It's,
card?
I mean, it's clearly not restricted.
Told you, they handpicked these morons who not only don't give a fuck about rights, they have no idea. They have no clue.
After they were in this-
No clue
Wait,
whatsoever.
who arrested him?
Morons.
Sean got arrested.
You remember segregation?
My Sean?
You remember segregation? I think so. That's what this is pretty much like. The guys with the cameras can't go, but everybody else can. He went right over here and told me that I'm
Idiots. These cops are idiots.
They've just literally just opened up the city and themselves to fucking lawsuit and litigation. I mean, this is how stupid these people are. And they don't give a fuck. This is why these people need to be held personally liable. This is enough to basically destroy their qualified immunity. And they're sitting there all tough. This is clear abuse of power.
Tried to fight me in the bathroom.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't always agree with that.
Idiots. Idiots. Fucking idiots.
Like the meeting in the council chambers? Yeah. All right. There were a lot of people there. All of them did not fit up onto the third floor.
I was one of the first people to go up, but he wouldn't let me go up. So it's supposed to be first come, first served, but he picked and chose.
It's not first come, first served.
Deputy Chief Bell, one of my friends.
The people that are up on
Multiple
the
lawsuits, right? Multiple, not just one, multiple lawsuits there.
Okay. So I was in a whole
Bunch of fucking morons.
I've been to quite a few flag raisers as an active deputy chief, okay, and I'm not allowed to go to every flag raising. Only the group, that's correct. Only the group that's involved in the flag raising, the small group.
Who decides that? Who decides who gets to participate in the free speech exercise? When does the government should
I'm not
decide?
asking you about a free speech exercise.
No, I am. That's
I'm
what I'm
asking you about attending a flag raising, and that was New Jersey City Cultural Affairs.
So right now, my main concern is Sean Buckner. Y'all might have arrested him. Can you figure out apparently they've detained one of my friends.
All right.
Can you figure out what's going on? I don't care about the third floor issue. We can pass the third floor issue if we can just get our friend and go on our way.
So let's
That would be
take one
great.
thing at a time.
Sean Buckner, that's what.
Have you had access to the first floor, everywhere you want to see?
Right there, yes.
Right.
Second floor, fine.
Second floor, fine. We have.
No, I know, because I was
I was asking Ron's name, your name, and then I talked to Jay, and I just trying to. How you doing? Sorrentino, if you're looking at my name.
I was getting those pointing there.
No, I'm not pointing like that. I'm Italian. I talk with my hands.
Little kids in a stroller crying, and you're gonna be pointing at.
No, I don't do that.
And then we're gonna.
I'm actually.
To see how professional you are.
I'm actually very good with the community when I talk and interact. That's Mike Sorrentino, the situation. I'm not related. And you know what an interesting story is? My uncle is named Michael Sorrentino. So when that show was on Jersey Shore, he would get phone calls in the middle of the night seeing if he was the situation.
Yeah.
But no.
You're a cool guy, though. I mean, that's.
I don't think I'm that cool.
Well.
But thank you.
The sergeant over there, what's his name?
I think there's a maximum IQ
And, you know, I know you can't say anything,
qualified.
but I already know you know it's true. That's okay. I'm not going to try to get you to say it.
Well, you know I'm probably not going to say it. So.
No, and I don't want to. You're a cool guy. I don't want to get you in trouble by trying to get you to say it. But we all know.
All right. Fair enough.
It smells so good all.
I know the truth. 22 years ago, my police academy class was filmed, and I look a lot different, but I was on that. It was on Court TV. It was called something along the lines of The Elite. And I don't even know if you can find it.
Was that
because
like 8 years ago?
No, I was in the academy in 01.
Chuck Norris, something.
But
That's what I thought it was.
Hey, I'm trying to relieve some stress. Challenge you to a thumb war.
Nah, man.
Come on, man. One thumb war. Let me get out some stress. I don't cheat.
All right, let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, thumb war. I cheated. I appreciate you.
What a dirtbag.
I think we did good here. I think we did good here.
Ninja. I like Ninja.
It was. I was
Yeah.
narrating. I was
Cool.
like, it's gonna be a lot of.
So the problem that I have is they simply told us as soon as you walk through the door, you can only walk in this area. And that's your and then it was, you can't be on the second floor. Then you can't be back here. And then you can't be on the third floor. How do we know when they're done?
Now it's too overrun for you to get in the kind of
And they're coming family comment section. How do we know when they're done with the life? We gotta know.
Yeah, on the second floor for the court. Yes. Yes. So right when they started freaking out, saying, "Oh, leave, or you're gonna get arrested," they said he was like, "I'm being arrested." I ran around the corner, filmed him getting arrested on the second floor, and then they let us all go back, but they haven't released him. Where? Can you show me exactly where they arrested him at?
Sort of a crime scene.
If the council chambers is having a meeting, you're allowed in. If the room is empty, you're not. Cool. Okay.
Always are all fair game.
Always agree.
Why when the room's empty and not used, can somebody go in there? And take a
Because
look?
we like to monitor it because we don't want anybody placing any devices or doing anything or causing any damage.
I was once a canine officer, so I have swept this building before me.
Before any event, we actually have a dog go through and make sure that there's no. So we keep it as a secure area because God forbid there was a lot of people
That
in
was
there.
funny when we were younger, man. Throw a state thing. I agree. Look at so excited about it.
So we're talking second floor hallways, right?
I guess my real question, my concern here is when I walk through the door, security tells me that I can only walk in this area and nothing else is supposed to be accessible without appointment, right? Well, that's just not true. You guys admit it's not true, right? Then after that, it was the second floor is fully off limits. You can't go up on the second floor without appointment, right? Now we're allowed on the second floor. Now you guys are on the third floor, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
It's a little confusing. How do we know when to believe and not to believe? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we got people lying to us, how do we know that they're on the third floor? You guys are nothing.
Right. Well,
Nah, we're not gonna lie to you.
yeah. So I'll tell you what I know. Okay. That's the answer that I can give you.
We did get like several times. Then you guys are telling us
If
we
that-
can't go in the third. But restricted access area, right? All these doors have locks on them.
Right.
You got to keep it, right? That's restricted access, right?
Right. So, that would be by appointment.
All it was restricted access. They need to move across there. There'd be a sign that posted, right?
So if you wanted access to the offices, you can make an appointment and you can go see. Right. All right. So I'm making sure that you have access to the lobby, to the common areas of the second floor, to the council chambers.
Because all those doors are open.
Can we go over here and talk about being reasonable about this? We're talking a bit more about what is and isn't open in public.
So listen, you guys actually have documented a lot of activity here, and I don't want to comment until I've seen it with my own eyes, which I'm sure I'm going to.
Oh, we're not talking about conduct. We're talking about the action. What is open to the public and what is not officially.
Okay.
Because we are twice stories.
Once you pass through the metal detector, the common areas, the hallways, the stairways, the third floor is not. I'm told it's by appointment only, and I don't go.
But
And
you know
I
what I'm saying? Like, you know a trespass, right? If I went up there and it'd be a trespass, right? But the trespass law says in public, we have to have notice, a sign. You're not saying we think it is pretty much, but you're not saying it is.
Right.
How do we know? Like, we want to be up there. You know what I'm saying?
So either
we're here. Our problem is we don't like the government closing their offices, say like COVID, right?
Right.
A lot of stuff goes down. Now you walk into from the city hall,
right?
And there is no walking the rest of the city hall because code's over, but they got used to that.
Yeah.
So how do we know that's not what's going on?
Well, I'll tell you what. Just here today, you've had more access to City Hall than me, as a resident living here most of my life, has ever been into. The reason is because
You want me to take you on a tour?
No, that's okay.
Come on.
Because I only come in here.
Like, share, subscribe.
Because I only come in here to pay my taxes, and I try to avoid it as much as possible.
I used to also.
Yeah.
For real. Okay. Ran a business for 20 years, raised a family, got so tired of
Here?
government.
I was an idiot.
No,
Oh, okay.
got so tired of government coming and constantly screwing with me.
Yeah.
Checking up on me from OSHA, whoever, right? OSHA. Hey, you didn't cut your lawn short enough. I said, I'm going to go check up on government. You should do the same, man. Let's go. I'll give you a tour.
Okay, well,
you want to come?
No, you know what? I've seen enough of it. I know
Okay,
they've done a lot of work,
Hey.
and I'm
want to show you something.
okay.
He is an idiot, an absolute knobhead. This is why we're in this problem, right? Because
Yeah.
you've employed knobheads
I don't
to
like
do
that.
important
Excuse me
jobs.
1 second. They're giving me excuse me 1 second. Business closed.
Yeah, don't do that, you dickhead. Yeah, Mr. Tough Guy here with Strike. Is he the one that made the arrest?
Then your issue is with employees in this building.
Yeah, he's got his Jay Freeman bit. Yeah.
I think another concern is I don't know what the rest is, right? But I think the deputy chief said this is not
People are acting
so it's
so if you're told by somebody
you still have one. What do you think it takes to teach you that lesson? You know what?
So I rip into him. Idiot.
I'm not. So essentially, it's cop arrest. This cuffs they just get back. He may be arrested. I guess so. They just take him back.
Go on, James. Go on, James. Get a little bit closer. Come on. No. He wants to get out there now.
Why would you not?
What a knobhead. What an absolute dickhead. I love to see the deposition of this knobhead. What an absolute knob. Oh, it's frozen up. Oh, gosh.
It was more. Nah, this dude's good. He was like coming up to me. I was like, am I detained? Am I detained? He's like, bro, I don't even know what happened.
Smart guy. Talk shit inside.
Yeah, that dude. I'm sick and tired.
You see, AFA got arrested as well.
Next time I'm touching. Don't put your hands on me.
No.
You saw the guy.
Check it out, guys. That way, keeping our cars down here. Ooh, that sucker's looking crisp.
Yeah.
Man, they armor all in my car.
Somebody else. Are you? That
Sergeant, if you're reading, bud.
The guy that was a fake cop. Yeah, yes, I know that. Have a good night, man. Are you out of here? Yeah, you can have a good night.
He's going to make him put his name on the ticket. Your name. But they did, I will tell you, they did check on the 3 tickets. Yeah, they are. These two right here are you're a sergeant? Are you a lieutenant?
I am not. I'm just a police officer.
Well, you've been chilled the whole time.
Yeah, well, I want to talk to the sergeant because I'm going to give him a piece of my mind.
That's fine. The sergeant right now is discussing something with the captain.
Okay, he needs to be
as soon as they
discussing
come back.
something with me because he's, I'm going to be his problem.
From the moment that the cops showed up in the building, everybody, all the cops were chill. There was one that had to be I'm going to put it here.
Yeah, I didn't get to see you until then.
Sure enough.
No, we had a non-officer blue shirt want to sign the citation that
all
they
the
ordered the rest of down there.
So they're waiting for the sergeant to come back.
The one who did it? The one who did it?
Yeah, its captain just took him to talk to him in his car. But we need to make the sergeant. That's BS, man. They always throw the new guys under the bus. They screw up.
What are they trying to write him for?
Trespassing.
Trespassing in City Hall? Where we just started? Where we both started our lives. Oh, boy.
Right? What he was doing is Sean told that guy, he told that sergeant, he told the guy in the green shirt, he was going to use the public restroom
did he get assaulted?
and that he would be right back. And when they went to use the public restroom, that's when they arrested him. And these cops here, bullshit, won't sign the ticket. They're doing the smart thing. I mean, I'm not.
No, Sean from Long Island Audit was not arrested. This Sean was unlawfully arrested. He is officially out.
This is the Sean we're talking about.
He is out of being unlawfully arrested. You know what they're doing right now?
Making him sign it.
They're trying to.
So what, they just unarrested him?
Rookies right there.
They unarrest him.
Yeah, so he's been released now. It's going to be a site release, I guess.
That's a lawsuit there, man. They're gonna pay. They're gonna pay for that.
Then they did arrest him. And they gave him a ticket.
He's writing the citation right now.
Oh yeah, that's a walk.
This guy here, he's lost his qualified immunity.
They gave him a ticket.
You're writing the citation?
Writing the citation.
For what?
Fine trespass.
Trespass? What a fucking idiot! I want to see the deposition of this dickhead.
Yeah. You're gonna step in shit, own it. At least own it. Quit trying to make other people.
Why were you not?
This guy's gonna sign it?
Why were you trying to make?
Oh, wow.
What's your name? It's not on your shirt.
I have his name.
Struthers?
Because he's got the stripes.
It's
What
Jersey
does that
City
mean? What do the stripes
Police
mean
Struthers.
besides your
I can't
jaw?
believe you're gonna sign that.
You realize how
He's signing it.
all of us
Here's your
in the
qualified
same
immunity.
hallway in the same
There you
exact
go.
location, but this guy we got
Do
passed
that.
on one
You
day.
carry
And now
on.
you're asking all of us to come back as witnesses because we all watched it.
Hey, is that?
Yeah, you're fucked.
Would that be considered?
You
Do you really
fuck.
want us all to come back here as witnesses?
I got him. I got him. I get the schmuck for you.
You know, hey,
I want to see the deposition on this dickhead. Oh, I didn't know. I'm a Nazi and I was told to do it. Then I ain't got a brain of my own and I don't know the law. So I decided to break the law and violate people's rights and beat them up and assault them because I've got a little shiny badge that protects me. I can do anything I want.
Nobody would sign it. Nobody would sign it. All those guys there, nobody would sign it like him.
Fucking piece of shit.
you're a horrible cop.
Fucking piece of shit.
Go beat your fucking husband. Yeah, walk away.
Nobody would sign it like him.
What a bitch ass.
Pay attention. Pull your head.
He needs a ticket. He was about to jaywalk.
This lady right there with the stripes needs a ticket. Okay, I'm free to go. You're going there. Hey,
So this guy just wrote a ticket to
He hasn't even said he's free to go.
Sean.
He hasn't even told him he's free to go.
He's out of handcuffs, but
It's okay. But still, doesn't you have to say you're free to go? My doctor where we going, man? Miss.
Everybody up over there.
so this guy keeps his car clean.
Piece of shit.
Bye, sweetheart. You pussy. I'll see you in court. Fuck you.
Damn. He's thinking to himself right now, why did I become a cop?
We live in a society now where people want to record how they discipline their child. People that
Turn this
might have
music
video
up.
is the people that probably are.
Yeah, that was a good video.
At the end of the video.
Yeah. We just got to try and keep those intros out of the thing because they're all copyrighted.
Can you believe that shit?
Do you know what I mean? I mean, there's multiple lawsuits there. There's discrimination, right? And clear abuse of power by that guy, that copper. He's lost his qualified immunity. I mean, it's probably going to take a year before we get a fucking deposition of this guy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe 2, you know? But hopefully by then, he'd be working at McDonald's or something.
Yeah.
As a guide.
Yeah. That guy is way out there.
Yeah.
Way out there. Way out there. Way out there.
And he was just triggered because I suppose that whoever it was that de-arrested him or unarrested him was probably above him. It was the chief, right? And just unarrested him.
No,
so he gave him a ticket instead.
Yeah.
Retaliation. That he's lost qualified immunity on that. He's fucked. He fucked himself.
Yep. So
And he probably won't even turn up for deposition. He's not even going to know what to say.
Yeah.
The totality of the situation. The usual bullshit.
So, alrighty. Let's end this stream so you can work on that headache of yours.
Yeah. All right, I've opened Jitsi up if anyone wants to jump in there.
Yep. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for joining the stream. And
we will see you on the next one. Good night, everybody.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.